123.ie has benefits like 24/7 breakdown assist that won't affect your no claims bonus, so you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
Don't you forget about me.
123.ie has benefits like 24/7 breakdown assist that won't affect your no claims bonus, so you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
Hello everybody and welcome to the 2025 123.ie Senior National Track and Field Championships here at the beautiful Morton Stadium in Dublin, Sanctuary. Here with Rory Cassidy. He's going to talk us through today's events. We're really looking forward to it. 2 days of jam-packed action, and the stand is already starting to fill up. Record tickets on sale this year, so it's heating up really nicely, Rory. And we're just looking down at a few of the events that are taking place today. The 200 metres final a little bit later on.
Yes, great to be with you this weekend, Michael. Really looking forward to that women's 200 metre final. You've got Charlene Maudsley stepping down in distance. You'll have her coming up with Sarah Lavin and Lauren Roy. So Charlene won't have it her own way if she wants to become national champion of the 200. And then interesting to see what her intentions are this afternoon. She may go in the 400 depending on how the body holds up. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's great. And also we've got some field action as well. Eric Favours taking part in the men's shot put later on today. So that's another one worth coming down to see. I'll be looking forward to getting a bit of coverage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see one of our Olympians, Eric Favours, in action in the field events in the men's shot put final. We've got our women's shot put final as well, which features Niamh Fogarty, of course, who has had a wonderful season in the discus. So she's stepping into the shot put ring just like she did at the European Team Championships in Maribor a few weeks ago. So looking forward to seeing both those shot put competitions.
Yeah, and it's interesting just talking about Niamh Fogarty and Charlene Maudsley as well. A few athletes picking different events, and it's not something that you'll see at a major championships, but it's really interesting to see how they fare in maybe their not as strong event.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the athletes like to step down in distance. You see the likes of, Sarah Lavin entered in 3 events this weekend: the 100 hurdles, 100 metres and the 200 metres. She did the 200 metres today, the hurdles tomorrow, and then possibly 100. She could end up going for a treble. Mark English entered in the men's 400 and the 800, so again interesting to see what Mark's intentions are here this weekend. But yeah, really exciting weekend. Athletes changing things up a little bit in the build up to Tokyo, which of course, Michael, is only 5-6 weeks away now at this stage.
Yeah, well, the stadium looks absolutely amazing. Everybody has done a great job. The 123.ie sponsorship posters around the place, and also the new Adidas posters and all the new kit going around the place, which we're sporting here now very proudly. So yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. Stay tuned and come on down if you're looking for some brilliant live athletics.
123.ie home insurance comes with 24/7 home rescue, so you can forget about us and remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
So hello and welcome to the 123.ie National Senior Track and Field Championships here at the Morton Stadium in Sanctuary. It is the 153rd edition of what are the longest National Senior Track and Field Championships in the world. So fantastic to be here for the weekend. I'm Rory Cassidy and I'm joined for the moment alongside me by a man whose reels on the Athletics Ireland Instagram have amassed millions of views, the one and only Cillian Sheeran. Cillian, how are you?
I'm very good, Rory. Very, very excited. Hopefully the reels this weekend live up to the hype, but super excited, and what a better way to get on the way than normal order with the men's 10,000 metre walks.
Yes, absolutely. We are getting underway here with our men's 10,000 metre walk, as you're saying. A small field in this one, Killian, as I lose my start list because I'm disconnected to the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, only 3 athletes in the field. You can see there straight away we've David Kenny, who's taking the lead, but this field consists of course David Kenny, Ross Alexander from Kilcreal AC, and then in second place at the moment Matthew Glennon, Mullingar Harriers, a man fresh off the plane from the European Under-23 Championships, which I'm sure is going to be a topic of conversation throughout the weekend, but a very, very successful one for Team Ireland as this race gets underway.
Yep. David Kenny, of course, Olympian in Tokyo back in 2021. He's now being coached by Jamie Costin, another man who competed at multiple Olympic Games. So David is getting back into some of his very best shape this year, Killian, which is encouraging, and he looks pretty safe in terms of qualification for the World Championships in Tokyo, but of course things can change, but he's in a good position. Yeah,
he is indeed. Of course, the 9-time national champions coming out here with a very busy season ahead of him, but he's looking very confident with Matthew Glennon there. Of course, there's a long way to go, but he's looking strong as well. But David Kenny looking as strong as always. But I suppose on the topic of the World Championships, even like considering we're only at the start of August, it's still a while away for many of these athletes in terms of training schedules and things like that. So to come out here across all the events and run and jump and compete at your very best, it's going to be exciting stuff considering how long of a season that we have this year.
Yeah, it is a really long season. Last year our National Senior Championships were on the last weekend of June. This year they're in the first weekend of August. So yeah, a long season which itself poses challenges for the athletes in terms of peaking in mid-September. I can't remember a World Championships really being that late in quite some time. I know Doha obviously being the exception in 2019 where they moved it to September, October because of the extreme heat out there, but in terms of the last few editions of the Champs, they haven't been quite that late, and for a lot of these athletes that does pose a unique challenge. It'll all be about peaking in the right time in September in Tokyo.
Does indeed, but Rory, I suppose back to the track here, the 123.ie National Championships. I'm supposed to throw the question to you. How are you looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, really looking forward to the weekend. So much to look forward to. I guess you have the women's 200 metre finals later on, the men's 200 metre finals, a chance to see some Olympians there. In the field events, you've got the men's and women's shot put taking place. The women's shot put has got underway, so we'll try and keep you up to date with that competition as well. Loads to look forward to on the Saturday. A lot of heats. Seeing, I guess, in terms of what athletes, as I said in the preview there, that aired just before we came live here, the pre-recorded preview, in terms of who declares for what events, I think will be interesting to see. We've got a lot of athletes entered in multiple events, so we'll see who shows in what races, and then that will kind of, I guess, dictate what happens tomorrow with a lot of the track finals. But yes, David Kenny still leading the way with 23 laps to go. And of course, a nice addition this year is the electronic lap counter down on trackside. So it'll make our job much easier because we can see the laps. I remember myself and Jack Hickey last year got awful slagging because we lost count at one stage, rambling our way through the live stream. That's great. Yeah, so we'll try and keep you up to date with the women's shot put as well. I'll just see in the next second who gets in the circle next. Only 4 athletes in this. Quiva Gallen of Lifford Strabane AC, Alana Fraccioli of Limerick AC, New Fogarty of Raheny Shamrock, and Geraldine Stewart of Tyrconnell AC. Geraldine Stewart, of course, the Athletics Ireland Director of Competitions, so she's getting her competition in the field out of the way nice and early before she gets back to what will no doubt be an incredibly busy 2 days. And this is Geraldine stepping into the circle now. 11.06 early in the first round, her best throw so far. I think that gets the white flag.
Does indeed, yep. Great to see our staff out there, Rory, competing on a national level.
Not the only member of Athletics Ireland staff who will be in action. Marcus Slaughter, I guess, is the most high profile. He's leading the way in the men's 200. Regional Development Officer down in Carlow, Kilkenny, and for SETU.
Yep.
But next in will be Caoimhe Gallen. Oh, sorry, we've 3 rounds in now, my apologies. So we're really getting through this competition quite quickly. Niamh Fogarty leading the way at the moment with a best of 14 metres and 29 centimetres. And second, it's Alana Fratioli of Limerick AC 11.16. And third at the moment, sorry, Caoimhe Gallen is second at the moment, Lifford Duran with 11.80, and Alana Fratioli is third. So these athletes will get 6 throws and moving through the competition nicely. We'll hold on to see Niamh Fogarty in a couple of minutes' time as this walk progresses. Of course, there was 4 entered in this men's walk as well. Joe Mooney entered as well, but I'm sure Joe Mooney is enjoying Flaciol na Hare down in Wexford. But perhaps he'll be tuning in live. So good afternoon to Joe and all the Moonies of Adamstown AC if you're watching.
And Niamh Fogarty, as I've just been informed, an athlete who's just come back from Denmark. She set up camp there in terms of her training group and her chosen location of training, so it's good to see her back on Irish soil at the National Championships, an event that's teeing up to be quite an exciting one, as all of our throwers have been off the mark already, so things are definitely well underway in the women's shot put. So like we said, we'll keep you well up to date on that competition and all the field competitions over the next 2 days as the action on the track continues to unfold. We can see David Kenny there coming through with 21 laps to go, just under 6:20 there, looking really, really strong. You said 9-time national champion. I feel like it's a mixture. You have athletes who are competing on the biggest stage and World Championships, Olympics, but then when you chat to them, the nationals always seems to be one. Even when chatting to Eilish there a couple of weeks ago, it's one that they always have in the calendar. It's kind of that, not safety net, but comfort kind of, championships where they can come back in front of a home crowd. Some athletes even on home soil, literally here in Morton Stadium. So it's great to see, no matter what stage our athletes are competing at, that they're coming back here and they're racking up those national titles year in, year out.
Indeed, absolutely, Killian. National titles do mean a lot. Niamh Fogarty, her second furthest ever shot put throw there, her equal second furthest throw. She had a great throw in Maribor at European Team Champs when she stepped in last minute to that event. So we might cut back down to that shot in just a second. So this is Alana Fratioli of Limerick AC, who currently sits in the bronze medal position at 11.16. Her best throw so far. And launches that shot out there. We'll see what that flashes up on the screen.
2,000 metres now. Says 3:57 kilometre.
So that's 11.23. So that's an improvement for Fratioli. Still won't move her above Caoimhe Gallen of Lifford Duran, who currently sits in second with a best throw of 11.80. She's in the circle now. Gallen, another nice throw there. Gets the white flag from our official who's sitting down. So we'll await that to flash up on our electronic screen here. And that is 11.41. So another good throw from Caoimhe Gallen. And we'll have Niamh Fogarty in the circle next, our national leader in the event this year. Going for a double if she can win the women's discus tomorrow from Raheny Shamrocks. And she's launched that out. A great throw there from Niamh. Gets the white flag, so let's see what this comes up with. Of course, she's been based in Denmark, as you mentioned, Killian, and I know her coach passed away earlier this year, which was quite difficult for her, but she's definitely done him proud since. And that is below 14 metres, 13.64. It flashes up as, so Niamh Fogarty still leading the way in that women's shot put with 2 throws to go. Killian, what's happening in the walk?
Yeah, we return back to the track with the walks. things are as it stood before our attention turned to the shot put. Your national leader, David Kenny, still very much in the lead. The gap between himself and Matthew Glennon, an athlete, like we said, who was DCU man, who competed over at the under-23 championships, and a man in third place, an athlete who has, I suppose, made David Kenny navigate a bit of traffic. But Ross Alexander, he's a man who is all about strength. He competes in the mountain running competitions as well. He's a 45-year-old tip man, so he's a man of grit, a man of determination, a man of strength. As Matthew Glennon, just on the right of your screen, will also navigate that slight bit of traffic with three athletes in this field. But it is your national leader, David Kenny, coming in with a national lead of 40 minutes 26 seconds as he comes into the home straight, and he'll have 19 laps to go, looking really, really strong. And like Rory mentioned a little bit earlier on, he's hoping to be on the 2 flights over to Tokyo later on this year. But he's coming into these championships, like we said, as 9-time champion with a national lead of 40-26, also holding the championship record. But it's a sport that, or I suppose it's an event that has many youngsters coming up through the ranks. We've seen Jake O'Brien also competing in the under-23 European Championships. He finished just behind Matthew Glennon there. It's great to see him getting national experience. Of course, Seamus Clark as well, who will be making his way over to the European. He was, of course, a part of the European Under-18 Championships as well last year in Slovakia and Banska Bystrica. So we have athletes of all ages competing at seriously high levels. Of course, Seamus Clark heading over to the European Under-20 Championships next week. So maybe a lot of our younger athletes who will not feature this week, with them heading over next Tuesday to Tampere in Finland. So very, very exciting stuff. The international competitions, and fingers crossed the international and European medals will continue to roll in as the week unfolds later on. But David Kenny, still the man very much in the lead here. On the topic of underage European medals, he's an athlete who claimed silver in the 2021 Under-23 European Championships. Like we mentioned, also your Tokyo Olympian and 9-time national champion and current national leader. So he's a man with a serious resume, and that man is coming up to take 17 laps to go. Coming through there out 12:36, so he's looking really, really strong. So we may turn our attention back to the shot put. As you can see, David Kenny in the background there, coming around the bend. He'll have 17 laps to go once he comes in, but might head back to the shot put.
Yeah, we'll get Michael down there in just a couple of minutes. They are in the final round, so Michael is roaming down there, so he might give us a better insight to what's going on. Of course, Michael, multiple-time national decathlon champion, so jack of all trades, knows all those field events inside and out, and will be able to provide invaluable insight to this women's shot put competition. So we'll hand.
Okay, that last throw there was by Cueva Gallen, and that was her 5th round throw. So we're just waiting for the result to come up on screen here. And so that was a very good throw, 12:40. So Yeah, Cueva's after really improving her best there. I was looking for a different throw because I said, well, she's hardly gone from 390 to 340, but she did, or 1240. So that's an excellent improvement. Now knee forward, he steps into the ring. Look at that explosiveness and that power. She's heading out there. She's putting it out. She's got a big smile on her face. Gets a bit of a round of applause. Okay, we'll grab a word from Niamh in a second. That was a foul, unfortunately, falling out at the front of the circle. At this stage of the competition, she's given it absolutely everything. She's got a really good series together, 14.29 best, and then another one above, two more above 14 metres, 14.05 and 14.17 in the round 5. So that was her round 6 throw. We'll get a bit of reaction from her in just a second. Okay, so we're going to make our way over to chat to some of these ladies. Geraldine. Okay, Geraldine Stewart's declined the interview, but this woman, just to say it, she was out entering people into the car park at 9 o'clock this morning. Now she's out here throwing shot put, and fair play to her for that. And also, look at that, she says hello and thank you to every one of the stewards here and every one of the volunteers. Thanks, Geraldine, well done. Okay, I'm going to grab Niamh here now. Well done, Niamh. Fair play to you. Okay, so face down this way. So happy, we're straight in, we're live.
Yeah, okay,
we're just
cool.
going to freestyle it.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
That's how we roll, and you're well able for that. So how was that there for you today? How'd you find
nice.
taking part in shot put? A good series, really.
Yeah, I've 3 throws over 14.
Yeah.
Never done that before, so that's nice. And second throw was close to a PB, so I thought maybe there could have been a PB throw in there, only by a few centimetres. So, but I was hoping to, put it up against Michaela and Kira and Kate. So if they're watching live, I hope to see you next year, because I actually think it'd be great crack. That's 4 girls over 14, and I think it'd be really exciting. So
yeah, it's a pity that they weren't here today, but sure, look, that's life, isn't it? And sometimes you can't make it for various reasons. But good luck to them anyway in their recovery and getting back on track. And we hope to see them back again in the indoors or next year. But training's obviously going fantastic for yourself.
yeah, it's going okay. Actually, I'll be honest, I didn't have the best prep this week. So I kind of wasn't really expecting much, so it's nice to see that I'm in good form right now. So, and it's a nice little shakeout, for want of a better word, for tomorrow. But
The prep didn't go well.
we're coming off the end of a heavy block, so I didn't really know how I was going to feel today, but I feel good, and the performances show it, so I'm excited for tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, and what time are you on tomorrow?
4:30. I'm
Sorry for putting you on the spot.
16:30. 16:30. I'm thinking that's the way the Danes say it. So 4:30 tomorrow.
And you're speaking a bit of the language, the local tongue.
Yeah. I'm getting there. I converse in Danish with. I coach some elderly people, like doing exercise, and not a lot of them would speak or understand English, so I have to do it through Danish.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's been a nice challenge.
Yeah, how long have you been there now?
It'll be 2 years, September.
And you can converse already.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff, as always.
Amazing when you're in the setting and you're hearing it every day and you have to speak it. That's the only way to learn it, really.
Okay, well, I think what we'll do is we'll catch up with you tomorrow again, and good luck with the rest of your preparation. I hope you get a good night's sleep, and hopefully the weather stays like this for tomorrow and we'll have a good competition.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Okay,
Good to see you.
Well done, Niamh. Well done.
Thanks, Michael. Great to hear from our national champion in the women's shot put, Niamh Fogarty of Raheny Shamrocks. 3 throws over 14 metres. The first time that's ever happened, as she was saying there, Killian, which is very impressive going, and a well-deserved national title. She'll go for the double tomorrow in the women's discus.
Yeah, it is indeed. To come out and perform your best on a national stage is always what every athlete aims to do every single year. So to really do it 3 times over in the one competition is unbelievable. So really well done to Niamh, and of course it's great to have Michael down there all weekend, trackside, getting all of the insight that we can't get up here.
Yes, and don't worry, viewers, he will be back at the famous big screen in just a couple of hours' time. The excitement is palpable for the big screen to be back, Killian.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I know all the athletes will be definitely looking for the big screen as they step off the track when they finish their competitions over the next 2 days. So not only do the fans look forward to it, I'm sure the athletes love the interaction as well.
Yep, and of course we are here live for the next 2 days at the 123.ie National Senior Track and Field Championships. RTE coverage as well tomorrow on RTE2 from 5 until 7:30. We'll be going all the way, though. You won't see any studio stuff here, really. So we'll be ploughing on throughout the weekend. But David Kenny is still leading this walk, Killian.
Yeah, he is indeed. As a studs before we went down trackside with Michael, David Kenny's still in the lead. He's taken over all of the other two athletes in this race, so he's well clear as he comes into the home straight. Next time he'll have 13 laps remaining, so he's very, very comfortable coming up to the halfway mark now. Currently at 20 minutes, so it's looking like a really, really strong run for David. Of course, in national lead, just
strong walk.
Apologies. So he's very much on for his national lead at the moment. So still a long way to go on this men's 10k walk.
Yeah, and if you want to keep up with all the live results today, it's live.athleticsIreland.ie. They're being updated rapidly, which is great to see. So long may that last, as David comes up with 12 laps to go on this occasion. Great to see him back in really good form. I know in the 20k, which is his main event this year, he's walked his second fastest time ever, 1:20.54 in Brady in Czechia. That was all the way back in May now at this stage, so he's got his eyes no doubt firmly set on Tokyo and the challenge that will bring. Of course, the walks at the Tokyo Olympics were actually outside of Tokyo, quite a considerable bit away actually, so the walkers and the marathon athletes were rather isolated, but they'll be back in Tokyo for this upcoming World Champs, which I'm sure those athletes will enjoy being with the wider team. So getting underway shortly in the field event perspective also will be the men's triple jump. We'll introduce those athletes in just a few minutes time, but 12 athletes entered in that one, so it will be an exciting competition, I'm sure. See as David Kenny coming through on his laps, he's keeping a close eye on his splits. Obviously got a target pace in mind, and he'll be looking to go lap after lap consistently for the duration of the 25 laps. From 1 o'clock then we'll have the heats of the women's 200 metres, which is shaping into quite an exciting event. You'll have Charlene Mosley going head to head against Sarah Lavin. You'll also have Lauren Roy in that field. Lauren Roy, who represented us in the 200 metres in team jams, has been part of the record breaking women's 4x1 team along with Sarah, and ran at the World University Games as well, so that will be exciting. The athletes will have this afternoon's final, which takes place at 3:20 firmly on their mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely, like you said, very much shaping into a great final once everyone makes it through smoothly. And like that, national championships, with it being such a long season, opens up opportunities for athletes to maybe enter distances that they don't usually get the chance to throughout the season. So it'll be interesting to see the events that athletes choose to do. A couple, the 800 that we'll see a little bit later on. If Mark English has also entered into the 400, we know he's the man who can put down a quick one lap. So, like that, it'll be interesting to see how things unfold in terms of the entries. But everything's as it stands here in the race walk. Matthew Glennon from Mullingar Harriers still in second, the man who's returned the 4th fastest time this year. It's behind Jake O'Brien, an athlete who's not here today, but and also competed at the European Under-23 Championships a couple of weeks ago. Shane Lane is the 2nd fastest time this year, 41.54. And a very, very high caliber athlete. Of course, you'll see his younger sister Aisling Lane in the women's 5,000 metre race walk in a couple of moments' time. So, a very well suited race walking family. Aisling Lane, of course, not here today, just a field of 3. Ross Alexander still in 3rd place of Kilkill AC. You said 45-year-old athlete. Great to see him still here competing at the national championships. Back in the day, he was a man who was fond of a good mountain run race. But now that's David Kenny coming through with 9 laps to go. Through there in about 25.34. He's looked as strong as he did once the gun went off. He's looking really, really smooth. We'll have our man Michael Boland to catch up with him at the screen. It's, once he finishes his remaining laps.
Yeah, just looking here at the heat draws for the women's 200. So as you would expect with the seeding, Irene Mulsey, Sarah Lavin and Lauren Roy all in separate heats. So they're should give them clear passage to the final. The first top 2 to go through, and then the 2 fastest there after through to the final. Let's look forward to around about half an hour.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's always great to have a high caliber final on the first day of these national championships as well. Of course, it'll be a busy one tomorrow, but having the likes of your Charlene and Sarah in a possible final on day 1, of course, we won't give them the smooth, definite entry in yet. There's so many athletes in there fighting for those positions, but it's really, really great to have a potentially high caliber final on day 1 of these 123.ie National Track and Field Championships. That being said, you've 2 opening up today with the men and women's race walk between the 10,000 for the men and the 5,000 for the women. They'll follow shortly after the men's heats at the 200 metres. Well, there's David Kenny again, keeping an eye on the splits. Like Rory mentioned, I'm sure he has a time in mind that he'll be going for. And who's knows his way around this track in the national championships like not many other that we'll see over the next 2 days.
Field event is the men's triple jump. We have 12 athletes, and the order in which they will jump. From St Brennan's AC, Kerry O'Malley. And from the inside Dublin, Darren McConville.
Oh, just been introduced now to the men's triple jump field just on the far side of the track. We'll of course be bringing you live updates for that event, and of course once that's getting underway to bring you all the entries. But those men are warmed up and they're being introduced to the crowd here in Moran Stadium. But we can see here just on our side of the track here, just along the home straight, we will have our first presentation, Rory, of the weekend.
Yeah, first presentation of the 123.ie National Senior Championships. And so the presentation will be made by Athletics Ireland, former president of Athletics Ireland, Liam Hennessy, and the newly elected president as a couple of months ago, Breed Golden of Ferrybank AC. And congratulations to Breed as she takes over from John Cronin. A huge honour for her, and I'm sure a special weekend for Breed. She's doing a fantastic job in the role so far, so congratulations to Breed.
Breed Golden, first president of Athletics Ireland. In third place, the best throw of 11 metres, 23 centimetres.
So third place, bronze medalist in the women's shot put, it's Solana Frattaroli of Limerick AC with a best throw of 11.23. Silver goes to Cueva Gallen of Liverstrabane AC with a best throw of 12 metres and 40 centimetres. And our first national champion that will crown here this weekend is Niamh Fogarty of Raheny Shamrock AC with a best throw of 14 metres and 29 centimetres. So congratulations to those ladies.
And good to see Alana's baby making her way onto the podium as well. Never know, in a couple of years' time she may be claiming a shot put medal of her own.
Absolutely.
Yeah, first medal ceremony done and dusted for the weekend. It's always nice to break the ice early in the weekend and get the medals flowing early on. Always gets the crowd involved, so it's great to see. And well done, of course, to our 3 medalists in the women's shot put. And as the camera pans back to our men's race walk, 6 to go for David Kenny. Just under 2.4k there. It's Matthew Glennon as well coming up. Yeah, have I believe 8 laps to go. Yep, 8 laps to go for Matthew Glennon. David Kenny is getting around this track quicker than the remaining 2 athletes in the field, and like I said, he looks just as strong as from when the gun went off. He's a really, really strong athlete, especially at these national championships. Like I mentioned, these championships bring a level of comfort and nerves compared to what you get. Maybe it's just more nerves, Rory, when you get onto an international stage, but there's a certain level of possible comfort here.
Yeah, a bit of comfort, but I know a lot of athletes do mention the extra nerves with friends and family, etc. in the crowd on Nationals weekend, so yeah, they do have that in mind, I guess, that their family, their friends, they're doing it for their clubs as well, so definitely adds that element of pressure.
That seemed to be affecting David Kenny though, as he came around with 6 laps remaining. Comes back in, he'll have 5 to go, but camera just
2k.
Yeah, 2k to go. Camera currently on Ross Alexander there. Cool Quill AC man coming in with a listed personal best of 52 minutes, which over 10 kilometres is definitely no slog by any means.
So we'll introduce the field for the men's triple jump competition, which is commencing on the back straight. In this competition, we will have Owen Mallock of St Brendan's AC in Kerry, Darren McConville of Dundrum South Dublin, who is just jumping in shot now, Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley, David Onwediwi of Ennis Track, Dara Fahy, a very talented junior athlete of Rockcray AC, Michael McCarthy Senior of Dunor Harriers, Joshua Knox of City of Lisburn, Cameron Shield of St Killian's AC in Wexford, Aaron O'Connor of Limerick Track, Jamie Kennedy of Tyrconnell, Promise Jaluosho of Ennis Track, and Dennis Finnegan, the Masters athlete from Onreacht AC in County Kerry. So on the runway now we have Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley, so in the opening round of this men's triple jump, Darren McConville just before him there from Dundrum South Dublin, jumping 12 metres 32, and a foul on his first jump for Owen Mallock of St Brendan's. But this is McConville. Sorry, this is Gillespie, Joseph Gillespie there jumping from Finn Valley AC. Apologies. Next on the runway, one of the favourites for the competition, David Onwediwi of Ennis Track, County Clare. So on his approach down the runway, and now he's just going to run through there. So he'll get the red flag.
Interesting to know, Rory, our first 3 competitions opening up our 123.ie National Track and Field Championships of 2025. We'll see 3 new national champions. Of course, in the men's race walk, Oisin Lane took the title last year. Similar to the women's shot put, seen Ciara Sheeny of Emerald AC, also TCU athlete, came away and claimed the national title there with a great throw of 14.20 metres. And then just now with our men's triple jump getting underway, Jane Benson, Lagan Valley AC man, won it with a 14.34 metre jump. So I'm sure we'll see many new national champions as the 2 days unfold, but as it stands, our opening 3 events, we'll see 3 new national champions compared to last year's winners. So always good to see.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're always special to win. So in the men's triple jump, Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley AC jumped 13.21 to take the lead. As we saw, David Onduwadiwe of Ennis Track with a foul in his first jump, and if I've heard correctly there on the PA from Pora Kelly in the infield, Dara Fahy jumping, yes, this came up on my screen here as well, jumping 13 metres and 73. So the Galway athlete leaps his way into the lead at the moment in the opening stages of the triple jump.
Well, we're very much towards the end now of this men's 10,000 metre race walk. David Kenny just came through the line with 2 laps to go. So he seems to be moving along nicely. He'll be taking over Matthew Glennon for the 3rd time. Actually, then we'll have, seems 5 possible laps to go for Matthew Glennon. I think maybe a couple more for Ross Alexander from Cool Quill. Maybe 6 or 7 to go for him, but nonetheless, the man at the moment in this men's 10,000 metre race walk is David Kenny. He's claiming his 10th national title, Rory, so he's into double figures now. So it's look, as you start to rack in the national titles, these kind of landmarks, I suppose, and you get to, you know, your first one, your third one, your fifth one, and now for David Kenny, he's on to his 10th one here today.
Yeah, pretty impressive getting into the double figures. We'll see plenty of that during the weekend. I think the athlete with the most here this weekend, and I stand corrected, is Sarah Buggy, who was going in the women's triple jump and the women's long jump. My understanding is she has 22 to her name. She's looking to add 23 and 24 in terms of national senior titles to that collection this weekend. So one to watch.
Now, here we go as the crowd ramps up. David Kenny, he takes the bell. He will be your Wintertree.ie National Track and Field men's 10,000 metre race walk champion, our first track medal of the weekend. Took the bell there in about 38.15, so he's moving very, very well. As we mentioned, coming into this race as national leader, so possibly a time that he had on his mind, looking to take down his season's best as his season continues on for another month and a half or so. A lot of athletes come to the national championships with, you know, happy to round out their season here, possibly get on a national podium and call it a day there. But for many athletes with a year like this, and especially a year like last year with an Olympic season that goes on for our some of our names here today, David Kenny coming through with 200 metres to go. Make sure to keep an eye on the clock as he comes into the home straight. But David Kenny from the gun.
Yeah, you should go nicely under the 40 minutes here, Killian, which is impressive walking. Of course, national record and the championship record here held by Rob Parfinen 17 years ago. I saw Rob shared a photo of that there the other day. That stands at 13.8.27.57. So David Kenny won't beat that today, but the Clarence Ford Main Valley AC athlete from County Kerry, the engineer, is going to come through and take our first national title of the weekend in 39 minutes 39 seconds, 0.93, and he puts the finger up in the air in delight. Great walking there from David Kenny.
Yeah, it is indeed. Just outside his own personal best, and of course the fastest time this year as well for an Irishman. So, a nice way to pick up your 10th national title by adding a few more credentials along with it. 39.39 for David Kenny. As we can see, Matthew Glennon, who's currently in second place here in the Mullingar Harriers vest. I believe he might have 3 laps to go. In a couple of moments, of course, we'll have our own Michael down trackside with David to be the first to chat to him as he picks up his 10th national title, like we mentioned.
Yeah, I stand corrected, Cillian, but I think that might be a personal best for David Kenny. What I have on my system shows 40. I think it's a seed time, not a personal best. Yeah, his seed time, yeah. So, gave a seed time of 39.30 and came in at 39.39, so that's impressive going. Personal best to his name, according to our system here, of 40.20.63, so he's absolutely smashed that by some 40 seconds. So that was set back in 2023, 2 years ago with these champs, so that'll give him loads of confidence, no doubt, as he heads into the rest of his season with Tokyo very much on the cards, all going well. As we look back then at the men's triple jump, I believe this is the Ennis Track Athlete Promise Jodawil show. Loughrea AC's Dara Fahy remains the leader with 13.73 to his name so far. An athlete who would be looking for his first national senior title, still only 18 years old, born in 2007. But last to jump should be Dennis Finnegan of Anariacht AC, County Kerry. Trailblazing Masters athlete. So here goes Dennis. Here I've just seen his Kerry counterpart David Kenny take gold in the 10,000 metre race walk. Gets the white flag by the looks of things there.
We're Matthew Glennon entering the home straight. Leave. Maybe taking the bell now. If he hasn't already. If we missed while we were over to triple jump, but if I willing to stand corrected there, but he may be taking the bell now to indicate his final lap. There we go. Matthew Glennon taking the bell now. 30. Men's 10,000 metre race walk to claim second.
Yeah, just in that men's triple jump, Cillian, a 13 metre 19 centimetre jump for Dennis Finnegan of Anriach AC. So he'll move into the bronze medal position after the opening round. Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley sitting in second with 13.21. And as I mentioned, Dara Fahy of Loughrea leads the way with a best of 13.73. But again, very, very early stages so far in that competition.
first one there of the men's triple jump. Fatty of Lochrain Club is in the lead with a best time of 13.73 metres. In second place, Joseph Gillespie of Kin Valley with 13.21. And third place then Dennis Finnegan of Alweir with 13.19.
So just looking back to on the track there, it's final 100 metres now for the Mullingar Harriers man Matthew Glennon. So he's going to come down his home straight to take the silver medal in the men's 10,000 metre race walk at the 123 National Senior Track and Field Championships, and he'll do so taking the acclaim of the crowd here. The main stand filling up here nicely. So Matthew Glennon comes through to take it, the silver medal, and just Ross Alexander of Cooleyquill AC still out there.
Yeah. Congratulations to Matthew Glennon. Inside his PB, but nonetheless I'm sure he'll be happy to find his way back onto a national podium like many of the athletes here this weekend. It's championship racing really, Rory. Once you find your way onto the podium, that's the main thing.
Yep, the silverware in the bag at the end of the day. So looking back at this men's triple jumps, this is David Onwudui. Foul in the first round. Let's see if he can get a mark in this time. Our competition leader is next up. That's Dara Fahy, the 18-year-old Lochrain AC athlete. Has been dominant in the triple jump in juvenile events and national juniors. And now looking to win a maiden senior title. .13.73 in the first round. We'll see if he can better it this time. So David Onwudui of Ennis Track, he's taking the lead now. National Senior Indoor Champion in the men's triple jump. He's got jump 13.89 there, so he's their new leader. We'll wait for Dara Fahy's second round mark to show up. But next up we have Michael McCarthy Senior of Dunor Harriers, the Dublin club. Dara Fahy jumping 13.91 there, which pushes him up into the lead. So it looks like we're locked in, Killian, for an exciting men's triple jump competition if the early opening two rounds are anything to go by.
Yeah, definitely. David, unfortunate to fail on the first jump, but he really pulled it back with a 13.89 there in the second. And then Dara Fahy really not letting him build any sort of lead, coming back with a 13.91. So the Lochrain AC man versus the Ennis Track AC man. Like you said, Rory, it's really teeing up to be an exciting competition, so we'll keep an eye on that as it continues to unfold. But yeah, some really, really strong jumps so far by these two men. Yeah, the Dunor Harriers AC, Michael McCarthy Senior there, jumping 12.27 for his second jump. Unfortunate as well to fail on his opening round, but coming in strong with a 12.27.
Yeah, this is Joshua Knox now of City of Lisburn.
Well, into the second round now of the men's triple jump. 13.91 for Tarfahi in the second round. So that extends his lead. David Monadude had a big jump too in the second round. 13.89. So they are champion in the second place now overall. Joseph Gillespie with 13.15. He's still in third place.
I get Joshua Knox and City Lisburn ACs score in once the officials are happy with that.
Michael Awajiki holding the national lead in the men's triple jump with 15 metres and 27 centimetres. A PB, I believe. Michael represented Ireland at the European Team Championships in Maribor at the end of June.
Now, Ross Alexander, Cool Quill AC, taking the bell for his final lap of the men's 10,000 metre race walk.
Yeah, next up in the triple jump, it's Camera's Shield of St. Killian's AC in Wexford. Really good speed there coming through there for Cameron. 12.49 in his opening round jump.
And there's a very, very light breeze flowing through Morton Stadium this afternoon, which is possibly unusual for the grounds that we're in, but I'm sure many of the athletes will be happy enough with that, especially the ones that are possibly out on the track a little bit longer. They'll be appreciative.
Yeah, not quite seeing wind readings on the home straight at the moment. There is a wind reader down there, but we'll wait until the sprints get underway to take a look at those. Seems to be a little breeze. Maybe it's not showing up on the live stream on the back straight where our triple jumpers are jumping. Non-existent apparently, but we'll see if that's correct.
Joshua Knox there. City Lisburn man unfortunate to get a second foul. And then just after him was Cameron Shield, 11.71.
And this is Aaron O'Connor of Limerick Track Club. Only set up recently. A kind of big loping stride there on Aaron O'Connor. 12.38 in the first round. So into the home straight comes Ross Alexander, Kilquill AC. He's going to be our final medalist in the men's 10,000 metre walk. So a Masters athlete is Ross Alexander, so well done to him. National senior medal in the bag. He's in his 40s, 45 I believe.
45, yeah.
So. Four kids I'm told. Pretty impressive.
4 kids, 45, national masters win here today. So
shout out to his wife Laura, I'm being told. Hello to Laura if you're watching at home, which I'm sure you are.
I think there's a tip connection up here in the commentary box.
Our guys are Limerick. We won't.
Very good.
Sure. It's a small world. We're learning of connections now to Ross Alexander here in the commentary box. So David says he's going to stop now.
It's not coming from a tip connection anyway.
So Killian, a few minutes to go now before
yes.
our women's 200 metre heats, and Charlene Maudsley will go on the first one, and I just see Charlene heading out onto the track down below us. She's sporting the white bow this afternoon.
I suppose accessory that we've seen come alive in the summer really of 2024 following the European Track and Field Championships in Rome as part of that women's relay team, and then of course became a real staple in the Paris Olympic Games where we've seen our women's 4x4 make it all the way to the final, and it really has inspired the future generations of it in terms of looking good, feeling good. I think that's the phrase our athletes like to use.
That is the phrase, and I believe our sponsors 123.ie are kindly handing out bows this weekend. So if you are coming to Santry tomorrow and you would like a bow, 123.ie will be down near the finish line, and we'll be on hand to hand out bows. So a nice little accessory to go home with.
Yeah, definitely.
Killian, will we get one for you up here?
Maybe. If we get a camera up here in the commentary box, you might see me with a bow on. But or even if I'm down getting a reel, I might
stick the bow on.
Stick the bow on. And if member of staff from 123.ie hands you a bow,
wear it with pride.
Wear it with pride. And if you won't wear it, I'm sure there's someone will. So pick it up and hand it out. But like you said, Charlene Maudsley in this first heat of the women's 200 metres. Of course, she's also entered into her classic distance of the 400 metres that we always love to see her race in, where Irish athletics has been really growing from at a rapid rate on both the men's and, of course, most certainly the women's side. But she's dropped down half the distance, and a real battle between herself and Sarah Lavin. Hopefully, if we see them safely through to this afternoon's final.
So, Killian, another medal presentation coming up here. It's the men's 10,000 metre walk.
Yes, the first one from the track of the weekend. Quickly before the men make their way onto the podium, of course, we had David Kenny taking a comfortable win there, and what was a new PB, new national lead for 2025, claiming his 10th national title once he gets the medal around his neck. So very, very exciting stuff. Chatting to Michael, he's looking to catch up possibly with David a little bit later on. A story of a double-digit national medal, definitely not to go unnoticed. So a huge, huge congratulations to him as these men make their way behind the podium in their respective orders. Jamie Cosson, former Olympian.
Yeah, nice that Jamie can present David, the athlete he coaches, with his medal.
So third place from Cool AC, Ross Alexander.
Yeah, so Ross Alexander, he takes the acclaim of the crowd. He's our bronze medalist here.
In second, from Mullingar Harriers, Matthew Glennon.
Matthew Glennon, who just a couple of weeks ago, Killian, competed at those European Under-23 Championships in Bergen. Just a fortnight ago, he takes the silver medal.
Yeah, good.
And an athlete who we will hopefully be seeing in Tokyo later this year. And our national champion for 2025 at the 123.ie National Senior Championships is David Kenny of Farn 4 Main Valley in County Kerry.
Getting a national medal around his neck, Rory, for the 10th time. So, huge congratulations. And it looks like our female high jumper is just to the right of us here as action starts to unfold from every corner of the track. Our women's high jumpers bringing their gear out and getting ready for the beginning of their competition. And of course, as we get the opportunity a little bit later on, Rory will tune in to that event.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes here, Killian, until we get underway in our senior women's 200 metre heats. So great excitement and interest here, where we see one of the stars of the championships taking part. And we'll sure she'll get a massive roar as her name is introduced by Fintan Riley here now. Yeah, so a big roar for Charlene. She'll go in lane 5, the Newport AC athlete. Lane 4 on her inside, Isabel Doyle of Rathfarnham WSAS. In lane 6, Rosianna McGuicken of City of Lisburn. In lane 7, Piva Cronin of Michaela AC. And in lane 8 will be Grania O'Sullivan of Bray Runners.
Yeah, Quiva Cronin, another strong 200 metre and 400 metre athlete in this field.
Yeah, so the top two in this one advancing through to the final, which is a little bit later this afternoon after 3 o'clock. And the next two non-fastest automatic qualifiers will also advance, but we're looking very, very closely at lane 5, where Charlene Maudsley will not be running away from former Tipperary hurlers this afternoon. I was talking to Charlene earlier, and I think everyone's keen to get that quip in. So we'll say it now, and we'll try not to mention it again.
We won't dwell on it, but we definitely get it in there. And of course, we were mentioning how immaculate her form Rory looked in comparison to her competitors on the day. So
yeah, it was really tidy. You can see the work that herself and Coach Tony Lester have been doing on that, I'm sure.
Yeah, and it's great that we get to see that form here again today over the 200 metres, not only on the streets of Tipperary. But look, heat number 1, Rory, of the women's 200 metres.
Yeah, Doyle in lane 4, Maudsley in lane 5, McGuicken in lane 6, Cronin in lane 7, and O'Sullivan in lane number 8 as they take to their blocks. And the crowd's silenced here in Santry, heat 1 of the women's 200 metres. So away first time, and you will see Charlene Maudsley of Newport AC eating up the ground on Rosianna McGuicken of City of Lisburn on her outside. Cuipa Cronin also going well there, the Lekela AC athlete, but Charlene Maudsley's got a nice comfortable lead, and one would suspect now that she'll be able to ease off the pedal now and advance to the final later on today. So Charlene easing through in 23.89 on the clock. Rosianna McGuicken getting second, and Cuipa Cronin third. She'll have to wait to see whether she's done enough to get through.
Yeah, what a run. 8 up that stagger. And McGuigan on the outside of her. Pretty much straight away over those first couple of steps. Let's hear there, Rory, coming into the last 50 metres.
Yeah, powering down the home straight there. A big victory for Charlene. 23.89 on the clock. Maybe that's a minus 2.3 wind, is it, Killian, on our screen there?
Yeah, looks to be. So we're finally getting a wind there.
The Santry wind, of course, blowing into their faces, making it that little bit harder. But yeah, 23.89 is a good winning time for Charlene.
Yeah, definitely. She looked really, really strong. Not slow by any stretch of the imagination, but that elegant form of Charlene Maudsley and how quickly she made up the stagger on the rest of the field just made it look like she was cruising all the way on the line that we've seen in our great replay there. So really looking forward to seeing her in the final a little bit later on. But the action continues. As we mentioned a little bit earlier, the women's 200 metres is shaping up to be quite a battle, as heat 2 are heading out to set their blocks.
So if you're going forward to dinner, please let your friends know that we're live streaming today's event. That's our YouTube channel there, where you can see the events, track and field, and live streamed with commentary. Don't forget tomorrow then we'll be on party 2 from 5 o'clock to 7:30.
So we'll just take a flick back down to our men's triple jump in just a second. So 2 rounds into this men's triple jump competition, and it's still Dara Fahy leading the way. This looks like City of Lisburn, west of Joshua Knox on the runway preparing to jump. It's a good speed as he powers down here. Still leading the way in that one is Dara Fahy, 13.91 so far. Third round jump's not with us at the moment, but we will keep you posted. And Killian, you will take us through the second heat of the women's 200 metres.
Well, indeed, yeah, like you said, big names through each of these heats in the women's 200 metres. On the inside in lane 3, Anna Lawler of UCD AC, an athlete who also competes over the 400 but dropping down to the 2, suffered a couple of hamstring injuries over the past year or so, but good to see her back racing on the national level. Keely O'Connor from Clarny Valley AC, of course Lauren Roy, part of that women's 4x100 metre team that set a new national record, so an athlete who will be looking to get safely through this second heat in the women's 200 metres. Just on the outside of her, Aisling Kelly, DCU and Rathout AC athlete Lorena Harrison in lane 7, and Nanisnain Kabongo from Tala AC on the outside in lane 8 to round off heat 2 the women's 200 metres. These women are away first time, and it's lane number 5 of Lauren Roy, Fast Twitch AC, who's made up the stagger really quickly on the rest of the field, similar to Charlene Maudsley in heat number 1 as she cruises away from the rest of the field. Just behind her it's Aisling Kelly, the UCD AC athlete, but heat number 2 is all about Lauren Roy. She eases up towards the line. What a season she's been having, 24.49 for her to secure her spot, Rory, in later on's final.
Yeah, Lauren looked good there. European team champs, Northern Irish records this year, World University Games, I think was she 11th overall. And yeah, legal time there, coming up 24.49 I think, with a minus 1.7 win, so that will be legal. And I'm sure Lauren will be pretty pleased with that.
But it is really teeing up to be a great final. A little bit later on, of course, we have Sarah Lavin up in the next heat. Emerald AC athlete, a woman who's we've seen outside of the hurdles on a few occasions so far, maybe more than others this season. Obviously, a huge part on that women's 4x100 metre relay team that set a new national record.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to see our top athletes stepping into those relays, and I know that women's 4x1, coached by Gary Ryan, did a lot of work, came up just short of breaking the national record in Maribor, but then did it at the London Diamond League, which is a notoriously quick track there at that London Olympic Stadium. So you had Sarah Leahy, Lauren Roy, Ciara Neville and Sarah Lavin, the two Emerald AC training partners there, both coached by Noelle Morrissey. So really good to see that record being broken. Sarah's also been in PB form in the 200 metres this year, so I think with a view to Tokyo and with a view to multiple rounds in multiple days, that's why she's decided to step into the 200 this weekend and test where she's at. So it'll be interesting to see how exactly she gets on, but she'll definitely push Maudsley all the way. If you're going off purely off season's best, I think there's only maybe 700 separating them, Killian.
Yeah, and look, it's great to see that, you know, even though our athletes may be going into somewhat of unorthodox distances, they're kind of following each other, so we're not losing that depth as athletes decide to change the event that they're doing. Do you know what I mean? Even if we, you know, don't see Charlene in the 400 and get that battle that we've seen over, you know, in terms of the depth that we've had in the 400 over the past 2 years, we get to see three great athletes line up, whatever that distance may be, and it's great to see them in the 200 metres between Lauren, Charlene and Sarah. So it's great to see that we're not losing that depth and that competitiveness in other distances as athletes maybe go into slightly unorthodox distances here at the National Championships this weekend. Yeah,
23.31, Sarah Lavin's personal best set at the IFAM meeting in Brussels there back in May. Line up for this one in lane 3, we'll have Eva Griffin of Crusaders AC. In lane 4, Shelley Smith, Father Murphy AC. Lane 5, Sarah Lavin, Emerald AC. Lane 6, Alana Ryan, Sheculan AC, an athlete who raced sparingly indoors but has gone well in the 200 metres under 24 seconds this summer. Sheculan AC. Ford of Dundrum South Dublin AC is in lane 7. And Lana Sutton of UCD AC is in lane 8, an athlete who will be hoping to qualify for the LA 2028 Paralympic Games. That first women's 200 metre heat into a minus 2.6 metre per second wind. Charlene Maudsley taking in 23.89, Rosanna McGuicken, City of Lisburn AC 25.17, and in third, Cueva Cronin AC 25.54. We'll bring you Heat 2 results as soon as we can.
In lane 5, Sarah Lavin, Arnold Lacey. In lane 6, Alan Ramsey Good. Lane 7, lane 4, Dunmore.
Yeah, but like you said, Rory, going purely off season's best, you know, Sarah Lavin over this distance seems to be the stronger of the two. Now we know Charlene Modsey can put down a really, really fast 200 metres, so like I said, it's teeing up to be a great battle, but season's best. Sarah Lavin's looking really, really strong, considering, you know, she does so much hurdle work over the years. They're like, to come down and, you know, go up the distance and take the hurdles out of the equation, to see her running so well over 200 metres this season, it's really, really exciting.
Of course, very important to have that strength that goes hand in hand with the sprint hurdling. Such, I guess, an abrasive event. Last year's national title holder, of course, Phil Healy. She won it in 23:42. Phil opting for the 400 metres solely this weekend, and will have her eye set on retaining her women's relay place, which will all be up for grabs. We'll see the heats of those later on. So athletes here standing behind their blocks. In 3, Griffin, 4, Smith, 5, Lavin, 6, Ryan, 7, Ford, and 8, Sutton. Nervous few moments, I'm sure, for these athletes as they just remain patient.
It's got to be the worst part of the race, Rory, really. Waiting, like, as soon as the gun goes off, the nerves fade, but that kind of waiting around, you're trying to do everything you can to stay warm, especially over these sprint distances. Quite tense moments, especially if you're, you know, lining up beside Sarah Lavin and can't really do much but wait behind your blocks. It's quite tense.
Yeah, two-time Olympian now, Sarah. Olympic semi-finalist in Paris, and of course national record holder in the 100-metre hurdles in Budapest in 2023. She finally broke Derval O'Rourke's national record. It wasn't too far for final place that day, but I know just how much that meant to Sarah to break the national record in Budapest. And of course the hurdles traditionally on the Saturday of these championships, but moved to Sunday, so we'll see the hurdles in the live television window, and of course you'll be able to watch around the world and at home on your TV on YouTube, on the Athletics Ireland YouTube channel. So it's a bit of a hold here, and the wind seems to pick up.
And talking about Sarah's form, her season's best, obviously putting her 9th in the all-time list, in the Irish all-time list. So, you know, we've been chatting about her form. Kind of, she's up there with, you know, some prestigious names, of course. Rashid at the top of that list, and to be 9th, you know, in a event like you said, Rory, though, the strength from the hurdles does carry over definitely into the 200 metres. But to, you know, put down a season's best at PB and then come into these national championships ranked 9th all-time on the Irish list over a distance that, you know, wouldn't be your go-to, or the one that we see Sarah in, you know, year in, year out. It's going to give her great confidence over the weekend.
Absolutely, we'll give you the music abruptly cuts off there, very abruptly, which means it's a sign it's time to go for these girls. But we'll keep you updated with the men's triple jump as well after this race, and I'll give you Heat 2 200-metre results as well. We might be able to do a bit of calculations. Killian and Crack, who's going to get the 2 non-fastest automatic qualifying spots. So called to their marks: Eva Griffin, Crusaders; Shelley Smith, Father Murphy; Sarah Lavin, Emerald; Alana Ryan, Shlee Coolan; Eve Ford, Dundrum South Dublin; and Lana Sutton of UCD. And they're away first time, and it is a really good start from Sarah Lavin, who's got away well, as Alana Ryan of Shlee Coolan. Also going well there, Shelley Smith Father Murphy, but into the home straight, and Sarah Lavin is powering down it, and she's going to go through and take victory in this one. She watched the clock easing to the line in 23.71 from Alana Ryan in second, and close to see who got up there for third or fourth between Eve Ford and Shelley Smith of Father Murphy, but no doubt about the winner. 23.71 for Sarah Lavin, and that's the job done. The box ticked, and she'll be back here in a couple of hours, Killian.
Yeah, she will indeed. Like we keep referring back to, it's teeing up to be a great one. Of course, Lauren Sutton, just the back of that field. When we chat about Olympians, we also chat about Paralympians, who has her eyes very much set on LA 2028, the Paralympic Games. So we used to the athletes who's coming on really, really strong as the season progresses, and she's definitely moving up the ranks in her categories. But I suppose that heat was all about Sarah Lavin, and she's cruised her way, similar to Lauren and Charlene in the first 2 weeks. She's cruised her way to later on's final.
Yeah, Eve Ford getting up for third in that one. Just to give you the results of Heat 2, into a minus 1.9 metre per second wind. So just barely legal. Lauren Roy taking it from Fast Twitch AC, 24.49. Ashton Kelly second of UCDAC, 25.18, advancing to the final. And then Irina Harrison third, 25.27, which should be enough to make the final of the Retote AC athlete, but we'll confirm that in a few minutes.
In the first heat of the men's 200 metres, Alex Ryan of the Olympic in lane 2, Conrad Dare of Northtown in lane 3, Jack Callan of Robinson Harriers in lane 4.
Actually have those results there, Killian. So 23.71, Sarah Lavin Emerald AC, minus 0.9 metre per second win. And second to Lana Ryan, she Coolin, 24.87. And in third, Eve Ford of Dundro in South Dublin, 25.61. So let me do some quick maths and tell you that Lorena Harrison is through from Retote, 25.27. And joining her in the final will be, and I'm not saying this confidently, but I think it is Quiva Cronin of Lekela AC with 25.54. I think there are two fastest non-automatic qualifiers for the final, which takes place at 20 past 3, yes. So just over 2 hours.
Very, very exciting. And of course, we'll give the official start list for that women's 200 metre finals a little bit later on once that comes in. Of course, I work from all of our officials and staff here who are putting together the start list and taking in all the results and putting out the live results as we speak, making myself and Rory's job a little bit easier as the day unravels. But you can see the camera currently focusing on heat 1 of the men's 200 metres. 8 heats in comparison to the 3 from the women's. Oh, very much action-packed. The man that we mentioned a little bit earlier on, Marcus Lawler, Clonliffe Harriers AC, just with his home clubhouse behind him there. In lane 2 we have Alex Ryan, lane 3 Conor Adair, lane 4 Jack Kinane, lane 5 Kieran Boyle, lane 6 Marcus Lawler, lane 7 Carl Crosby, and on the outside in lane number 8 we have Delapo Cush from Tullamore Harriers AC. This is heat number 1 of the men's 200 metres. And they're away first time. Keep an eye on Marcus Lawler, who's making up the stagger, and Carl Crosby on his outside pretty much over the first couple of steps as he comes in to the home straight with a substantial lead over the rest of the field. The athlete who's ranked third in the all-time Irish list over this distance, coming in with a huge PB compared to the rest of the field, and he smoothly made his way through the first heat of the men's 200 metres. 21.03 the time on the clock, but not too much to ask of Marcus Lawler there.
Yeah, great running from Marcus. Slightly rounded down, I think, there. The Clonliffe Harriers athlete, the Carlo man. And and Regional Development Officer for Athletics Ireland in Kilkenny and Carlow, Tokyo Olympian of course as well. So really good running there from Marcus. Only the 8 fastest times here through to the finals, so one would suspect that will be enough, but for seeded heats, so you would generally expect the first athlete in each to advance, but of course not exactly a given. Just looking back at the men's triple jump, and to give you an update on that competition, it is still Dara Fahy of Loughrea FC who leads the way with 13.91. David Onwudue of Ennis Track in second with a best of 13.89 so far. And then in third, Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley AC, who has jumped 13.40 to date. Good, thank you.
Qualifiers for the women's 200 metres as follows. On the first heat, Sharon Mosley of Newport qualifies, and Rosanna McGuffin of City of Lisbon. They're the automatic qualifiers. Keith Cronin of McKenna then is one of the fastest remaining athletes qualifying for the final. We're off from beat 1. From beat 2, we had Robert Roy of Fastpitch Atletico, Ashton Petty of UCD Atletico, and Marina Harrison of Cahoe was qualified for the final. And from the beat 3, Sarah Lavin of Emerald and Alana Ryan.
Okay, I think we're going to go down to Michael now.
Okay, we're down here with Dennis Finnegan, who is just after putting on a beautiful jump, and he's just analysing his technique here on the phone. But how was that for you?
That one was alright. That was a foul, unfortunately. So, I'm in 5th place at the moment, so I need another 30 centimetres to get into the medal, so hopefully that will happen.
Oh, so you're right thereabouts. And I tell you, I was looking at the camera, it was less than half a centimetre foul.
Yeah, so I think next one, if I just go for it, hopefully, that was a better jump, definitely. So we'll see.
Okay, so 5th place at the moment, and there's some good young guys here now at the moment, isn't there? It's a really great field.
Yeah, very good. I mean, Dara Fahy's winning at the moment, 13.91, so I'd say top 2, 3 should go over 14 metres, so yeah, should get a bit better, I'd say, with these last few rounds.
Ideal conditions, isn't it? Because the wind is behind you, the sun is shining, there's a warmth off the track at the minute, isn't there?
Yeah, it's really good for jumping, actually. That wind behind us is great, so and the temperature are perfect, so yeah, good day.
And any other standout performers there that you're looking out for?
David Onwudue, who won the indoors, he's in 2nd place, so it's very close at the moment between the top 2.
Well, good luck anyway, Dennis.
Second heat of the men's 200 metres, James Sullivan, Selbridge, Ethan Clark, Dunboyne, Dylan King, UCD, Craig Newell, Ballymena and Antrim, Dannon Long and Escorthy, Dara Donoghue, Anna Lee and Kajukima Ogbene of Titans. So they are away, and Craig Newell of Ballymena and Antrim has got off to a really powerful start there. Also going well, Dara Donoghue of Anna Lee. So Dara Donoghue of Anna Lee leading the way. But here comes Craig Newell coming through nicely, and Dannon Long trying to fight back, but Craig Newell will take this one in 22.08.
So 22.07 left, Craig Newell, Dannon Long of Escorthy, 22.26.
So Craig Newell. Okay, we're going to hand back down to Michael now, who is at the triple jump.
And this man is sitting in 2nd place at the minute. David Onwudue. And best so far of 13.89, and it's really heating up. This is round 4 of the men's triple jump, and at the minute there's a fantastic competition between David and the young gentleman right behind him, Dara Fahy. the Loughrea AC, a man from Ennis and a man from Loughrea, 2 boys from the west of Ireland, and they are giving it everything out here. Look at that first stride. There is some power, I tell you, when you can see this trackside. Whoa, very, very high in that first step, and looks like he's feeling that one a little bit. Potentially gave it a little bit too much. Takes a bit of a knee there. Looks like he's in a little bit of pain, and that is part of athletics. Unfortunately, you're always on the edge. We'll see if we can grab a word from David in a minute to get an update on what's going on with that ankle or foot or whatever it is that's hurting him. But it looks like the leader is going to take to the track straight away. So Dara Fahy, Loughrea AC, best of 13.91. He's in the lead by just 2 centimetres. So fantastic competition down here. As I said earlier, the wind is perfect. It's warm, the sun is shining. There's a warmth rising up off the track. At the minute, there's a plus 1.7 wind, so a legal wind. This man is the under 19 champion. Very different first step, very slow, deliberate, beautiful jump though, full commitment, gave it everything. Doesn't look like he's 100% satisfied with that one, but we'll wait to see what shows up on the results. Let's see if we can grab this man here. How's that for you? Happy?
Oh, delighted, yeah.
Yeah, how's it going so far? You're the under 19 champion, and now you're fighting for a senior title.
Yeah, it feels great now.
Yeah.
It's just I don't feel any pressure really, because it's
nothing to lose.
Big ask for me, so I've nothing to lose, and that's where I perform best, I think.
Good man, and you're all the way from Loughrea.
Yeah, all the way in Galway now, so.
Yeah, it's great to see a few boys from the west coming over, isn't it?
Oh sure, it is ideal really, like.
Taking over.
Could do with 3 more of us, but for now this will do, like.
You're leading the way anyway, so you have 2 more jumps in you. How are you feeling? How's the body? You think you've got a PB in you?
Body's good, it'd be big ask for a PB, but I think, if I dig deep, I think I can definitely come out with something.
Well, very good luck to you, okay, and hopefully we'll catch you again afterwards.
Thanks a million.
Great to hear from Michael down at the men's triple jump. But as we come back to the heats of the men's 200 metres, in lane 2 we've Evan Tully, lane 3 we've Luke Clinton, lane 4 Matthew Knight, lane number 5 the Tullamore Harriers man made his senior debut at the World Relay Championships a little bit earlier this year, where of course our man Rory Cassidy was out in the mix zone. So definitely man to keep an eye on. Lane number 5 Adam Murphy is going to be, he's made 17 national finals, the Turnland AC man, coming in with PB 21.34. The outside of him Luke Russell in lane 7 and Brendan O'Leary in lane number 8. Just keep an eye on lane number 5 Aaron Keane. He's had an unfortunate time in injury, but looking to make his way possibly back to another national final. They're all away cleanly first time, and it's a great start by Aaron Keane in lane number 5. Just on his outside, it's a battle coming in to the home straight, but it looks to be the Tullamore Harriers man in the famous blue and white, pumping the arms all the way to the line. But this heat is going to be a battle. Number 414 Aaron Murphy. Those two will look like maybe Adam Murphy just got him as he came to the line, but a really, really great battle between these two lads. Aaron, like we said, Adam Murphy looking to make his 18th national final over this distance, so he wasn't going to let that slip away too easily with Aaron Keane on his inside, but we'll get the official results popped up. But we can see here now on the replay, Murphy, and it was Murphy, as you see on the replay, he leaned just at the line, and it looked to be the lean that got him. Aaron Keane in second, 21.79. We'll see later on, possibly still fast enough, surely, to see his way into later on's final. But what a great race between these two lads. Yeah, Adam Murphy's made 17 national senior finals. Claimed his first ever senior medal at the indoors this year, the 2025 National Indoor Championships. We have in our notes here, he's from the same parish as Marcus Lawler, so they breed some great 200 metre runners down there. But yeah, Aaron Keane, he's had an unfortunate time with injuries. The 200 metres Definitely one of his, possibly his strongest event over the sprints, but struggling with injuries. He's a medical student himself, so hopefully he can get back healthy. Oh, really, really good third heat there in the men's 200 metres. And just before heat 4 gets underway, we're going to rejoin with Michael down at the shot put.
Okay, so we are down at the men's shot put here. John, would you give us a quick preview? Not at the minute, that's no bother. John Kelly's looking fairly strong there in the warm-up, but he's staying focused, remaining focused. And we're just going to have a look at some of these warm-up throws before we get started. And I think Eric is just about to rock into the circle. Let's have a look at this. This is one of his warm-up throws, and he'll definitely give us a few words afterwards. And this man, of course, in flying form, close to 20 metres. Let's see what he can do now. This is the sort of weather he will like. Stateside man, so a bit of sunshine will do him the world of good. And let's have a look at this now. Look at this speed and power. Here we go. Oh, that is good to watch. Alrighty, let's see if we can grab Eric. Eric, feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. Have one more warm-up and then showtime.
Okay, and so how's training been going leading up to it?
Going really well. So it's a beautiful day in Ireland. I look forward to taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the sort of weather suits you, huh?
Yeah, beautiful weather. So
not our usual stuff.
No. So bringing the heat.
Yeah. And so how long are you spending in Europe now at the minute?
I'll leave on Monday and prepare for hopefully Tokyo. So
well, fair play to you, man. Good luck. We'll be keeping an eye out, okay?
Cheers.
Good luck. Yeah, so Eric in good form there. How are you getting on, Liam?
Good, yeah.
Feeling up for it?
Oh, I'm ready for it, yeah. Can't wait.
What are you hoping for today?
14, but I mean, I always love competing here, so top 4 is my goal, but if I can throw 14 and I come fourth, it's like...
Okay. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Back up here for Heat 4 of the men's 200 metres in lane 2. Cana Swirty, Uga Vale in lane 3. Benjamin Deegan, Nino Olympic in 4. Victor Miklak, Crusaders. 5, Porrick Hassett, Nino Olympic. 6, Leicester's bronze medalist, Dara Murphy, UCD. In 7, Billy Corrigan of Tullamore Harriers. And in lane 8, Dara McConville of Dundrum, South Dublin. He was also doing the triple jump. So very good start by the man in yellow, and you hear him roared on. It's Dara Murphy of UCDAC also going well as Nino Olympics. Porrick Hassett, this is a Drum South Dublin man, Dara McConville. Dara McConville leading from Dara Murphy now, but Murphy just trying to fight back, but McConville will take it just on the dip. 21.62 on the clock. He'll be hoping that's enough to seal his place in the final. Just the 8 fastest men here from the 8 heats to advance to the final around about 3:30. But an interesting battle there between the two athletes, the two South Dublin athletes, Dara Murphy of UCD and Dara McConville of Drum South Dublin, Killian.
Yeah, it was indeed. Both athletes pushed right to the line. Of course, UCD man Dara Murphy, the better start of the two, but the UCD man Dara McConville was the stronger of the two as they entered the final stages of that race. But of course, all final results still to be, I suppose, finalised as we continue through these heats of the 200 metres. Seen McConville come there in 21.61. Dara Murphy just behind in 21.74. So really, really strong finish there by the Dundrum South Dublin man.
Very quick treble jump up late. Still Dara Murphy of Loughrea AC leading, but only just by 2 centimetres from David Onwadui of Ennis Track. So 13.91 to 13.89. Very, very little between them. And Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley AC, 13 metres and 40 centimetres in third at the moment. So we'll have Heat 5 of the men's 200 metres coming up. Stand corrected, but I believe this could be a 5th round jump coming up here for David Onwadui, senior indoor champion in the treble jump. It's actually, it is David on the runway here. So this is 5th round of the competition, so we're really down to the business end of this men's triple jump now. And that's going to be a foul through there for David Unwadui. So still 2 centimetres behind our competition leader, Dara Fahy of Loughrea, who at just 18 years of age at the moment looks set to take his first national senior title, but so much can happen in the final round. We will try and bring the final round to you, because with so little between these athletes, it is really, really exciting. Murphy will hope to extend his lead. And will hopefully see this jump before we hand back to Killian, but maybe we won't. Here comes Dara Murphy on the runway. We will cut back to you, Killian. We'll keep you posted on Dara Murphy's jump in just a second.
Yeah, cheers, Rory. Heat 5 of the men's 200 metres. Gregor McCullough Travers in the inside in lane number 2. George Abergongby, lane number 3. Chris Nelson in lane number 4. Stephen Gaffney, lane number 5. A Farnham AC man. And outside the national under-23 champion, Emmanuel Akinroley. Also competed at the under-23 European Championships as part of the relay team. In lane 7, Gavin Doran, and on the outside in lane 8, Ineoli Mejo Gebe. Like we said, this is heat 5 of the men's 200 metres. And they're away first time. It's pretty even, but it seems to be Emmanuel Akinroley who rises pretty fast as he enters the home straight in first place. The Titans AC man, your national under-23 champion, Emmanuel Akinroley, but will he have the strength to hold off the Rathfarnham AC athlete just on his inside? It looks to be Emmanuel Akinroley all the way to the line. He had the opportunity to ease up a slight bit, but again, an athlete who's been having a really great season, Rory.
I'm not so sure it'd be easing up when it's only top 8 fastest to get through, and that seems, I think, and I could be wrong, to be the slowest of the heat so far. So will he live to regret that decision? Who knows?
Yeah, we can see on the replay here as he comes into the home straight. He does come into the lead, but it's Stephen Gaffney who was on his inside. These two athletes coming into these championships with the exact same PB of 21.5. But Emmanuel Akinroley, you can see here just on your replay, he pulls back just a touch possibly as he came towards the line. Like Rory said, it's top 8 fastest, so winning your heat doesn't even guarantee you getting into later on's final. So it'd be a case of looking.
Yeah, just in that men's triple jump, which we were discussing, a jump of 13 metres and 90 centimetres for Dara Fahy in the 5th round, so he's cementing his lead. Just one more round of that competition to go.
In our 16th of the men's 200 metres, Kieran O'Connor of West Limerick was in lane 2.
Yes, Rory, we're on to our 6 of 8 heats of the men's 200 metres.
Yeah, so we're getting through them. This one in lane 2 we'll have Kieran O'Connor of West Limerick AC in lane 2. Ajit Joy of City of Lisburn AC in lane 3. Lorcan O'Connor of Emerald AC in lane 4. Alaman Bancole of Fingalians AC in lane 5. Raquan Luciano of West Coast AC in lane 6. Jonah Arugu of Galway City Harriers in lane 7. And Peter Markowski of Sligo AC will be out in lane 8.
Yeah, but Rory, got to say, it's been a pleasure so far opening up the 2025 123.ie National Track and Field Championships with you. It's although we've kind of seen the heats, of course, seen the final of our shot put, and we've seen the final of our men's 10k walk, but it's been exciting so far.
It has been really exciting, and as we were remarking a few minutes ago when we were off air down at Michael, the field events are really starting to progress. I'm looking down to my left, I see the men's shot put in front of us. Directly in front of us, the men's triple jump final into a final round, which is a really, really exciting competition. Just 2 centimetres separating the top 2 athletes, and then our women's high jump will be getting underway imminently. So loads happening here. And while we can't keep you up to date with everything, our live results system, live.athletics.ireland.ie, aims to do so. So do check that out. But our 7 men standing behind their blocks and ready to get underway in the men's 200 as they're called to their marks. O'Connor in 2, Joy in 3, Lorcan O'Connor in 4, Anaman Vancoli in 5, Rekwan Luciano in 6, Jonah Urogo in 7, and Peter Markowski in lane 8. So away nice and safely there in lane 6. Rekwan Luciano of West Coast AC has got off to a really good start. Also going well as Fingali and Zadama Bancolo. So Luciano Bancolo side by side down into the last 50 metres. Stepping on the gear again is Bancolo, and he's going to take this heat. Watch the clock, his times are all important, 21.85, so another heat under 22 seconds. So he'll have to wait to see whether he's done enough to advance there. Killian?
Yeah, well, look, he must be very well aware of the fact that just winning your heat doesn't get you to the final, and it's based on the 8 fastest times. He's fighting all the way to the line there, Alaman Bancoli, to take the win in heat number 6. But a great battle once again in that heat all the way to the line, which we love to see.
Yeah, Rekwan Luciano of West Coast really put it up to him. A newish club there in Galway, only going maybe the last 2 or 3 years. And won the 4x1 here last year.
The Fingalian's man there taking the heat. He's an athlete who trains most days up here in Morton Stadium, so he's used to the layout. But yeah, good win from him there. Rory, is just, we can see our women's high jump competition be introduced as Lara O'Brien there of Dunor Harriers and Jade Moran of Crockwell AC to round off the introductions there. The women's high jump seem to be all good vibes, all smiles, all waves. Of course, Tara O'Connor down there as well, an athlete who's competed at the European Under 18 Championships last year. He'll be very much looking to get her spot on the podium possibly today.
Yeah, I think in the triple jump we're down to the last 3 jumps now, Killian, so that's really heating up. I believe that's our bronze medalist at the moment, Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley, just jumping. So we'll wait for his mark to pop up. Gillespie with a best of 13 metres 40 so far. And that's 13.51, so that's an improvement, but not good enough to improve his position. Sorry, my apologies. He's actually in 4th, and that's propelled him up to 3rd, so plenty of drama there. Joshua Knox has been relegated down to 4th in the final round, so really exciting competition here. Knox 13.47. He needs 13.51 here to get himself a medal. The City of Lisburn athlete. So plenty of speed, needs a big one here. I think his reaction suggests he's quite disappointed with that one. Waiting for a flag or something to pop up on our screen here. White flag, I believe. But is it enough? His reaction suspects that isn't Killian.
Possibly not.
But back to the 200. We'll get back to this triple jump as soon as this 200 metre heat is over.
Yeah, heat number 7. The men's 200 metres. In lane number 3 we've Gilbert Kaleta. In lane number 4 Enoch Oloye. In lane 5 Ronan Ryan. In lane number 6 Realty Osioha. In lane number 7 David Fortin. And on the outside in lane number 8 Harmony Livingston Young. Now, these men are away first time. It seems to be Ronan Ryan of Nina Olympic, who's the sharpest out the blocks. You'll see how they are looking once they come into the home straight, but it's still Ryan as they come into the home straight. Ronan Ryan of Nina Olympic, but he's being challenged on the outside by Osceola, and Osceola takes it all the way to the line. The Fingalians AC man, but really, really strong out the blocks from Ronan Ryan from Nina Olympics. But his reality, Osceola, it comes through in 22.07.
Yeah, second last jump here in the men's triple jump. David Onuwude has ran through, so he's going to have to settle for silver, which means we are going to have a new champion, or we're going to have a first time national senior champion. So Dara Fahy's going to be able to enjoy this. He was pushed all the way by David Onwujuyi of Ennis Track, but the Loughrea man, the Galwegian, at the age of 18, is going to take his first ever national senior title. So a special moment, and he'll soak this up.
This is going to be our 2025 senior men's triple jump champion. This is the final jump of the competition.
So here comes Fahy on the runway. And he's run through, but the job is done. So Dara Fahy, 123.ie National Senior Triple Jump Champion. A big day for him.
It is indeed, and it's great to see crowds gathering on the opposite side of the track as well to cheer on athletes in that triple jump. It'll be good to see as our jumping events continue on in the sandpit over the next day. You see more crowds gathering over that side, so really well done to all competing in the men's triple jump, but of course as well our new national champion Rory. But we're rounding off now the heat of the men's 200 metres with heat number 8.
Yeah, final heat coming up imminently. So we'll introduce the lineup for that in just a couple of minutes. It's going to see Robert McDonnell, who travelled to the Olympics in Tokyo 4 years ago now, in action as part of the mixed 4x4. He was unused sub on that occasion, has had an injury ravaged couple of years, but race of the National League last week, dipped his toes back in, and it will be interesting to see if he can advance to the final here. So the lineup for this one: in lane 3, Aaron Kelly, Longford AC; in 4, Adam Russell, Ace AC; in lane 5, Robert McDonnell, Galway City Harriers AC; in lane 6, Michael McCauley, Fast Twitch AC; in lane 7, Jack Hickey, Nina Olympic AC, who will be joining us up here in about an hour's time; and in lane 8, Shane Kennedy of Selbridge AC. Watch in particular for the man in lane 5, Robert McDonnell. Good start there from Michael McCauley of Fast Twitch AC, but you see Robert McDonnell coming through there now, just trying to eat up the stagger, but very little between these two, Michael McCauley and Robert McDonnell down the home straight. But McDonnell's strength really showing now as he just moves away from McCauley, and he'll take this in 22.13, which there's no guarantee that will make the final, Killian. We will wait to see. I don't think it will, but that's just an initial call.
Yeah, look, we've seen a couple of heats go under that 22-second barrier. We've seen some really, really fast times over these 8 heats, so it'll be interesting to see once our final results.
It won't, it definitely won't make the final, unfortunately, for Robert McDonnell.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, man. Like you said, Rory, before the gun went off, he's quite suffered poorly with injuries over the past while, and
dealing with as well, I think, a minus 3.4 metre per second wind into his face, so not easy.
No, definitely not. But with that being said, we will have our official results in terms of who's made it through into the final. Our man Jack Hickey, like you said, Rory, he'll be making his way up here a little bit later on, finishing third in that heat. But interesting to see as those finishing results unravel. But
we're going to be out down to Michael now.
Okay, so we're down here with Matty Glennon, who we're just looking back over a fairly, it has to be said, legendary interview that you did at the Under-23 European Championships, because you were one of the coolest looking dudes, I'd say, in the mix zone on that day.
Well, it wasn't really intentional. Obviously I wear glasses, so I had prescription sunglasses on for the day because it was fairly hot and whatever, and so obviously I kept them on for the interview, but the chain I always wear that and kept it on.
Okay,
I didn't think I looked cool at the time, but sure.
Well, we've got Dave Kenny here as well. Dave Kenny, he says unintentionally cool.
It's just Matthew Glennon, isn't it, really?
Yeah. It's easy to be cool when you're Matty Glennon. Yeah. Well, there's another race going just about to start here now. I wonder will we be able to continue on and then come back, or else. Look, Dave, how was that for you? You're on track for a World Championship qualification anyway before we have to cut back to the track.
Yeah, happy enough. Yeah, I suppose it was tough enough. Kind of doing all the work by myself. I was hoping to have someone there to take a bit of the work for me.
Mr. Joe Mooney.
Mr. Joe Mooney, yeah. A bit of no show today. Disappointing.
Joe is a fellow Wexford man, so Joe, look, you got to be back here next year, Joe.
He's ducking us.
Exactly. He's afraid of us now.
Mr. Oil himself. We got to give him the plug there. Yeah, no, but sure, look. How was the European Championships for you anyway?
I was fairly miserable enough. Like, it was fairly warm, and I just
warm.
Didn't go too well. But sure, look, it's over now, and look forward to next year.
You've got great memories, man. I've heard a few people talking about this interview. So you've gone down with the gold chain, and you're sporting the same gold chain today, are you?
Yeah, sure. Very rarely comes off.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, show it off, man. Show it off. Yeah. Well, look, Dave, good luck with the rest of the season anyway, and keep it going. You're flying.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
It was great to hear by our men's 10k national champion. We just heard from our men's 10k medalists, and it was great to have Matthew Glennon's interview on repeat on the TV from the European Under-23 Championship. So good to hear from those two lads. But Barry, like you mentioned, we are now treated to the women's 5,000 metres race walk on the track, currently being led out by Kate Veal.
Yeah, so just to give over a quick overview of the field, we have Anna Mullins from Carricknavar AC, Aisling Lane from Mullingar Harriers AC, your current national under-20 5,000 metre walk champion, Ava DeFuit from Kenmare AC, Maeve O'Connor from Waterford AC, Pearl Sands from Moy Valley AC, Ciara Wilson-Bowen from Dundrum South Dublin AC, Kate Veal, your current national champion from West Waterford AC, Aoife Martin from Carricknavar AC, Robin Oak Murphy from Longford AC, Lucy DeFuit from Kenmare AC, and Ciara Gilmore from Tuam AC.
Second place. So that's the third round of the men's tracking competition.
So in the lead we have Kate Veal from West Waterford AC. Kate is the most decorated entry in this field, with the World Under-18 champion 5,000 metre walk in 2011. She's also 18 times national outdoor champion and 8 times national indoor champion, so she will be the heavy favourite coming into this race.
Yeah, you could say that. Look, some great credentials there behind her. Of course, Ciara Wilson-Bowen and Aisling Lane, representing the Mullingar Harriers vest. You've seen, of course, her brother Oisin not here today, but we've seen Matthew Glennon get up on a podium already in that vest. So a great vest in terms of race walking, both the men and women's side, 5k and 10k. Ciara Wilson-Bowen from DSD, not making it easy though for Kate Veal. She's just nipped into the lead there, but Kate Veal will be looking for her 19th national title here today. And then look, we won't put the medal around her neck yet, as Jack Hickey likes to say, but look, even if she makes a return next year to make that 20 national titles, so just being on the verge of that is a huge achievement for any Irish athlete. But yeah, Barry, I think it's definitely fair to say the most decorated athlete in the field here, but there's a nice bunch already forming as we have 11 laps to go.
Yeah, it's a feat that not many athletes ever dare to get near, so it's a serious achievement from Kate herself. Just to look down the field there, we have Savannah O'Callaghan. She's daughter of a big name in athletics in Ireland, is daughter of Pierce O'Callaghan. Savannah was 16th last year in the Euro Under-18 Championships in the 5,000 metre walk. Aisling Lane, as we've mentioned, she was 31st in the Euro Team Champs just gone by a couple of weeks ago there. And she's competed in the European Under-20 Championships twice. We have Ciara Wilson-Bowen. She's had some good results recently. She PB'd in the 10k walk with the 50-40 over in Dudince in Slovakia quite recently. And Ava Dufuid has had PB this year in Templemore quite recently.
Yeah, so good. Nicely bunched there together. Our women's high jump competition has gotten underway just towards the finish line. We can see three of our five in the field there have cleared the 160 mark. Tara O'Connor, the latest to do so. Next up now. Yeah, Tara O'Connor, most recently over that 160 barrier, nice and smoothly. Like we mentioned previously, an athlete too. Competed last year at the European Under-18 Championships in Banska Bystrica in Slovakia.
Yeah, it's still early on in this high jump competition for these ladies. They're at 165 at the moment, but we've a lot of PBs here around the 175 to 180 mark, so there'll be fierce competition as this comp goes on.
Yeah, and that seems to be Jane Moorhead of Crockwell AC. She cleared 150 first time and had a fail at 155, two fails on 160, got over on her final attempt, and seems to possibly be struggling with 165 here now, but we'll keep tabs on this event as our attention returns back to the women's 5,000 metre race walk. Order resumes as normal. It's Kate Veal in first, just on the outside of her, just creeping into your shot there now is Ciara Wilson-Bowen in that blue and I suppose wine of DSD, and then just behind her in third place you have Aisling Lane. Definitely three favourites to reach the podium in this event, but of course Ava Dufuid is sitting nicely in fourth place just behind Aisling. So it's a nicely bunched group there. Kate Veal, an athlete who over the past year has been struggling with her own battles in terms of a couple injuries popping up here and there. Of course, it was great to see her on the roads last year at the National Championships, of course coming away with the title there on the road, so she'll be looking to do the same on the track here.
Yeah, so as we come around here, this will be an easy enough pace for Kate to be coming around with, but these two ladies behind her have had a lot of experience with the 5,000 metre walk in recent times with the National Under-20 and Under-23 Championships and the varsity track and field. They will both have had a lot more speed in their legs.
But there's plenty going on the track at the moment at the women's high jump. Of course, the 5,000 metre walk and our men's shot put is currently underway.
So just to give a quick overview of the senior men's shot put, in the lead is Callum Keating from North Cork AC with a 14.67. John Kelly from Finn Valley AC is... Oh, apologies, these aren't in order. In the lead is the favourite of the day, Eric Favours, with a 19.58 from Raheny Shamrock AC. Eric competed at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Indeed.
And had a good faring out so far in the European Team Champs. So Eric, current season's best, isn't too far off. He's 20.2, if I remember correctly, this year so far. And the World Championships B standard is 20.8. So he'll be looking to better his result here today to get high points, as this is a category B meet, so it'll mean placing highly will go well on his way for rankings for his way to Tokyo's World Championships. In second place at the moment is John Kelly from Finn Valley AC with the 17.73. John and Eric have had some good battles over the years, but as of late, Eric's always been coming out on the top.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Recently competing here in the Morton Games. He was also competing 2 weeks ago as well in Cork, so he's been well travelled, like you said, Barry, part of that European Team Championship squad, getting back into the Irish singlet, and then between Cork and Dublin, and then here today. So it's been a busy season for Eric Favours, but of course, yeah, keeping an eye on that world standard, like you said.
Yes, and then in third place, as we mentioned earlier, is Callum Keating from North Cork AC with a 14.67. So these lads are only on their third throws so far, so we will update you as time goes on. But just to give context here, Eric Favours won the national senior men's title last year with an 18.85. He's already bettered that with the 19.58, so we're in for quite a good competition here in the men's shot put.
Yep, we are indeed.
Men's triple jump presentation.
Our camera focusing now back to the women's 5,000 metre walk. Kate Veal still in the lead. Aisling Lane following her nicely, tracking onto the back of her. Ciara Wilson-Bowen, though, seeming to be just falling off the back as we go down to our next medal presentation on the track, and that is going to be our men's triple jump final. Joshua Knox, third place.
And second, the best jump of 13 metres 89 from
13.89. David there of Ennis Track, 13.89. He had a great battle
13 metres 91 from Loughrea AC, Dara Fahy.
between himself and Dara Fahy. Loughrea AC, your new national triple jump champion for the first time. Dara Fahy finds himself on the top of a national podium. So, Dara Fahy, your 123.ie national track and field triple jump champion, new champion, and his first national title. So well done to Dara and all who competed.
And as we take a look back to the women's 5,000 metre walk, it's stretched out quite a lot. So we have Kate Veal holding on for first place here so far, with Aisling Lane tracking just behind her. In third place we have Ciara Wilson-Bowen, and in fourth we have Ciara DeFuit.
Yeah, like you said, Barry, looks to be possibly a comfortable pace. Not to say Aisling Lane, who's a really high quality athlete, and Kate Veal in first place, gone for her 19th national title.
Apologies, just a correction there, Ava DeFuit, not Ciara DeFuit.
Then it's Aisling Lane, who was 31st in the European Team Champs. She's two-time under-20 champion, so she's already got a couple of underage national medals to her name. But just a bit of daylight starting to creep in between herself and Kate Veal, and it's still Ciara Wilson-Bowen in third place. But Ciara Wilson-Bowen or Kate Veal seemed to come out taking it nice and handy enough for herself over those opening couple of laps as she comes around into the home straight. She'll have 7 laps to go. We may turn our attention quickly back to the women's high jump. We can see Tara O'Connor there was unfortunate to hit the barrier. So yeah, our women's high jump is very much underway. So, currently, Eva O'Sullivan of Liz Carroll AC, she's cleared 165 first time.
And we're just going to switch now to, just after this jump, we will switch to an interview with Niamh Fogarty, your women's shot put national champion.
Yeah, so we're currently looking at May Fleming there from the Vale AC. She's had one fell out 165, but she's managed to get over it, currently sitting in third place. Aoife O'Sullivan and Tara O'Connor currently in the lead. Oh, that's a failed attempt there, but we're going to move back down to our man Michael at his screen.
Okay, so new Fogarty and Breed Golden. So Breed, congratulations on the new position. Athletics Ireland president, everybody. So congratulations on
Thanks,
that.
Michael.
Yeah, and of course I said the two EB together because this lady's on the Athletes Commission, and you never know where she'd end up someday. She could be following, So I kind of
recently just broke a really long-standing record. By Patricia Welch, who was my first coach in the shot put.
No.
Yes, I'm very bad.
And I looked at the old pictures of the Adidas. I googled her, and they're amazing photos. She was obviously a great athlete, Breed.
Oh yeah, she was a brilliant athlete. Yeah, we all looked up to her when I started out in Waterford. Yeah,
and she was strong. She was well built, so obviously ahead of her times.
Yeah.
I mean,
herself and Marisha Walsh, and so that's the next record you got to go for. Neve. Women's shot put record is now the longest standing one. So they were ahead of their time. Patricia and Marisha.
Really?
Back then, yeah.
Fairly advanced
fantastic.
training, I'd say, and obviously it stood to you as well. I'm going to just put it out there as a heptathlete, former national record holder as well. This lady, and I'm biased obviously as a decathlete myself, but it's good to see a president who is a heptathlete as well. And repping the throws and all that, and so. But look, I tell you, what we're going to do today is something a little bit different, right? We've got GeoGuessr here, so these are tracks from all over Ireland, and you have to recognise the track and say where it is.
Belfast.
That's Mary Peters.
Mary Peters, yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
So that's easy.
I know from the
So,
stairs.
just for people that are watching at home, this is like a drone footage. Now, you won't get as good an image as that on all of these questions. Some of them are going to be impossible, but that's the first one, Mary Peters. We're not going to spend too long. It's up around here somewhere, isn't it? Okay, so that's number one. You're doing well so far. We've got 5.
1 out of 1 so far.
Okay, let's go next round.
Jeepers, I can't even
see it.
Can you see it? It is a little bit black looking. That's the track there. And there's a mountain in the background and sea. It's on the coast. Okay, we're gonna have to guess on that. I reckon it's got to be in Galway somewhere. Now, I did make this map, so I should know the answers, but I've forgotten already. Okay, so that was Let's move on. Next
one.
one.
Give us the answers at the end.
I don't even know the answer. Okay, do you recognise this? Now look at that for an image.
Wow. Okay.
If you haven't been to this track,
Oh, that's in Galway, Crockwell.
Crockwell.
No?
I think it could be.
No, it's not actually. No.
Right on the riverside. Look at that, and again, beautiful drone footage.
Is it Crockwell?
I have a feeling that's up.
Crockwell is our guess.
Huh?
Crockwell is our guess.
Crockwell, Galway.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. This is Ballina. Sorry to everybody in Ballina for not. We'll do one more, okay?
We're not doing very well here. Can we have some in Munster?
Last one, and then we're heading back.
Munster or Leinster?
This
we might
is
have a better
southeast.
chance.
So I actually know this to myself. It's a neighbouring county to yourself, Breed. This is a new track.
Okay.
Sunny southeast. Have you been there?
Is that Enniscorthy?
Yes, it is.
yeah.
Thank God.
Okay.
We brought it back.
Bad if I didn't know the southeast ones.
Breed, we're going to keep an eye on this high jump out here, which is going on. There's a few good heptathletes out there representing. So, and thanks for coming in anyway, and good luck in your tenure.
For the next
Yeah, we know what to expect
Got
now.
50%. 50%.
Yeah,
That's all
well
right.
done.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much.
And we're back. So Kate Veal has stretched out the field here. She's a significant lead on second place, Aisling Lane, who also has a significant lead. On third place is Ciara Wilson-Bowen.
Yeah, this women's 5,000 metre walk starting to unfold. As you may have a quick look at the current standings of the men's shot put, our national record holder and current national champion Eric Favors, Rahini Shamrock-Man, currently sitting in first place with a clear lead, thrown 19.58. Huge throw from Eric there. First throw 19 metres 34, 19 metres 35, and then coming with a big huge third throw of 19.58. In second place you have John Kelly, Finn Valley AC, 17.73. Then in third, North Cork AC, 14.67 of Callum Keating, as Kate Veal just comes back into a frame. Of course, we'll keep all our live updates as the day goes on. If we take a quick look over to the women's high jump at the moment, that's Tara O'Connor. Her her first attempt at 175. She had a first time clearance at 165. She's currently joint leader with Tara O'Connor, or apologies with Tara. This is Tara O'Connor. Apologies, she's joint leader with Aoife O'Sullivan. She'll be able to clear 175 first time. Oh, just couldn't get the legs up over the barrier quick enough, but she of course does have 2 attempts left at 175, so hopefully she can get over there. But it's currently Tara O'Connor and Aoife O'Sullivan leading out that women's high jump. Lara O'Byrne of the North Harriers unfortunately had 3 failed attempts at 165. Jade Moorhead, she struggled to get over 165 as well, the Crockwell AC athlete. And Mae Fleming, she got over 165 on her second attempt, so she'll be moving up the height with Tara O'Connor and Aoife O'Sullivan. But we'll look back, Barry, to the track as Kate Veal has 3 laps to go here in the women's 5,000 metres.
Yeah, so she is a kilometre left now, and she came through the kilometre mark there just on 19 minutes, so we could be on for a good time here for Kate.
Yeah, it's normal order behind her. Aisling Lane still in second place with Ciara Wilson-Bone sitting in third, but there's substantial distance between all 3 of those girls. Aisling Lane, like I said, huge talent in the race walking.
Yeah, it's an event that wouldn't be popular to the masses, but there is a very striking talent that is required to use that form in the way you do. It's very severe on your hips, it's very severe on your shins, so it requires a lot of training, and I think a lot of people from the outside looking in don't realise the amount of training that's involved in such a technical sport like race walking.
Yeah, definitely well put, because we've seen it from our own athletes. Disqualifications can really disrupt your season, disrupt your race, and you know, it's easy in running when I suppose you start to get fatigued. All you need to think about is getting to the line, but in race walking, the fatigue comes with additional concentration needed to keep your form in check, as Aisling Lane comes through with 2 laps to go, and Ciara Wilson-Bone of DSD is going to come up to the line with 2 laps to go as well. An athlete is having quite a good season. She's travelled the world this year to compete. She's set a new PB over the 10k distance of 50 minutes 40 seconds. She set that in Slovakia a little bit earlier this year. She's currently sat 3rd in the top list over the 10k distance this year. Ciara Wilson-Bone behind the athlete in front of her, Aisling Lane. Aisling is sat 2nd over 10k this year on the Irish top lists. And then of course Kate Veal with a 49.35. She set that also in Slovakia all the way back in April at this stage, 26th of April. Slovakia this year. Kate Veal 49.35, so half in the distance here today, of course, on the track, but nonetheless looking just as strong as she enters the home straight once again with a substantial lead over the rest of the field.
And Kate Veal will take the bell now as she has 400 metres left to go. Current national 5,000 metre walk champion, and is about to be crowned the 2025 national champion in just a little under a lap left. There's no hope of any of these athletes catching up to Kate at this stage.
No, Kate, of course, your current national champion. Won it last year in 21 minutes 57 seconds. So she's, of course, outside of that time here today, but she seemed to take the start of this race quite reservedly, and then she dropped the hammer really as they got through the halfway mark, leaving Aisling Lane, who done a really great job to hang on to Kate for as long as she did. But nonetheless, and here we are, Aisling Lane just close to us on this side of the stadium taking the bell. And then just behind her we'll have Ciara Wilson-Bone also taking the bell. She's coming up the last 50 metres for the penultimate time, but as usual, the lady claiming her 19th national title, Kate Veal, comes around with 150 metres to go. your reigning national champion.
With 100 metres to go now. The crowd celebrates as Kate Beale comes with 60 metres to go left to take this national women's 5,000 metre walk title.
Huge congratulations there, Kate Beale, coming in to take her 19th national title in the women's 5,000 metre race walk here in Morton Stadium at the 123.ie National Track and Field Championships. 23:46:47 on the clock. She's going to hang around in her trademark style to cheer on the remainder of this field. But a huge congratulations to your reigning champion, 19-time now 5,000 metre champion in the race walk. But now to claim second is a two-time under-20 national champion, Aisling Lane, in the Mullingar Harrier singlet. Like we said, done really, really well to hang on to Kate Beale for as long as she did, but unfortunately wasn't able to carry that pace all the way through. But she's here, big smile on her face. Aisling Lane looking really strong all the way to the line. Stops to watch, and I'm sure it's going to be greeted now with a big hug from Kate Beale. It's always great to see. Even Kate Beale, I know, was at the National Indoor Championships earlier this year. She hangs around at the finish line, Barry. She cheers on the rest of her compatriots, and it's always a great community within the race walk as the crowd picks up again for Eve to claim third, and then it's
great sportsmanship between the athletes, you know, to hang around and wait for everyone to finish and celebrate with each other, because just because one athlete takes the win doesn't mean another athlete might run the fastest time of their life. They might run something that means a lot to them. So it's great sportsmanship from each athlete to hang around, support each other and push each other on to bigger and better things as time goes on. So you see there our athletes celebrating with their greatest supporters.
Now, we look back, this is our current leader and our current national record holder, current leader in this competition and current...
Okay, so sorry, there's a little bit of interruption on the line. The mic is just struggling to pick us up at the far side of the track. But Eric Favors there, that was his 5th round throw, and 19.26. So he's over 19 in every single throw. So throwing extremely consistently, and of course always leaves a little bit in the tank for the final round. So that is the men's shot put at the minute. McCarthy next into the ring. This is attempt number 6. The start of the final round now. Let me try and get the results to you now. Nice throw. Of course, a lot of these guys, the spin instead of the glide. The new technique using rotational forces instead of linear. And McCarthy looks like he's reasonably happy with that one. Of course, great to see John Kelly back here. And young Liam Shaw as well. Of course, the shot put. And this is young Riley. Final round throw for this man. Looks like another rotation guy. Amazing to see all these guys transition and over rotation technique. Looks like he's getting a nice bit behind that. Gets a bit of encouragement from Liam Shaw here behind us. So wait and see what the Dunleer AC man Tig Riley has thrown there a best so far of 12:13, and that sits him in 6th position at the minute. So next up, Ryan Duggan. Last throw for the Lee Vale AC man, 12:70 best so far, puts him in 5th position. Let's go, Ryan. Let's see what you got. A very tall guy, using every bit of length, but not happy with that one. Decided to step on the front of the board. So he will maintain his position in 5th place at the minute. And next up, Liam Shaw. Last bit of chalk, making sure there's no moisture on the shot put shoes. Loads of chalk around the place to keep the grip, of course. Keeps the shot tight against the neck. Gives himself a little bit of a shout, a bit of a roar. These guys all have their routine and their ritual down to a fine art. Another big, tall, rangy athlete. Nice power at the end. Caught that one very well. Hits the tape. All right, that looks like it's out close to 14 metres. And of course, Liam Shaw now competing in the senior category. 14:05 best so far today. And he is sitting in 4th position at the minute, so very, very close to the medals. Not sure if that'll better his best throw so far. No, it won't. 13:95, but another consistent throw. And the North Cork AC man next to the track, Callum Keating. He's getting a bit of a clap going. Let's go, Callum. Callum. It looks like he's got the bronze medal in the bag. Let's see if Callum can better his best of 14:67. Here we go. The sun is shining. He's got the ring to himself. Nice height on that one. Not quite. Steps over the front. Gives a clap. Well done. It's a bronze medal for that young man. Callum. Happy with that, man?
Not the last one, but I had a big throw in, I think it was the 3rd round, so I'm happy with that. It's just a couple of centimetres off my PB, so I was really pleased with that, 14:67.
And a bronze medal, man.
Yeah, and a bronze medal again this year, so I'm really pleased to be grabbing it again this year.
Congratulations, man. Well done.
Thanks so much.
Okay, next into the ring. This man always brings a bit of intensity and atmosphere to the competition. Let's see what he can do. Best so far, 17:85. There we go. Oh, and that was a good effort. Just falls out of the circle there. John always brings so much energy no matter what, and he's coming back from an injury, a back fracture, believe it or not. He's heavily strapped around the fingers. Well done, John. Fair play to you, man.
Trying.
And see if he can break 20 metres. Knows what to do. He's a great composed athlete. Knows how to get his focus and loves a bit of intention. Come on, Eric. Getting the crowd going. This is it. This is what we want to see. The crowd getting behind this big man. Here he goes. He's been knocking on the door over 19 metres in every single throw. 5 throws over 19 metres. He's going to give this one everything. He leaves a little bit in the bag. He always says that. Gives it. He's happy. Looks out. Bit of a jump. Not to be, but he is the national champion.
You're happy enough.
You didn't quite get to 20 at the last throw there.
No, I didn't.
Not easy. But fair play to you, man. A very consistent series. 5 throws, I think, over 19 metres.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Very consistent, but we're just getting started.
Yeah. So good to be back anyway, Eric, and we're delighted to have you as always. How's training been going and preparation?
Going really well. So, yeah, another national title. Blessed to be able to do this, so I'm happy with it.
Fair play to you. Anyone that you want to shout out to at home? I know you've got a really good team around you, so we're always interested to hear the team that builds these athletes.
Shout out everybody. I don't know.
You all know who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair play to you, Eric. Lads, and congratulations again.
Appreciate it.
So as we turn our attention now, we have Heat 1 of the senior women 400 metre hurdles. So in lane 3 we have Laura Ann Costello from Galway City Harriers. Lane 4 we have Deirdre Murray from Na Fianna AC. Lane 5 we have Ellis McHugh from Ferrybank AC. Lane 6 we have Niamh Malone from Monaghan Phoenix AC. Lane 7 we have Jenny Sawyer from St Lawrence O'Toole. And lane 8 we have Caoimhe Murphy from Tramore AC.
Yeah, and just before that race gets underway, we can see another presentation taking place down at the podium. So, for the women's 5,000 metre race walk, in third place we've Ava De Fritje from Kenmare AC coming in with a great time of 24:56.99. Great to see the Mullingar Harriers singlet back on the podium of a race walking competition. We've seen Matthew Glennon, of course, earlier today, and in second place here now in the women's 5,000 metres we've Aisling Lane. And now your 19th time national 5,000 metre race walk champion, the one, the only, the West Waterford AC athlete, coming in with a time of 23:46. Kate Veal.
In the Tour Meter finals, you must check in for those finals. Check in for those finals today sharply if they're not yet checked in.
Don't you forget about me.
123.ie has benefits like 24/7 breakdown assist that won't affect your no claims bonus, so you can forget about us. And remember the more important things. 123.ie. Give better a try.
So we're here with the women's 400 metre hurdles. Just to go through again, we have lane 3 Laura Ann Costello, lane 4 Deirdre Murray, lane 5 Ailish McHugh, lane 6 Niamh Malone, lane 7 Jenny Sawyer, and lane 8 Caoimhe Murphy. So as we're out of the blocks, we see a good start there from Deirdre Murray, an athlete just back from injury. She will look to put on a big time here, but on the outside lane there we have Jenny Sawyer from St Lawrence O'Toole AC putting in a big first 100 metres there. We'll get a better idea as they come around now on placings as they come around the next bend, but a big performance in the outside lanes here. Looks like Niamh Malone from Monaghan Phoenix AC looks to be putting in a strong performance there, but Deirdre Murray on the inside here is going to make up a lot of ground as the bend goes around. She's going to try and close down Jenny Sawyer from St Lawrence O'Toole AC. And as they come around the bend here into the final 100 metres, we get the best view of where they're sitting. And it looks to be Niamh Malone of Monaghan Phoenix AC. And Ailish McHugh from Ferrybank AC with the lead, just back from the EYOF where she got bronze, and she will come through in 60 seconds with Deirdre Murray in second place.
Yeah, good run there from Niamh Malone, Monaghan Phoenix AC. Great battle all the way to the line between herself and Deirdre Murphy, the Na Fianna AC athlete. Came in with the fastest listed PB of 58.9, but just challenged all the way to the line. So well done to Niamh Malone there, who is so top three for me. Each heat automatically qualify to the final, but the two fastest then, following those three automatic qualifiers from the two heats. So
as we turn our attention now to the second heat, we have lane 3 Emma O'Donovan from Crockwell AC. We have lane 4 Lauren Kilduff of Crockwell AC. Lane 5 Cara Murphy from DSD AC. Lane 6 Emily Lynn from Crusaders AC. Lane 7 Lucy McGlynn from Tirconnell AC. And lane 8 Cara Kelly from DMP AC.
Yeah, really good field. Cara Murphy, an athlete who's coached by Adam McCullen, and as well Lucy McGlynn, an athlete based out in Loughborough, She picked up her first national senior medal back in 2022, finishing second behind, of course, Kelly McGorry, who had an unbelievable summer in 2024, so not a bad athlete to be finishing behind. 2 years prior, she competed at the World Under-20 Championships in Cali back in 2022, but was unfortunate not make it through the heat in both the 400 metre hurdles and in the 100 metre hurdles, so she's got the strength for both of those events, so definitely keeping an eye on Lucy McGlynn here, an athlete of very high calibre.
B2 for women's 400 metre hurdles, Emma Dunham, Clockwell in 3, Vicky Duff, Clockwell in 4, Karen Murphy of Dunham, South Dublin in 5, Emily Lynn of Crusaders in 6, Lucy McGlynn of Tirconnell in 8.
Lauren Kilduff as well, the Crockwell AC athlete. Became national juvenile champion, running a championship record of 1 minute flat. She also competed at the EYOF Gala in Germany. That took place while the under-20 and under-23 championships were on a couple of weeks ago in Tullamore. So an athlete who's competed in the Irish singlet, national juvenile medalist, national juvenile championship record holder. So a very bright and up-and-coming talent amongst a couple of veterans in this field. So it's teeing up to be a really, really interesting second heat of 2 of the women's 400 metre hurdles. So on the inside, Emma O'Donovan. In lane 4, Lauren Kilduff. Lane 5, Cara Murphy. Lane 6, Emily Lynn. Lane 7, Lucy McGlynn. And on the outside, in lane number 8, Cara Kelly. And they're away first time as these athletes approach the barriers. We'll see who the first to rise is. Seems to be pretty even, but as we enter the back straight for the home time, it seems to be Lauren Kilduff, who has a nice little lead, but we see who's first to rise. It's going to be the athlete on her inside, Cara Murphy, the DSD athlete, coming in with the fastest listed PB in the entire field, an athlete who's been really, really strong in previous years, competing on an Irish stage, but she's looking really, really good here as she's the first to rise to every single barrier, but she's being closed down on her inside. That looks to be Emily Lynn and Lucy McGlynn. The Crusaders AC athletes really putting it up to the DSD's Cara Murphy. As you can see, who's first to rise. It's neck and neck all the way to the line. Keep an eye, the Crusaders AC athlete Cara Murphy. She took it from the gun, which seems to be pushing, but it looks to be on her inside. Crockwell AC's Lauren Kilduff, who had a really, really great run there. Lauren Kilduff, the Crockwell AC athlete, the junior, really the juvenile athlete in that field, coming out on top over everybody. Like we mentioned earlier, she became national juvenile champion and national juvenile champion record holder, championship record holder a little bit earlier this year, while also competing at the EYOF Gala in Germany. So she held her breath, she held her nerve, and she held her kick all the way up until the last 100 metres. And she seemed to take that win there in Heat 2. But it's going to be Kilduff, Lynn and Murphy there, your 3 automatic qualifiers from the 400 metre hurdles.
So we're just going to move now to an interview for Michael Bowler.
We have Dara Fahy. He is champion of the triple jump. So this man is after taking the Ollie, you told me earlier he's after taking under 18.
He took under 18 all the titles last year. He took under 19 indoor, under 20 indoor, the schools All Ireland, the under 19 outdoors, under 20 outdoor, and now first senior All Ireland, and he's taken that title, which is just phenomenal.
And it was a great competition because there's a lot of depth in that competition as well, wasn't it? Were you expecting it?
Not at all. I knew well it was going to be a big challenge, but I knew well if I fought deep down I could definitely produce something, and it pulled through today.
Well, he's all smiles today anyway. He's obviously, you're delighted as well yourself. He's calm and collected, isn't he?
He's a great young lad, to be fair. He's a pleasure. He's no bother at all, and he just turns up and does his best, and he's always just trying to improve, and you have to be proud of him.
And hard working, I'd say.
Oh my goodness, he's actually very hard working. He's a very physically demanding job this summer, so if you see what he was doing in the run up to this week, not every athlete was preparing the same. He was doing a lot of heavy lifting.
What's the physical job?
A lot of construction and roofing sort of jobs.
Really?
Yeah, it's just not the typical job you'd be at really, but sure, look, it builds the strength.
It's a great job to be at because you'll be able to build yourself a house someday, which is very useful these days, isn't it?
Wouldn't be too bad anyways, that's for sure, yeah.
Well, fair play to you. Anyone that you want to shout out at home? Obviously you've got your mum and your dad and your sister. What do you think of him? He's going well?
Yeah.
You're a proud little sister.
Yeah.
Any other coaches or anything that you want to shout out to?
I want to give a huge shout out to Mary Barrett especially. She's been there with me for so long really, since the start. And
I can see her over there now. She's just out of picture. I should have roped her in.
Oh, honest to God, yeah, she's brilliant though. I wouldn't be here without her really. And another big shout out to Gareth Devlin as well. He's been super really. He's helped me he's just helped me add those extra centimetres and up and down to Nina every day or every Wednesday. It's just everything. Come home with something new every day, and it just shows today.
All those little 1%, it makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
Sure, yeah. If you get 1% every day, you're 7% a week. If you stay at that, you're not heading too places.
Well, the attitude is right anyway, Mary. The psychology is right.
We're getting there slowly.
Yeah. And you're a proud coach today, and congratulations.
Absolutely. Long time since we've had a senior winner in the club.
Really?
Absolutely.
And you're keeping them all going over in the west of Ireland, which is key. He said they're taking over now at this stage.
Absolutely. Why not? We have the best facilities and we can do what we like over there.
It's not often you get to work with an athlete like this. He's obviously easy to work with, I'm assuming.
Oh, he's very easy. Just get him into training and whatever we want to do, he'll do. It's no problem at all.
Well, fair play to you all. It takes a big team. There's more than just this crew here, but you're the mainstay of the team. So congratulations again to everybody. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, great to hear from our men's triple jump champion Dara Fahy there, as he is chatting to our man Michael Bowler down trackside. Our first time triple jump national champion Dara Fahy there, winning in a jump of 13.91 metres. So really great jump there. Great battle between himself and Dennis Track AC man, jumping 13.89. That's David Owen Dewey. So it was a really great battle, as it looks like, unfortunately, our men's 400 metre hurdle competitors are going to be going to a straight final tomorrow. So that jumps us straight into, Barry, possibly on both the men and women's side, one of the most exciting distances of the weekend.
Yeah, this women's 800 metres is incredibly stacked. It seems like every athlete who wants to get a medal here has all decided to go do the 800 for some reason. So we're in for some very good 800 metre running here. We have a significant amount of athletes that are all around the 2 minute mark. Our current national lead, Jenna Brommel, is going to be running here today. We'll have Sarah Healy, the M11 track club athlete, running for UCD here. It's going to be some lightning fast running from these ladies.
Yeah, we heard from Sarah Healy a little bit earlier on in the week on a media call, when pretty sure it was Will Dalton asked her why she picked the 800 metres to compete in, and she said she competes in multiple 1500 metres throughout the year. So she said, she has the auto queue, of course, for World Championships in Tokyo, so she's switching it up here today as we're heading back down to Michael Bollard with Kate Veal.
Okay, so we're down here. Kate Veal is signing a few off her, and we're going to grab her on the hop. What do you think of this lady? She's something else, isn't she?
Yeah.
What event do you do?
600 metres.
Yeah. What about yourself?
Hurdles.
And did you get an autograph?
Yeah.
Fair play to you. They're getting a little bit shy, Kate, but sure, look, well done anyway. Another national title, so congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually, even though that was a lot slower than, even last year and other years, I actually appreciate it a lot more, because just the way the year goes. It's funny how, different. I probably took other ones for granted, so it was like just, appreciate and enjoyed nationals this year. It's good.
It's kind of a combination that you're not at your best, and also the youngsters are really coming up through the ranks and improving a lot, aren't they?
Yeah, it's great to see. Like, there's been maybe, I don't know how many of them have got PBs, and they're just progressing, and which is great. It's great for walking, and it brings everybody on, you know. And this is probably the most nervous kind of I've been for a nationals, because I was like, it's good. It's good. Like, I even at the start was like, right, just go out nice and easy and kind of really go with them, and whereas before I was always just kind of going for a time and kind of so it's good.
It's great. It's great to have that pressure, and look, you've been dragging them along and improving everybody for so long. So the day is coming, all right. They're catching you now at this stage. But congratulations, Kate, again.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michael. Great to hear from Kate Veal, our 19th-time national champion, as our and everybody else's attention in the stadium turns to the first heat of the women's 800 metres. Starting from the outside, we have lane number 7, Kayla Ryan; lane number 6, Madison Mooney; lane number 5, Saoirse McGrath; lane number 4, Annie Hughes; in lane number 3 we have Lucy Holmes; lane number 2, Sarah Healy; and just on her inside, Fave Almer from West Coast AC. But really, this heat, Barry, seems to be all about the defending 800 metre national champion, Sarah Healy. She dropped the distance last year, and she's coming back to do the same. She dropped the distance during an Olympic cycle with the World Championships later on in the year, and she said she just wants to turn the screw, switch it up a little bit, and here she is back again in the 800 metres.
Yeah, and as we've seen from the European indoors, Sarah has a massive kick on her, so these ladies behind her are just going to have to sit and wonder, are you going to have to fight for second place here, because it's first 2 and 4 fastest, so they're going to have to go out fast if they want to qualify for this final, and Sarah won't have any issue with that, I don't think.
No, she will not. But just before this event gets underway, we have our presentation from our men's shot put competition.
30 years on the Parsons Record gold medal broken on.
So in third place we have Callum Keating from North Cork AC.
Throw 14 metres 67. Callum Keating.
Throw 14 metres and 67. Callum also competed at the Morton Games in Cork City Sports earlier this year with some good performances in both. In second place from Finn Valley AC we have John Kelly. John through 1785. Take the silver medal.
From Finn Valley AC, John Kelly.
And then to crown as your national 2025 shot put champion, we have Eric Favours from Raheny Shamrock AC.
Raheny Shamrock, Eric Favours. So next on the track, we have our first of 3 heats, the women's 800 metres. It'll be the first 2 of the 4 fastest times straight to the final. In lane 1, from West Coast AC, Fove Aylmer. In lane 2, from UCD AC, the indoor European 3000 metre champion, Sarah Healy.
And the crowd gives a massive cheer as they hear Sarah Healy's name, as we can see all the photographers keeping focus on the M11 Track Club athlete.
In lane 4, from Crusaders AC, Annie Hughes.
Yeah, really you can see this heat being run whatever way Sarah Healy wants. You know, this time last year we seen her drop down to the 800 metres and of course become national champion in that distance, and there was maybe, I don't know, question marks on how well she really would do, but I suppose those question marks were quickly dissolved when she became national champion, and we had to see her do that again this year. Like I said, we were chatting to her earlier on in the week, and you know, she always likes coming back to these national championships. Of course, having that UCD singlet, we've seen her in the Irish singlet multiple times already this year from the World Indoor Championships, so of course becoming her 3000 metre indoor European champion. So she's back here on Irish soil. Sarah Healy, the first heat of the women's 800 metres, and like we keep mentioning, keep an eye on Sarah Healy. It's her first time racing back on Irish soil since becoming the European indoor champion, so she'll be wanting to come out here and secure her spot in the final. So it's first 2 automatic qualifiers and then the 4 fast. the remainder of the heats.
And from that first 100 metres, Sarah has put in a very convincing lead here, already putting 25 metres apart from the second place athlete, who will get her name now just shortly. But first 200 metres here has been a significant performance here from Sarah. She's really not going to leave any doubt who's going to be winning this race. 44 seconds through 300 metres here. She's not going any pedestrian pace at all here. Seems to be the Tullamore Harriers athlete there, Madison Mooney, that is sitting right behind Sarah Healy. Coming through 400 metres, bang on 60 seconds. So this is going to be a really quick race. They're going to look to wind the screw here and just make sure they get those qualifying spots.
Yeah, Sarah Healy leaving nothing up the chance here, coming through around 60 seconds over their opening 400 metres. Like you said, Barry, you'd be maybe expecting her to start winding it down as these two, herself and Madison Mooney of Tullamore Harriers, start to really break away from the rest of the field. Seems to be Lucy Holmes is all the way back in third, but our camera is strictly focusing on Sarah Healy, and for the right reason, ladies and gentlemen. Your European indoor champion in that yellow of UCD, and although she came through the first 400 metres in 60 seconds, she doesn't seem to be slowing down. She's putting a gap between herself and Mooney, and she's making sure to secure her spot in the final of the 800 metres.
She's looking back. This looks like a training run from Sarah. She's really comfortable as she's coming through here to take the win in this first heat of the women's 800 metres.
Yeah, and it's
Sarah's
all about
put in a
Sarah
big gap
Healy
in the last
today.
100 metres there.
Well, yeah, look at the clock, 2:03.63 for Sarah Healy. Madison Mooney, great run from her as well, though, coming in with a listed PB of 2:03.40 for the Tullamore Harriers athlete. But Sarah Healy, the hands on the hip, she didn't, she I suppose her goal is later on in the year that those World Championships where she has the automatic qualification for. So her preparation's all the way up until then, and she's using these national championships to really tighten that screw, and she didn't leave any room for error there. Her place in tomorrow's 800 metre national final is most certainly secured, Barry.
Yeah, and I guess it's probably a natural enough competition for her to enter in the 800 metres, considering her training partners of Keely Hodgkinson. We have Georgia Bell. She's up there with some of the best 800 metre runners in the world over in the UK. So Sarah has no doubt got the legs to put in a very fast 800 metres tomorrow in this final.
Yeah, the M11 athlete representing UCD here today, of course, as usual, as our second heat of the women's 800 metres is about to get underway.
So in lane 1 we have Renee Crotty from UCD AC. Lane 2 we'll have Aisling Cunningham from Dundrum South Dublin AC. Lane 3 we'll have Brown and McDonald from St Lawrence O'Toole AC. Lane 4 we'll have Grania Moran from Dundalk St Gerald's AC. Lane 5 we'll have Maeve O'Neill from Dohney AC. Lane 6 we'll have Maisie O'Sullivan from St Albans AC. And lane 7 we'll have Hannah Seagrave from Clonliffe Harriers AC. I believe, I could be stand to be corrected, but Hannah is a GB athlete.
Yeah, she is indeed, just in the process of switching her allegiance over to the Republic of Ireland or Ireland. Hannah Seagrave now a newly signed Clonliffe Harriers athlete, coming in with a 1:59 PB, so she's a great athlete. She's coached by Tommy Nohilly of Atlanta Track Club, but I'm sure there's a few words of wisdom after trickling down the vine of the Clonliffe Harriers, the Clonliffe Harriers club, I suppose, and coaches all involved. And then, she's an athlete of great talent. She's the European Under-23 bronze medalist back in 2017, but she has begun her possible switch of allegiance over to Ireland, so it's a process that can take a while.
Yeah, she had a great run down in Cork in the Cork City Sports earlier this year, so she is sharp, she knows how to race, so she'll be looking to get to this final, get there comfortably, save as much in the tank for tomorrow as she can.
Yeah, Renee Crotty there on your inside, also in the UCD yellow that we've just seen Sarah Healy in, your national indoor under-23 champion over this same distance, so she'll be looking to follow her teammate Sarah Healy into tomorrow's final. Of course, we've seen so many great athletes coming from that UCD team. Well, like we said earlier, the 800 metres is teeing up to be an unbelievable event on both the men and women's side. Yeah, Maeve O'Neill as well. Maeve O'Neill, Providence-based athlete. Good challenge over the 800 metres at European under-23 level. So another athlete to keep an eye on in this field as they're under the starters' orders here now. And all these athletes are away smoothly. First time for heat number 2 of the women's 800 metres. But it is going to be the Clonliffe Harriers girl, Hannah Seagrave, who seems to be taking the lead early on. We'll see once they break up from the stagger how this unwinds. You can see Renee Crotty on the inside there, who's starting to make her way up the field. But there seems to be a little bit of daylight already with the Clonliffe Harriers athlete who's making her Clonliffe Harriers and debut here. Yeah. Ireland really nationals debut as well, Barry.
Yeah, 30 seconds through 200 metres there. She's not hanging around. She's already created a significant gap between the rest of the field and herself. So as she comes around into the home straight for the penultimate time, she already holds a significant gap between herself and the rest of the field. Hannah Seagrave from Clonliffe Harriers AC taking the lead here in the heat 2 of the women's 800 metres.
Yeah, and is Hannah Seagrave going to raise some questions for Sarah Healy tomorrow in this final of the women's 800 metres? Of course, still 400 metres to go. Hannah coming through there in about 63 seconds. So, look, if you look at Sarah through her opening 400 metres, she came in around close to that 60-second mark. But, you know, Sarah Healy being your 800 metre national champion, is Hannah going to start raising more questions for her as well? European indoor champion, you know, Sarah coming away with a pretty, you know, comfortable title last year over a possible, I suppose, unorthodox distance. But Hannah Seagrave looking really, really comfortable here from the gun as she comes up with 200 metres to go. She's looking at about 1:34. So is she aware of the substantial gap that she has behind her back to the rest of the field? And is she aware top 2 automatic qualifiers to tomorrow's final? And there's no questions about it. It's Hannah Seagrave, the Clonliffe Harriers athlete, who started all the way out in lane number 7, but once the rest of the athletes broke into their lanes, into lane number 1, Hannah Seagrave was happy to take it on from the start and was happy to lead it all the way to the end. Hannah Seagrave of Clonliffe Harriers, 2 minutes 8 seconds, 0.15. She definitely left some in the tank for tomorrow's final, but will she raise some questions for our current national champion Sarah Healy? Who knows? But great to see her out in the Clonliffe Harriers singlet. Barry, will see of course our next automatic qualifier.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to have run the last 2 heats. We've seen from both heats that the leader has taken it out from the gun and led the whole race. It's probably the hardest way you could run an 800 metres, because you really don't know what's behind you unless you have a massive gap on the rest of the field. So it's a display of confidence from all these athletes that they know they're the top athletes in the heat. They know they can take it from the gun and they can take on the rest of the field and win convincingly.
And we can see the replay here on our screen now. Hannah Seagrave comfortably all the way to the line. Like, it was a really, really strong start from her, similar to Sarah. It was just Sarah continued to tighten the screw and didn't give up, coming through in 2:03 all the way in heat number 1. But Hannah Seagrave there, you can see her chatting to RTE's Greg Allen.
Yeah, so it's a really significant performance there from Hannah, and she'll be looking to put in a significant performance tomorrow again in the 123.ie National Championships.
And
for the 800 metres.
Greg Allen knows a story when he sees one, and Hannah Seagrave versus Sarah Healy, Barry, might be one in the making.
Yeah. So as we turn our attention now to heat 3, we have Jenna Brommel in lane 1 from Emerald AC, our current national lead with the 2 minute 50 second 800 metres. Lane 2 we have Robin Carey from Lusk AC. Lane 3 we have Ava Diver from Beachmount Harriers AC. Lane 4 we have Gemma Galvin from Ennis Track AC. Lane 5 we have Mary Horgan from UCD AC. Lane 6 we have Rachel Murphy from Plant Based AC. And lane 7 we have Alex O'Neill from Limerick Track Club AC. Limerick Track Club AC being a relatively new athletics club based out of Limerick City. We've seen some great performances in the AI Games with the long jump from the club. So Alex, based over in the UK, has flown over today for Heat 1 or Heat 3 of the women's 800 metres.
Sarah. Yeah.
So as we turn our attention now to Michael Bowler.
Raise your rock then, Dave, whenever you are.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Dave?
How's your mustache?
Testing.
1, 2, 3, testing. How's your mustache?
So I'll just go through there again. We have lane 1, Brommel from Emerald AC, your current national lead. Lane 2, Robin Carey from Lusk AC. Lane 3, Beachmount Harriers, Ava Diver. Lane 4, Gemma Galvin from Ennistrack AC. Lane 5, Mary Horgan from UCD AC. Lane 6, Rachel Murphy from Plant Based AC. And Lane 7, Alex O'Neill from Limerick Track Club.
Lane 2 from Lusk AC, Robin Carey. Lane 3 from Beachmount Harriers, David Diver. Lane 4 from Ennistrack AC, Gemma Galvin. Lane 5 from UCD AC, Mary Horgan.
So, also missing from the women's 800 metres today is Sophie O'Sullivan, who unfortunately is out injured. Sophie had battled a string of illnesses this summer, so she could be credited for her showing at the European Team Championships this year, where she had And from the gun here, we have strong performance on the inside and the outside, with Alex O'Neill and Gemma Brommel taking it out quick, with UCD's Mary Horgan also taking out a significant push for the first 100 metres here, where we have a gap here creating already with a lead pack and a chasing pack. So it's Alex O'Neill and Jenna Brommel taking out the lead here. 200 metres in 31 seconds there. They're not going to be hanging around here too much, but it is being ran slightly different to the previous two races, where we actually do have a significant amount of athletes all hanging around the front here.
Yeah, you can see UCD's Mary Horgan as well there, Barry, just reattaching herself back onto that pack that tried to break away over the first 150, 200 metres, but it's all come back now, and they're all nicely bunched together. But it's Alex O'Neill out in front at the moment. She's taking it from the gun.
Yeah,
sitting in behind her.
This will suit Gemma Brommel. She's the fastest woman on paper in Ireland at the moment, but she really will like a kicker's race here. So it looks like this will end up being a bust up over the last 200 metres. With Brommel and O'Neill creating a gap again between themselves and Mary Horgan from UCD AC in third place. As they have 200 metres to go, they come around in 1:35, with Brommel just coming on the outside shoulder of O'Neill. 180 metres to go. O'Neill tries to push on again, create any sort of a gap that she can, try and just get that slight edge on Brommel, as Brommel has to do the extra work there from the outside of lane 1.
Yeah, well, look over the shoulder there from Gemma Brommel. She's well aware that these two are clear of the rest of the field and have secured their automatic qualification spot to tomorrow's final in the women's 800 metres. So Brommel says, I'm going to relax, I'm going to conserve my energy, I've done what I need to do, tick the box. She's going to be more than happy to let Alex O'Neill come away and take the win there in the final of 3 heats of the women's 800 metres. So really great running from Gemma Brommel and Alex O'Neill. So O'Neill coming in there with a finishing time of 2:05.14. Obviously Jenna Brommel of Emerald AC just behind her. Of course, her teammate Sarah Lavin coming up in the 200 metre final very shortly.
As you can see there, a replay there of the women's 800 metre heat there where Alex O'Neill from Limerick Track Club took the win. And as we can see, we turn our attention now to the men's 400 metres, where we see a big name entered, Mark English. Traditionally an 800 metre man, but he is listed here for... Apologies, this is the 800 metres, not the 400 metres.
I thought you were going to introduce me, Barry Clevin, when you said big name.
Also a big name. Also a big name.
How are you, Barry?
I'm good.
How
I'm good.
has
the
day
weather's
been?
good. There's good athletics on. You
The
can't.
sky is blue, the grass is green, the athletes are out and the game is on. It's been a cracking day. Apart from the wind, we have very little to complain about here at the 123.ie National Senior Athletics Championships. It is the men's 800 is the next race on track. There will be 3 heats scheduled to go, so same qualification as the ladies you just saw. So the first 2 across the line by right, followed by the next 4 fastest. Lining up in this first of 3 heats on the inside is Adam Bradley of Selbridge Athletic Club. David Carroll from Liffey Valley Athletic Club is in 2. Mark English, the aforementioned man, the man to match, the national record holder from Finn Valley, is in 3. Carl Makarovich of Anriacht in County Kerry is in 4. Mason McCreary from Lockview Athletic Club is 5. Jack O'Donnell, great championship performer and has done well underage, coming through the Ratoath Athletic Club man. Frank O'Brien, great heritage son of Liam, who was a Olympic steeplechaser, and then Owen Quinn from Mullingar Harriers, Antoine Raquette of DSD, and Finn Woody Woodger of Metro St. Bridges lines out this 10-man field in their away first time, Barry.
Yeah, so as we see, English will like to sit back in this, with Finn Woodger seeming to take the lead from the first 100 metres here. English moved to new coach Justin Rinaldi over in Australia after the Paris Olympics this year, and since he's had a significant performances, he's ran the 5 fastest 800 metre times he's ever ran in his life this year. He holds the current national record of 1:43.92, which he ran earlier this year. He ran the indoor national record of 1:45.15 this year as well. And as we can see, after 300 metres, he's sitting behind your current leader of Finn Woodger.
So, not messing around here is Finn. He's decided the best way to qualify is to be in that top 2 and not make it a kicker's race. And it's going to be a pretty hot 55 seconds through the bell. Athletes strung out back across the track in the blue and white vest there. Sitting in 3rd is Jack O'Donnell. He's got a bit of a 5 metre gap now back to English, who is sauntering around on the shoulder of Finn. But it is still Finn Woodger as they move into the back straight. 300 metres left to go on this one.
And not far off Jack O'Donnell is Owen Quinn from Mullingar Harriers AC. Owen has a very fast last 200 metres in him, as we've seen at the Dublin graded meet on Wednesday night. But with 200 metres to go, English seems to be moving up onto Woodger's shoulder, with Quinn coming up onto the Ratoath AC man's shoulder. So it'll be a really fast last 150 metres, as we can see Owen Quinn coming, pushing, closing that gap as much as he can. And there's very little to separate himself, English and Woodger. As they come through the last 100 metres here, it's going to be a real swim of lactic acid, but English is no doubt the winner of this heat. He puts in a massive last 100 metres to win in 1:48.92, with Quinn taking second place there.
Yeah, Quinn probably was in 3rd place until about 799 metres there. Woodger will have to wait now for a long 20 minutes to see if his time will be just enough. 1:48 is fairly inconsequential to winning time there for English. He doesn't have to worry about that. And Quinn, he timed it to perfection, Barry.
Yeah, the standard of 800 metre running at the moment is very, very high. We've had national records, we've had national leads. We've had the fastest times in 800 metre running that we've seen since I don't know when.
I don't know either, but we've got 21 men this year under 150, which for a national standard of 800 running is pretty quick. Pretty good running by those guys. But yeah, 1:51.92 there for Woodger is going to be the best of the fastest. But again, with 4 going through, we'll wait and see. Anyway, we're down to the bowler box now. Michael Bowler is joined by Aoife O'Sullivan and friends.
O'Sullivan, who's the national high jump champion. Congratulations, Aoife. Oh,
Our Instagram said no. Okay, it doesn't matter. But anyway, they've been patiently waiting here talking about the sponsors 123.ie for ages.
Yeah, well,
they were so creative when the camera was off.
Look, there's insurance, guys. I want you to offers the insurance. Yeah,
it's where it's at. So if you want some insurance, there you go.
And especially, like, I'm not with Chill Insurance or anything, guys. So don't even worry about that. It's not real. It's not real.
Okay. Well, look, we're going to get a word from Coach here, right? How was today? It was 175, wasn't it?
Yes.
75, an easy 75 now, I'd say. Coming off the European under-23s, looking a lot more comfortable with herself at those heights, looking like it's time to progress on from now, to be fair. So, interesting to come.
Yeah, so exciting things to come, Aoife.
Yeah, I know. I think he's being very nice about it. Like, I'm here kind of sitting there or standing even, and I'm like, oh, like, I know the lower heights were fairly confident, but I can't help but feel I still had more in me in the day. But it was lovely having my teammates here with me, my sprinters. So it was really, really nice just having that support around as well. Especially in times like this, you know, when you're so close yet so far away. It's nice to have kind of a support team around you as well.
Yeah, well, you're consistently yourself and Tara especially are putting on a good show every year now, and every indoor and outdoor season. So it's really a humdinger of a competition between you, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's great, especially just to have Tara. We both push each other on, and especially at the start of the season now, we're both hitting the 81s high heights. So it's just kind of we're both at the same stage of where we're not hitting as where we want to be. But no, it's great, and it's looking forward to next year as well, seeing like what we're able to achieve with that.
Well, I have no doubt with this entourage behind you, sure you have to achieve great things. Well done, Aoife.
Thank you very much.
So 11 men in this second of three semi-finals rather. Sean Carrick of Clonliff on the inside, Robert Crowley, St Lawrence O'Toole, Sam Curtis, Leavell, Matt Fitzpatrick of Dunleer, Andrew McGilton, DSD, Keane McPhillips, one to watch from UCD, the young man Denny McLean from Middleton, Jared Murray from Rathfarnham, Joe O'Connor of United Striders, Luke Savage of Waterford AC, and Patrick Sheridan from Newcastle and District from the north of the country. Barry, there 150 metres in there.
Yeah, and without doubt your leader here from the first 200 metres, who's just gone back into second place, Keane McPhillips, your Morton Games champion. He came from the depths of hell in that race to come through to take the win in 1:44. He's one of only two men currently competing for Ireland that have broken the 1:45 barrier, so he will be the heavy favourite. But Patrick Sheridan, a 1:49 man from up the north, Patrick will be looking to put in a strong next 400 metres here to take the win.
Yeah, slightly slower through the bell for these men in the previous heat, but plenty of lads still in with a shot again in that top two. McPhillips very well placed on the shoulder of Sheridan, who has been rewarded in the past with this front running style and making plenty of finals. But there's probably 1, 2, 3, there's 6 men there in this kind of breakaway group that will still feel that they can qualify. The St Lawrence O'Toole man there, Robert Crowley, a 151 man at its best, lingering in, and then it appears to be the DSD vest of Andrew McGilton coming around his outside. So there's 3 or 4 men still in this race, Barry, with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, but McPhillips here is putting on a kick for the last 200 metres here, and he's already put a massive kick in, and he's put a gap between himself and Sheridan. But the DSD man is going to come up on Sheridan's shoulder to try and fight for that top 2 position, as all the lads are trying to push on, but they're really struggling here with the lactic as they come through. McPhillips sauntering through for the last 100 metres here, chilling out as he looks over his shoulder to come across the line in 1:52.59.
Yeah, Sheridan, the best of the rest there, really lasted into that strong headwind that has presented itself today in Martin. McGilton showed well, as did the Carmen Runner athlete. Not the Carmen Runner athlete, apologies, that's Denny McLean wearing the Middleton vest. They were in with the mix there, as was the St Lawrence O'Toole's Robert Crowley. Apologies, as we see there on the replay, Sheridan did just ease away, and I think the other 2 gents that crossed the line are going to have to wait and see. Hard enough. Good to hear from Ben Donovan, coach to Aoife O'Sullivan just there before that as well with Michael. Great season for Aoife O'Sullivan. She'll be delighted with how she's jumped, breaking in, making her first Irish senior cap and competing at European under-23s as well earlier in the year. But some vested interest in this next one for you, Barry.
Yeah, my brother Ben.
So if you do hear, go on Ben at any stage during this race, just know it is Barry. But we'll give you the full lineup here. Frank Buchanan from St Michael's College is nestled into lane 1.
Ben Clavin from Corran Athletic Club is in 2. Cathal Defuicha from Clonmel AC in 3. Sean Healy from DSD in 4. Rob Hewson, the Kildare Athletic Club athlete, in 5. Oisin Kelly from Cranford is 6. Owen Murphy from Newbridge is 7. Max Murphy, United Striders athlete, is a tall, rangy guy representing the United Striders Club. Andrew Thompson on the outside from North Belfast Harrier, a 146 man. And Adam Withers from East Down Athletic Club.
Yeah, Frank Buchanan, traditionally a longer distance athlete. He is fast 1500 and 3k times. So the Enniskillen man will want to back up his 344 that he ran over in Watford earlier this year. We have Rob Hewson just back from America. He's ran 148 countless times at this stage, so he'll be very comfortable running quick here today. We have Oisin Kelly, the Donegal man, 150. He's also very comfortable running quick, and he likes a fast last 200 metres. So,
and Thompson, the North Belfast Harrier as well, is probably the most established of these guys, based over in the UK, and has ran a couple 146s this year. So expect to see him to the fore, but I think behind, if these guys want to take the pace on, I think you could have a couple guys queuing up in behind for those non-automatic places. Looking like just waiting for confirmation of the results. But probably a run in the low 150s, 151, 152 will probably reward you with a final berth tomorrow. Just the first 2 across the line to qualify by right. So 10 men again under starters orders here. You can see the men's javelin in the concluding stages of their warm-up as well in the background. We'll try and bring you some of that coverage as well. But here we go, starters orders: Buchanan, Clavin, Defuicha, Healy, Hewson, Kelly, Murphy again, Thompson and Withers, as they're told to stand up, and I didn't need to rush through that at all after it, Barry.
Yeah, it seems like my brother Ben might have tripped. And as we take the lead here, it's all going to be bagged up until the first 100 metres as they come to the break.
Yeah, it looks like a few athletes here are going to break together. You'd hope for a clean run.
It looks like Kelly from Cranford AC is going to take the lead here.
Yeah, you just hope now at this stage that there is a bit of pushing and shoving and a bit of argy-bargy, because none of them were overly keen, and all of a sudden Robert Hewson has accidentally found himself at the front of this race, with Thompson from North Belfast Harriers looming large on his outside. But it's pedestrian, to be honest, this one. And all of a sudden they've realised if some of us want to get through in this as fastest losers, we're going to have to pick up the tempo. And just as I said, it was pedestrian that picked up. So 42 through the 300 metre mark, but there's still guys out in lane 2 and out in lane 3 having a good look at the wind and around the outside.
Yeah, Thompson is comfortable sitting there as they come through in 56.3 through 400 metres. He'll be sitting on Hewson's shoulder here, and he's going to be happy enough to sit here. He is a 146 PB. He's significantly faster than the rest of the field, traditionally on paper. So
that was Buchanan, who kind of moved out around and probably might have to pay the price for taking the brunt of that headwind at the 400 metre mark, but they're still queuing up here. It is Thompson who kicks into the lead now, and he might try to get a bit of separation. Frank Buchanan seems to be making the best of the moves, and it is kind of just backing up. It's not been the cleanest race by these gentlemen so far, Barry.
No, and as you can see, Thompson just dips the head down. He wants to hit the engines hard, and he wants to push on for this last 150 metres, and he's creating just a small gap and a small bit of window between himself and the rest of the lads in this last 100 metres, with Rob Hewson coming on the outside here to try and tackle for the top 2 places. But Kelly on the inside is going to try and push on for the last 30 metres here.
Yeah, 153 dead for the winner there. I think some of those guys are going to pay the price for a slow opening 200 metres.
Thompson just dusts off his shoulders there. He knows he's safely through to the final.
Yeah, Hewson showed his age and experience there. 153.64 there. So it looks like Crowley, St. Lawrence O'Toole, 153.51 will sneak in there.
Interestingly, from our first heat, Mark English is also entered in the 400 metres. So we'll be eager-eyed on the check-ins for that to see will he get in the blocks.
Yeah, it looks like Kelly may have done just enough there. 153.64 76 as a gasp goes up as Michael Jordan is introduced in the Javelin. It's not the same Michael Jordan though, funnily enough. Watched The Last Dance last night, great documentary.
Brilliant documentary.
In preparation, just in case MJ did arrive. But national leader there, Conor Cusack, introduced to the crowd last of all. So we'll get confirmation of that final later on. Live.athleticsIreland.ie for all your results, etc. So if you're watching at home, do log on there, as we're going to go down to Michael Bowler, who has pulled Greg Allen and Keane McPhillips for a chat.
Properly, because I'm always fumbling and bumbling. But look, you're eyeing up the competition there in the 800s. It's a stacked field. Obviously yourself and Mark are going to be battling it out tomorrow, and you're probably looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I think there's a couple of guys missing as well through injury and sickness, John Fitzsimons, Killian Kerwin, but definitely we're getting a lot more depth in the 800. Even the women's, there's incredible depth there too, so it should be a good fight tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
And your prep been going well?
Pretty good, yeah. Kind of changing up a little bit last while, focusing more on 1500 metre kind of pace work, and whilst keeping the speed up and hopefully meeting the middle a little closer to Tokyo, but still kind of had to take the foot off the gas there for a little while just to build up the strength again after Morton Games. So get through this and then get back to the 8 stuff then for Tokyo.
It's funny how these trends go sometimes in athletics. You hear of people talking slightly more towards volume and then more speed, and it seems to go in ebbs and flows, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I think the 800 is kind of the unique that you definitely... Well, actually, I think every event you need speed. I don't think there's a big enough focus on it in Ireland. It's something I've definitely improved an awful lot over the last few years. I think that's definitely contributed to my recent performances, because I've lacked a little bit of consistency with volume, but hopefully get that back next year. Just kind of keeping everything ticking over, really.
So you're more inclined to the speed stuff, and
no, I don't think so. I came from cross country. I've had to get faster and stronger in the gym and things like that. So I think I have, and then it's trying to next year we'll focus back. I don't think I'll go back up to cross just yet, but definitely 1500 and maybe 3k. Get a few of them done next year.
For people watching at home, they'd be interested to know what sort of stuff you're doing in the gym. Just real quick, a little insight.
I think it's kind of changed a bit. So it depends on the time of year. Not lifting as heavy as I used to. A lot more explosive plyos, things like that, and so it's actually easier on the body at the minute. Yeah, you have to. Martina McCarthy's my gym coach in the institute. You can contact her. She has all the knowledge. I just kind of do what I'm told.
That's Martina McCarthy.
It is, yeah.
Fair play to Martina. You're doing a good job. Whatever you're doing well. And Greg, you've been coming to this championships for a long time, and you've seen it progressing. And this is day one, and it's a great atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, I just tweeted a picture of this, on a Saturday, and I'm in the tweet or whatever with the post I made. I just said Saturdays used to be quiet. You can move around, and I just took a picture. Would you look at this? Ain't this something? And that's why it is. Obviously, what's happened with not just the top end performances in athletics, but the volume of athletes that we have now operating at international level, and obviously there's a cohort at world class level. And there are so many stars now, so you don't have to come for one athlete or two athletes who are starring at nationals. There's a dozen or more big stars. This man is one of them, obviously, because it's funny, Mark English, when he broke through 2012, 2013, and he was world junior finalist, chased David Rudisha down the home straight more than 10 years ago in the New York Grand Prix. And I thought I saw the coming of the next great 800 metre runner, and I was a kind of an 800 metre very grade C Dublin League type of runner, so it was an event very close to my heart. I just love the idea that we're going to see Mark against Keane tomorrow, which is half a generation apart, and which is itself intriguing. And Mark is running the races of his life, in the form of his life at 33 this year, I think. So it's an amazing privilege to have this duel tomorrow, and part of a big fabric of great duels tomorrow. More than duels, three cornered contests, 4 cornered contests. It's the depth is what really gets to me. It's incredible to see Irish athletics with so many challengers, in the races, going for a day of finals tomorrow, and some finals today as well, which is going to have a really good looking few duels coming up in the 200s.
We're looking forward to that. Many events with a lot of depth. So, look, Greg, big thanks to you from Athletics Ireland, because you are bringing it all to the general public. Cian is nodding in agreement here, and you've been a great servant to our sport. So, and the
first nationals is 1982 as a spectator, and I'm here today kind of just doing mostly research for tomorrow, and I feel like a spectator, and I'm loving it, and that's the best part of it.
But you can really feel your enthusiasm. That's what it's all about. So we all appreciate it. Look, back to the studio, and thanks, guys, for that. Thank you.
Great to hear there from Michael Bowler interviewing Greg Allen, who it appears dresses like he's going to the golf course even when he's in Martin Stadium. I'm joined back in the commentary booth by Rory Cassidy, who has finished his lunch, and we're about to serve up dessert here. It's the women's 200 metre final, Rory.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the races of the day, perhaps the race of the day, about to come up. Really, really competitive heats earlier on. Very hard to call, Jack, in terms of which way the medals will go here, with Charlene Maudsley, Sarah Lavin and Lauren Roy going head to head.
Yeah, and there's a cast of, I suppose, less established pretenders there to pick up the pieces should any of the more established names falter. The full lineup from inside out. Caoimhe Cronin has been the journeywoman of athletics this season on the domestic scene. She's been delighted to make lane one here in this final. Represents the Lakela club. Lorena Harrison also has been very competitive, member of the under-23 4x1 metre squad for Armatoad Athletic Club. On her outside, Alana Ryan, occupational therapist based in Limerick, represents Sleek Coolan. She'll go in lane number 3. Rosanna McGuckian from the city of Lisburn will be in 4. Then it's Sarah Lavin. What is there that hasn't been already said about the Emerald AC athlete? Obviously known for her hurdles exploits, but she's well capable over the 200 metre distance as well. And then it is the queen of Irish athletics, Charlene Maudsley, fresh off her exploits all through this summer and last summer as well, and she'll be hoping to add another 200 metre title. You can hear the cheers for her as she's announced to the crowd here beside me. Lauren Roy has been plying her business very well in stateside, where she attends college and ran recently at the University Games. She'll have all of the athletes on her insider, and Aisling Kelly, coached by Adam McMullen as well as Roy. She rounds out your field in lane number 8. Rory Cassidy, we're not betting men, and it's probably for the best. This one's very hard to call.
Yeah, really, really hard to call. Great to see the top girls going head to head. It really adds a lot of excitement for a packed main stand. Really busy hill. Probably the biggest crowd I've seen at the Nationals on a Saturday, which is great. And they're coming to see the likes of Charlene, the likes of Sarah. And I think Jack, as he said, mentioned dessert. I think they could be in for a nice little sweet treat now.
Yeah, this is going to be a great battle. I think you'd make a case. Probably traditionally hurdlers are pretty strong closing out in the 200, and obviously Charlene has that 400 background, so you can't say one has the edge over the other coming down the home straight. And Lauren Roy is a fabulous bend runner. I'd expect to see her 2 to 4 of this run as they round into that home straight. It's significant headwind as well, which will be rewarding good technique and good stride length. But they're going into their blocks here. It's the women's 200 metre final here at the 123.ie 153rd National Senior Championship.
So they're away first time. Great start by Lauren Roy and Charlene Maudsley. Sarah Lavin also going well, just eating up the stagger on Maudsley. But there's really nothing between Roy, Maudsley, Lavin, then the home straight. Lavin winning marginally just, but Maudsley is coming back and fighting hard. Maudsley, Lavin locked head to head. Who's going to take the 200 metre title? It's Maudsley who does it. Lifts her arms into the air. 23:56 on the clock. And the Tipperary woman delivers in front of a packed Morton Stadium, Jack.
Tip. What a weekend, what a week it has been for Tip. It'll kill me as a Kilkenny man, but that's an incredible performance. To keep the head, Lavin put her under so much pressure, as did Roy on the bend. You could see with 50 to go, I don't know, was it a grimace? I don't know, was it a smile? It was almost like she knew she had the legs. Brilliant run by Maudsley. What a run by Lavin as well. Roy comes through under 24 seconds as well, into a minus 2.6 headwind. That's brilliant running by those athletes, Rory.
Yeah, Charlene will take the acclaim of the crowd. Her family are just singing kind of the VIP area, just kind of directly in front of, opposite where she is now. But yeah, special win for Charlene. Again, made to work for it by Sarah Lavin and Lauren Roy, but that's what we wanted, Jack. That's what we want at national championships. We want contests, and boy did we get one there.
National championships are about winning, Rory. They're not about the times on the clock often, and that probably typifies it. You had 3 athletes who were competing
completely at the top of our sport here in Ireland, and it's great to see the 200, which traditionally, occasionally the narrative around the 200, the final on the Saturday, it probably gets less attention.
She takes it out.
She takes the plaudits to the crowd. That's probably one of the best 200 finals we've seen at these national championships. Great running all the way down through it. Ryan and Kelly have had great seasons. They've been rewarded with 4th and 5th place. McGuckian comes through for 6th. And then Lorena Harrison and Cueva Cronin round out your final. But it's all thumbs up for the Tipperary woman.
Yep, fantastic result for Charlene.
I'm told tip her back. I've been hearing it all the last fortnight, and I think it's continued into the athletics.
Absolutely. Bit of decision now for Charlene to make as to whether we'll see her in the 400 later on. We shall see what she opts to do.
Yeah.
I think the impression I got to her talking earlier on was that the options were on the table and she was going to make her mind after this 200 metre final.
Yeah, I think your intel may be correct there, Rory. We'll see what happens. But that's a great final and a great performance here on Saturday. Minus 2.6 wind as well. They had to work for it.
Yeah, you could say how much it meant there to Charlene though at the end, raising her arms as she crossed the line. She knew she had done it, pushed all the way. Just a really exciting race, and what Nationals is all about.
Yes, and Nationals is all about finals, and they're going to come thick and fast as the senior men are setting their blocks on these heats. There was 8 heats, so 8 fastest men qualified by time trial for this final. Emmanuel Akinrolli is the under-23 200 metre champion this year. He was part of that quartet that ran recently in Bergen. He'll be on the inside lane for representing Titans Athletic Club. Rayquan Luciano from Westcote will be on his outside in 2. Alaman Bancole, another man who's made great breakthroughs this year, representing the Fingalians Club, is in lane 3. Aaron Keane, great to see him back on the track. Raced at World Relays, made his senior debut as part of those relay squads, and then picked up a few niggles and has made it back to take his place in this 200 metre final. Darragh McConville, an interesting case, came straight from the triple jump runway to the heat.
Yeah, I pointed that out earlier.
The 200. He's a man with a background in semi-professional soccer, has played a bit, as we appear to have Michael Bowler, who's grabbed Charlene Mosley there for a chat. We'll continue this preview after that. Alrighty, so we've got Charlene Mosley down here, and that was some showdown between yourself and Sarah.
Yeah, I heard them say that I got off to a great start, and I was thinking, okay, this is different, it's unusual, but no, I'm actually really happy. Sarah came up on me, and it was just going forward. Sometimes I get really tight when someone comes up on me, but I've been training with girls this year who've been beating me all around, so I was really happy to come away with the win.
Well, fair play to you, and for the two of you to meet in the middle, it was great excitement for the crowd. It's definitely brought day one to life.
Absolutely, and we had Lauren in it as well, which was just unreal. The standard of the 200 this year was so good, and I'm delighted to win.
Yeah, did you find you were seizing up at the end, or did it feel good?
No, I don't think so.
You had this.
Maybe when I came into the lead, I shut it down, but I don't think so, no.
Yeah, that's good. And training's been going well, obviously, you're flying it.
Yeah, I'm in a weird transition at the moment, so I just wanted to go down to the 200 today and have a bit of fun, like I you're up there, so yeah, really special.
And looking around here, maybe we'll be able to pan around at all the kids looking for autographs. It's brilliant. Do you ever get tired of that?
No, never. All the support that we get is just second to none, so
yeah.
I can't wait to get them all down in a second.
Yeah. Well, congratulations again. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Charlie. Well done.
And that's a big front long goal. 56 metres.
We're back. Great to hear from Charlene. As a huge throw goes out in the field to much plaudits from Conor Cusack, well over the 70 metre mark. We'll round out this 200 metre final lineup. On his outside, we were on talking about Darragh McConville, who came straight from the triple jump final, Rory, to qualify in the 200. He goes in lane 5. The national leader, Marcus Lawler, and probably favourite here, it has to be said, the Clonliffe Harrier, will go in lane 6. And then on his outside, bronze last year over this distance was Dara Murphy of UCD Athletic Club. And in lane number 8, keeping his streak alive, 18 national finals on the bounce for Adam Murphy. He took his first ever national senior medal at the indoor championships, coming second behind his parish mate Marcus Lawler. Adam Murphy will go on the outside representing Tinryland. I see there may be a brief pause on track now while the ladies from that 200 metres are presented to the crowd as well,
Yeah,
Rory.
the bows are out in force with the medal bearers anyway, which is fantastic to see. As I mentioned earlier, 123.ie handing out free bows down there.
Are
they are, yeah. Yeah, go and get your bow.
Good. That would look lovely.
Yes, absolutely. But we will have the presentation of this women's 200 metres now, and the medals will be presented by James Galvin, Head of Sport and Wellbeing at GCU, and Breed Golden, President of Athletics Ireland.
And our UIOF medalist who we saw earlier, Ellis McHugh, who I didn't realise is a strong and powerful athlete, Rory. She looks the real deal.
No bronze for Lauren Roy.
Yeah, representing Fast Twitch Athletic Club, the club of her training group with Adam McMullen, childhood coach, Tarleton State University. Second for Sarah Levin. Not too often she stepped up on this number 2 place on the podium. But for good reason, because she's had to settle for second behind Charlene Malsey, one of the darlings, and takes the plaudits of the crowd.
Taking part in that final, we've Emmanuel Academia Titans in lane 1.
So,
Nico Luciano of West Coast in lane 2.
Smiles and photos all around.
The Galleons in lane 3.
Yeah, so the cameraman, videographers, photographers getting in there. But just a few minutes to go now before this 200 metre final, Jack.
Yeah, really challenging conditions in the heats. Some casualties.
Maybe dropping slightly just at the moment.
Yeah, based off the flags, it's been really challenging. I know, having tucked to the blocks myself this morning and seen a -3 flash up for myself, the wind can change pretty much in the space of 60 seconds here. We saw some -0s and -3s over the span of the, what was it, probably half an hour of those heats were ran on. But 8 heats settled down into 8 men. Akinroley on the inside, Luciano into Bancola 3, Keane in 4, McConville in 5, Lawler in 6, Murphy in 7, and Adam Murphy. Tinner Island Athletic Club, County Carlow rounds out your field. This is the 200 metre final. Lawler looks to be the one to tip for the gold, and it'll be anyone's race for the minor medals. Really difficult one to call. But they're under starters' orders here, Rory. Long hold for these athletes, but away first time, and it is Lawler low and driving out, and he's devoured the stagger out of the 2 Murphys on the outside, and he's going to streak into a considerable lead off the bend. It's a blanket behind. It's anyone's race for the minor medals, but it's the Marcus Lawler show. The Clonliffe Harrier man has stormed away from the field. It's 200 metre title for Marcus Lawler in 20.66. You won't find a more dominant title in the sprints this weekend, Rory.
Darragh McConville getting up for second, and very, very tight for bronze there between the 2 Murphys, Adam Murphy and Darragh Murphy. Potentially Darragh Murphy just edging it. We'll get that confirmed in just a second. But yeah, fantastic performance there from Marcus to take the title.
Marcus won't mind me saying he's a few years his senior, and Adam Murphy gets up for bronze. I'll be delighted. Looks like it's gone down to the 1,000th of a second, but you can see him pumping his fists. As I said, that's his 18th national senior final, and it's taken him 9 years to get a senior medal, and now he's gotten 2 in the space of 2 championships. For the man coached by Ger O'Donnell and Aideen Sinnott. But that is national title number 10 for Marcus Lawler, his 4th one outdoors, and the Carlow men embrace. But look at Lawler just streaked away. Great to see Darragh McConville, who starts the sport in January and finds himself on a national podium in August.
Pretty impressive, to be honest, Doug. I'm not too sure many people have pulled that off.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. McConville did a little bit of digging, chatted to him a few weekends ago. A bit of a soccer background, has played with UCD, played with Cabinteely, still plying his trade in the Leinster Senior League with Lucan United, and now he's the 2nd fastest man in the country over 200 metres.
Our next on the presentation is under 20 women's weight for height competition.
Weight for height, under 20 women there presented. 2 athletes in that one. I believe a championship's best performance in this for our winner as well. That's Daisy Leonard of Lusk AC. Marie Shanahan from Ballyscannock in County Offaly adds a considerable distance, 290. My mental maths failed me there, Rory. The championship record stood at 290. It's now 410.
Quite the improvement.
That's quite the improvement in the weight for height. As Lawler stands for his portrait off Mark Kavanagh there at the finish line. He's delighted. They'll have raced before in the past as well. But, as I said, he's the elder statesman of that field at 30 years of age.
Don't call him that. He got on to me before about being called the elder statesman.
But I don't mind if he'll text me grumpily, because he is the elder statesman, whether he likes it or not. Someone has to be. But he's not getting any slower, and he hasn't gone away, you know. He hasn't gone away. He takes the hand of Georgina Drum. And the officials, Darren McConville looks on cloud 9 down there, just to the right of Marcus Lawler. We might get a shot of him there. Starts the sport, as we said earlier, in January. I don't think he knows what he's just done, to be honest. But we'll give you confirmation of that result down the way through. Lawler comes through to take it in 20.66, just a shade outside his national lead. Darren McConville second in 21.41. As I said, down to the thousandth of a second between the two Murphys. Adam Murphy gets the nod on 21.51. Darren Murphy will have to settle for fourth.
Killian Sheeran has got Charlene Maudsley's gear back.
Makes a change from Michael Green running around with it, I have to say, Rory.
It does,
who is here and will feature, no doubt, on some social media.
Liam isn't.
But the power couple of Tipperary.
Tipperary royalty, I heard them described as.
North Tipperary royalty, anyway, nonetheless. As the men's high jumpers are introduced as well, we'll give you an update of the current state of play in the field. In the javelin, Conor Cusack leads with a throw of 71.92 from Dylan Kearns of Killybegs and Andrew Scanlon of Leavell, who are both in the 50s. Scanlon with 56.25 actually sits in second. Dylan Kearns of Killybegs AC in third with 53.85. Women's triple jump underway on the back straight there. Actually will have probably just wrapped up or is in the concluding rounds. And it is Sarah O'Keaney who is marked as leading. No, it's a bit of an error on that live results. Apologies. 12.74, the best jump in that competition from Sarah Buggy. No, my apologies. Daphne. It's all over the place. Sorry, apologies. It's a little bit muddled. Daphne Dulapitsu Tuan of Raheny Shamrocks actually leads that competition with 13.05 as it approaches the fifth round. So Buggy under a little bit of pressure there in what would be
forgive you, Chuck.
Yeah, it's a bit warm up here in the commentary booth.
It is. The excitement, I think, is getting to you a little bit as well.
On the track. But men's 200, who have we got? We've Jack Ford there in the four-shot decathlete. Actually a good few decathletes in this men's high jump.
St Killian's AC crossed the bag in County Wexford.
Not biased at all, Rory. You do love your Wexford athletes.
South Wexford bias.
Yeah.
200 metres.
And the men's 200 metre athletes being presented to the crowd here.
Yes, so we'll have our men's 200 presentation in just a second.
It's a little less organised than the women's affair. The boys are chatting away.
Oh, our friend Danny from Adidas. Welcome, Danny, over from Germany, and he's on hand to present the medals. I do have Danny's surname. I'll get that up very quickly.
Danny.
Yes, I only met him for the first time yesterday, but he's very welcome. He came all the way from Germany for this weekend
to present Adam Murphy with his bronze medal. And a few other responsibilities Adidas providing all of the lovely kit that you'll see on our Irish athletes this summer as Murph takes the clods. It's Darren McConville leaps onto the podium to claim his first national senior medal.
Our national champion in time 20.66.
And Marcus Lawler, it's national title number 10, his 4th outdoors. He hasn't gone away. Marcus Lawler is your national champion over the 200 metre distance.
So little I was guessed when Danny Laub came over from Germany, I imagined he'd be presenting national medals, but here he is.
He's delighted.
Alongside Breed Golden, Athletics Ireland president. Breed's first national seniors as president, so I'm sure a special day for her.
Yeah, Ferrybank AC in County Waterford. And best of luck to her in her new position as the steeplechase barriers are being laid out in preparation for our next event on track.
So we're going to go down to Michael now for some more reaction.
Okay, so we are down here at the women's triple jump, which is a fantastic competition. And a few really good athletes in this one. That was Caoimhe McDonough. I'm not sure if you picked that up on the stream just before we came live here, but she's a fabulous athlete, and 11.74 best so far today. And just looking at the board, just checking to make sure it was a legal jump. Not legal, sorry, that was a foul in fact. So she stays in her position in 3rd place. Sarah Buggy now currently in 2nd place behind Daphne Dolapsi. So this is a bit of an upset. Sarah Buggy now taken to the runway. Perfect conditions here. The wind is swirling a little bit, but just behind her now for the minute. Reading 1.6 plus 1.6 on the wind gauge there. So this is the 5th round jump for Sarah Buggy. And this is a huge one for her. Must be going to close her 20th title. So she's really up for this. You can be absolutely sure of that. Here she goes, takes to the runway. That old familiar, powerful stride. Really great speed off the board and just collapsing on the 2nd stride there. So that's not going to count. Gets the red flag. And so now the young pretender steps onto the track. And this is a great performance from Daphne Dulapsi. And she has a best so far today of 13.05, which came in the 3rd round. And it was a big PB for her. So let's have a look at this now. Wind absolutely settling here. Very little breeze in the stadium. And she's just settling herself. It was actually a plus 2.6 for Sarah Buggy there. Here comes Daphne. Incredibly powerful stride. Wow, that is some jump, and she's got another one on the card there, so she's building her round really nicely. Let's wait and see what that shows up as. Well done, Daphne.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you're flying, huh?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good day today.
Yeah, big PB so far for you.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Like 30 meters seemed like such a big number in my head for the longest time, so I'm so happy to get over it.
Well done. So a big breakthrough, and well, you've got one more jump. How are you feeling? Up for a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm gonna try for it. I've been trying for it. Yeah. Just need to get my approach right, and we'll be done.
Well, congratulations on a great competition so far, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Good to hear there from the goings on in the triple jump. One more round to go there. But Daphne Dulapitsi, or Dulapi Tunen. Apologies, Daphne. Every year I attempt to pronounce her name, Rory, and every year I don't quite get it right. But PhD research in DCU. And she leads going into that last round of that triple jump, looking to stop the dominance of Sarah Buggy in what has been 23 national titles on the bounce for Sarah from St Albans AC in County Laois. But Next event on the track will be the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. 3 athletes total line here, Rory. Abby Sheridan from St. Peter's AC, Alex Joyce from Tuam Athletic Club, and Amy Green of Finn Valley Athletic Club.
Yeah, small steeplechase field. Alexandra Joyce, of course, former 400 metre hurdler, but has now made her way up to the 3,000 metre steeplechase with terrific success under Dermot McDermott there in Sligo. She has made serious ground this year, making the European Under-23s in Bergen.
Yeah, probably not the most traditional transition in the world. Sometimes you get a steeplechaser get thrown into the 4 hurdles for a league or a varsities or something like that, but no, it's worked out for her, and they're
yeah, I'm sure she's looking to finish a long season with a bang here. Abby Sheridan sitting in there as well. Abby Sheridan was the national novice cross country champion in 2024. Won that race down at Tramore Racecourse in County Waterford. And we've also got Amy Green, GCU student from Donegal. But Alexandra Joyce, the favourite.
And she's taken the initiative in this race. Already opened up a little bit of a gap. Of course, no Michelle Finn this year. Seems like a long time since Michelle Finn probably hasn't towed the line in a 3,000 metre steeplechase final, but good bit of youth in this race. And to be honest, across the board, the steeplechase has probably been well contested all year. Just a shame to only get the 3 athletes out. Ava O'Connor, of course, setting a national under-23 record earlier this year, running 9:45 on the button, but electing to forego the nationals after a long collegiate season and team championships and then university games last year. But nonetheless, it's the focus on these 3 athletes as they take the water jump for the first time and all negotiate that one without any casualties early doors.
Yeah, Abby Sheridan got a great bounce off that barrier there. Yeah, steeplechasing in Ireland, 9 years. You go back now to the heady days, I guess, of Rio 2016, where we had 3 Olympians in the form of Carrie O'Flaherty, Sarah Tracy, and of course Michelle Finn out in Rio. And 9 years on, 3 at the European Under-23. So signs of progress. Eilish Hawkins, Ava O'Connor, as I mentioned, and Alexandra Joyce. So signs of progress in that event, an event that we have a decent tradition in.
Absolutely, yeah. Seen some brilliant youngsters at the juniors as well, negotiating the barriers, and probably an event that does favour the more experienced. I saw an American athlete interviewed at their USA trials. The only way to practice the steeplechase is to race the steeplechase. It's a very hard event to simulate, I suppose, the fatigue that you feel going into those closing laps. Probably they're still 2'6", which is the same height that the 4 hurdlers and have to negotiate, but they're a lot more solid, albeit the techniques does change as the race goes on. But it takes incredible strength and mobility and power. Often the strongest athletes in the gym on the distance end of things. Plenty of field events ongoing as well. You can see the men's javelin and the closing rounds of that. Triple jump, but it's as you were. Joyce still controlling matters at the front of this. Abby Sheridan tucked in second, and Amy Green just chopping her stride into that barrier. As I can see the Lake District athlete Connor Cusack on the javelin runway preparing for his throw. He'll just have to let the steeplechasers go. Connor Cusack has been returning to his emphatic best after a long injury layoff, 2 years really without any significant throwing. Has worked incredibly well with Catherine Fahy, the UL based physio, to recover his back. And he's just out of shot there. We'll just get the tail end of his throw here. Good block, and that javelin has sailed out and may well be an improvement. It gets the plaudits of the crowd. Connor Cusack over the 70 metre mark once again in that competition. It's great to see him back to his best, Rory.
Yeah, it really is. A really solid performance at the European team champs and a really solid season. I'm sure he'll be delighted to be back healthy and back at his very best. As he said, it wasn't an easy process, but yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, Mayo man, who
literally and figuratively.
He's based in UL, where he's about to study at Masters in Physiotherapy, as we might throw over to Michael here, who's going to take us through the last few jumps of the triple jump competition.
Okay, so back down to the triple jump here. And we are in the final round. The wind is picking up a little bit there. We're getting a few illegal readings on the wind gauge. And next on the track is Caoimhe McDonagh, and from South Sligo AC, and she is in third position at the minute, a best jump of 74. So ahead of Sarah, she will be looking for 12.74, so a bit of a jump. I know Caoimhe is capable of 12 metres comfortably, and definitely good conditions today to try and break that mark again. Just 3 jumps left in this competition now, so this is the top 3 as it stands. Leah Maloney finishing very strongly in 4th position. Oh, that was a fantastic effort there. Okay, so that was Caoimhe's last jump of the competition. Caoimhe, have you a few words for us? How did you feel about that?
They were good breaks, but no, I would have loved to get it on the board.
Yeah, you were really, really close. I was looking at one of your attempts there. It couldn't have been much closer, and obviously things moving in the right direction. You've had a great indoor season, so you can't really complain, sure you can.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I'm delighted I did get over the 12. I just would have loved to get over the 12 again here to finish it off, but it's fine. We'll work on it. We'll be back.
And a bit of a surprise here today. Daphne's flying out there, isn't she?
I know, I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for her. No, she's been doing it for so long and she's been so close to the PB, so like for her to get over 13 is brilliant for her. Yeah, no, I'm so happy for her.
What a mark, and there's a lot of girls now in the country, as we watched down at Sarah Buggy's last jump, a lot of girls over the 12 metre mark now at this stage, which is brilliant to see. Great depth in the field.
And there's a lot of young girls coming in doing it as well. Like I know back in Sligo we have loads starting triple jumping, so it's great to see that.
Oh, and of course Sarah now just trying to maintain her form, struggling a little bit with some niggles, which is obviously a big part of triple jumping. And of course Sarah's going for her 10th outdoor title in a row, so it's never going to be an easy fate. Let's see if we can grab her real quick. Sarah, we chat to you for 2 minutes? Not feeling good? We'll catch a little bit later on. Daphne's stepping onto the runway there for her very last jump, so this is the victory lap as it is, and so let's keep an eye on this one before we head back to the steeplechase. Daphne has it in the bag. She's just looking to better her personal best. We've already been chatting to her earlier and she's absolutely delighted, and so is Caoimhe, delighted for her as well. I was chatting to Owen there, and Sarah's just minding a few niggles, but here we are. It's our national champion for 2025. Can she finish with a bit of a show? She certainly does that, and she gets a round of applause, deservedly so, from the community down here. Triple jump enthusiasts delighted for her, and she has a big smile on her face. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Colin, for all the training support.
Colin, fair play to you, and congratulations. Well done.
So just 600 metres to go in this women's steeplechase. Great to hear from our triple jump athlete Sarah Michael. And this is turning into a real ding-dong battle shack with 5:50 to go, the penultimate water jump here.
Yeah, Joyce has probably controlled things and has had for the last maybe kilometre or so in this race, has had about a 10 metre gap, but all of a sudden the St. Peter's athlete has just kind of broken the elastic and has reeled her in. That is Abby Sheridan. Name escapes me, but she's just moving up onto her shoulder. Just had a look there at the front of affairs. They're going to take the bell here. Amy Green going through the water jump is battling hard back down the field, but it's going to be a good last lap here in this 3,000 metre steeplechase. So it's just going to take to life.
Yeah, 8:51 as they hit the bell, and you can see both girls are really, really hurting. It really is going to be a case of who wants this most, who wants to be crowned national senior champion. For both, it would be their first national senior title, so a lot on the line here down the back straight. Sheridan look poised to make a move. They're nearly matching stride for stride now down the back straight. So little between them. The Tuam athlete, the St. Peter's athlete, Head to head, Jack.
Yeah, Joyce still controlling things at the front as she's done from pretty much the gun, and she's just maybe taking the hurdles slightly fresher. But now comes the move from Sheridan, just as I said it, and she's moved into the lead, and this may well be a lethal kick. She's going to have to negotiate 2 more barriers. A lot could be told from that water jump, a really difficult skill to be able to take that, and she looks to be full value for this. It's going to be a win for Wexford, I think, Rory.
St. Peter's, not quite Wexford, unfortunately.
Not
Jack
Wexford, my apologies.
3 metres off Alex Joyce there, but one final barrier which she's successfully navigated, and she's coming through to take a first ever national senior title. Abby Sheridan, and it's going to be a really big PB, 10.05 on the clock. That's really impressive running. Alex Joyce is going to PB as well in 10.09, I think. So
St. Peter's is of course our man. I should have known that, I think. That's what yeah, that's an impressive kick. I don't think people understand how, I suppose, hard that water jump is as they come in. That's a vicious kick. 10.05 as Amy Green comes in to take the last barrier as well here. The Finn Valley athlete has ran considerable steeplechases all year, and she's going to come through to take a national bronze. But yeah, comes in, when you come into those steeplechase barriers with a bit of kick, oftentimes the result can be probably not the one you're looking for. 10.40, the season's best for Sheridan this year, so she's taken 35 seconds off that mark.
yeah, really, really impressive running. You could see just how much she wanted it. First national title, always special.
As Georgina Drum lends a hand to those athletes, it's very warm, it's very heavy, it's not very conducive to endurance performances. As we
Louth, St. Peter's.
There's a few St. Peter's.
Louth. I think this one is Louth, yes.
Yes. Apologies to St. Peter's all around the country. I think I got mixed up with St. Killian's, did I?
You did,
I think I did.
St. Killian's cross the bag. It was fresh in your mind, Jack.
I'm rarely wrong, but I'm never right. But what I'm definitely not wrong about is Abby Sheridan is your 3,000 metre steeplechase champion for 2025. As they recount, God, I found that very difficult to do.
That's really good running. To be running 10.05 is impressive, nearly under the 10 minutes, kind of a bit of a benchmark in the steeples. So these girls can look ahead to next year now, and wouldn't it be great to have a few more under that 10-minute barrier?
Yeah, it kind of snuck up. It took to life while we were covering the field. It really, I suppose, bounced along, and athletes were kind of stuck in no man's land. But Sheridan's last kilometre was really good, as she probably had the best of the legs taking the bell, and knew with 200 metres to go that little injection of pace was going to be enough. Indeed, 10.05 gets you into the top 10 all-time list, Rory.
Wow, that's very impressive.
So that'll be a little bonus for the St. Peter's athlete, as there's no hanging around. They're straight over to the podium.
Our next choice event is the men's weight for height competition, competing in the senior competition with Colm O'Donoghue of Luskin Mexico. Defending champion Michael Healy of Lever Atletico did the treble last year, weight for height, the weight for distance and the discus. Also from Lever, with Jake Tierney.
James Kelsey there, the Goran AC man, just leaving the high jump pit there. National under 18 decathlon champion in Carlow there a fortnight ago.
He had one Michael Bowler supervising him in training. Was it last weekend, Jack?
I believe so. Bowler was practicing his interview skills on the athlete who trains in Scanlon Park. Kilkenny CBS student. And a man with great range. I think there's relatively new to the decathlon, and I think he's got a good career in high jump. A 180 metre man at just 17 years of age, as the 3,000 metre steeplechasers are presented to the crowd. Amy Green of Finn Valley, storied club, famed club, no different, and not unlike them to be on a national senior podium. Alexandra Joyce from Tuam, 400 metre hurdler turned steeplechaser to great effect. And Abby Sheridan rises atop the podium to take her national gold.
Medals being presented there by Mr. Lee Vale himself, Tony Walsh.
Tony Walsh, yeah, Mr. Lee Vale, and I think Mr. UCC as well. who reliably informed me that the track in the Mardyke is being built and that all the UCC athletes are going to do a day's shift next year to lay out the Mondo, as Emer Marr, who is of famed UCC, is sat beside us here in the commentary booth. She's going to roll at least 2 rolls of Mondo, I think. But great to have the Mardyke back up and running, literally, hopefully in the coming months. Conor Cusack back on the runway. He threw out to 75 metres, a new national lead by a couple of centimetres there. You saw that last. He's coming up on the last rounds. Great speed on the runway. Blocks that leg and chucks it out. Probably a little bit too high on the release. That's not going to be an improvement for the Mayo man.
Wearing the yellow vest is Yellow by Coldplay plays over the PA system.
Oh, it's usually me that comes out with the...
There you go.
Little bits
there
like that.
Go.
But Rory Cassidy, you're getting better at this thing. You're getting better
at this. As if I haven't been doing it for a good few years at this stage.
Oh, you'd want to be at it year 75.42, the leading mark in the men's javelin at the minute. It's Andrew Scanlon, the best of the rest, over 60 metres himself, which is a decent throw. And Michael Jordan.
No, not that Michael Jordan.
No, not that Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan of Naas Athletic Club sits in third with a throw, 57.40. So Cusack looks comfortable to take the national title and revisit the top of that podium. But yeah, 75.42 for a new national lead adds just under 30 centimetres to his mark that he set out in Geneva. That is the Lagan Valley athlete, Jason Craig. So good they named him twice. He's had a best of 42.70.
As Jack Hickey cramps up in the commentary box. Well, that's a first. We might need to get some medical attention up here. And now he's dropped his laptop. It's all going horribly wrong.
Brilliant. I just downed a bottle of Lucozade, so hopefully that'll kick in 4 to 5 working hours. It's tough out here, Rory. It's tough out here. The joys of double jobbing. I think we'll stand up for a second here. There's a bit of a brief lull on the track. The 3,000 metres steeplechase for men will be the next event on track. That's Ewan Caniff, the Clonif Harrier there on the Javelin runway. Bright pink Javelin, flies out just short of 40 metres. So take a second to look around. The crowd is still lingering on. Good crowd up on the bowl.
Good buzz up there as well. I was up there for about half an hour myself, having a nice pizza. They're very good here. Also last lap on hand to revive.
Yeah, if you are making the trip tomorrow to Santry, we have got plenty of food vendors, so no need to pack the tinfoil sandwiches. Food is available for young and old. Pizza and a burger van and a few other things.
Crepes, pancakes.
Crepes, that was the last. I couldn't remember. I said I'm an athlete, I'm a high performance athlete, I probably shouldn't have a crepe. So I went.
Not today, maybe tomorrow.
Not today, tomorrow. Come about half.
Tomorrow morning.
I know someone has to do a 4x4 tomorrow, Rory. We'll be here to turn off the lights in Morton tomorrow night. It'll be a long day. Men's high jump featuring here. I'm delighted to inform you my laptop has not broken since that fall. But that's Corcoran there. Callum Corcoran of Athlone AC, who just clips 185 with his heels. That'll be his third and final failure at that height, so he'll bow out of that competition. We've got 3 men clear at 185. Conor Penny appears to be a non-starter, so there was... Oh no, he hasn't come in yet, that's why.
He's sitting tight.
He's very hard to miss.
After his exploits at EOF, the European Youth Olympic Festival.
EOF. Are we calling it that now, are we?
I don't know where I got that from, but it seems
you're on a roll. You've
me.
Got yellow, and here's James Kelsey. You can just see his feet there. Up he rises, and down he comes right on top of that bar. So I'm just having a scan there with my eyes. I can see the red hair of Conor Penny. Not sure can I spot Larkin Murphy, who I suspect, if he's not down there, he may be at home resting his legs. I think he's got his eyes set on that 100-metre final, the national decathlon champion, who burst onto the scene this year running 10:38 on his first event of the day in that decathlon. So that's a new Irish sprint star to keep an eye on tomorrow.
Something quite interesting in the water in Dundrum South Dublin, Jack.
Yeah, like if anyone was in Tullamore last weekend, they'll have seen the senior men and senior women of Dundrum South Dublin romp home to victory in both the men's and women's Premier Division of the league. They're a huge culture. Probably not too many clubs like them where they're all training in-house. It's all in-house coaches. That model probably starting to kind of fade away in Ireland as people kind of move towards multi-club groups. But they have 3, 4, 5 relay teams I think entered this weekend. They'll have talent across the board. Interestingly enough, not the highest entry by clubs. I went through that during the week. Leevale still the most unique entries. The Cork City Club, followed by DST and Clonliff. This is the Raheny Shamrock man, Mohammed Ibrahim Halil. And it has to be said, Rotary,
very short run-up.
Very short run-up. But the crowd is getting very into these field events. They're getting their moment in the sun, literally and figuratively again. As the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase are set to toe the line here, Rory.
Yeah, just 4 in this. We've got Jonas Stafford of UCDAC, part of that team a couple of years ago, who won European Under-20 cross-country gold in Brussels. Dermot Maloney of Nuno Olympic AC, our national leader. Finlay Daly of Sligo AC, and then we've got Pádraig Farty of Galway City Harriers.
Yeah, Finlay Daly probably the most established over the barriers, although in fairness Jonas Stafford has produced some quick times in his own right, but Finlay Daly 8:38, the Sligo man. One would expect to see him and Stafford at the front of affairs, and Maloney, a youngster from the Nuno Olympic Club, and Pádraig Farty running out that field. So another compact field, but not lacking in quality by any means. There's Andrew Scanlon plants a javelin there in your foreground right on the 60 metre tape line, so might be a marginal improvement for him at men's javelin into the 5th round.
Yes, live.alexarden.ie will keep you up to date with all those live results. We also have the weight for height underway, Jack.
Yes, the weight for height is underway. The big men. I don't really have much analysis on the weight for height. I know it's an event I wouldn't like to be standing underneath that bar as the weight comes crashing down, but yeah, one of the unique features of the Irish National Championships is we're going to cut down to Michael Bowler, who has finally caught Marcus Lawler.
Okay, so we're down here at Marcus Lawler celebrating another national title, and this one was really exceptional because 20:66 on the clock. So how did it feel about that, Marcus? It was a great run, obviously.
Yeah, I'm delighted with the run. Michael into a headwind as well, and so look, it's quicker than the indoor title and pretty decent in terms of the overall season. It's probably a season's best or close to anyway, so yeah, delighted.
Yeah, and so talk us through the race there. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I felt like I got out very well. I wanted to really attack the first 50, and the bend has been my strong part all season, and I think looking at it I probably came into the straight really well, and from that point I knew I was ahead, so it was just about trying to hold it as best I could, and I think I finished reasonably strong considering the wind, etc., and nice time.
I suppose those few years of dabbling in the 400 metres is maybe paying off a little bit now.
Yeah, possibly in the strength side of things, but I do think my speed has gone up as well, and I think speed is everything.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that we focus on. So yeah.
There's a good moment here with one of your colleagues coming up to greet you after the race.
Yeah, so I think I'm actually probably one of the only staff members competing this weekend. So, and then my colleague Colette came over. She was the first to congratulate me. So nice moment as well. So, but yeah,
that's good. And of course, you're focusing on speed, as you say, and you're working with your mum now again, and it's working really well for you. And back to the routine, and you're so familiar with each other, obviously, and that's her there just in the background, isn't isn't it, watching on?
Yeah, she looks really calm there. Normally she's roaring me on, but obviously we're just paying a lot more attention to what's happening at the moment in the races, and because I don't think my indoor form has exactly transpired into my outdoors. I've had my little setbacks along the way this last couple of months, but we're getting there now.
It surely looks like you are. Well, congratulations to yourself and to Trish as well and the whole team, you know, so another great result. Well done.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mike. Thanks. Yeah.
So we are underway in this 4-man men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final, and wearing his Adidas shorts that he picked up at Team Champs is Finlay Daly, who leads the way, Jack.
Yeah, lovely fashionable athletics gear. Good to hear from Marcus Lawler again, who's probably going to be our employee of the month in Athletics Ireland.
A very good case, of course, RDO, Regional Development Officer for Carlow Kilkenny, focusing in there on South East Technological University.
Yeah, he'll probably have a good claim for it, but kind of as predicted.
Brownie points for him at the next staff meeting.
Yeah, Hamish might have an extra goodie bag for him. But it is as expected. It is Daly and Stafford who've kind of broken away from Flaherty and Maloney, or Flaherty rather. No, it is Flaherty. Apologies, Park.
First water jump, always interesting to see how they navigate the water jump at both away well from that one, Jack.
I'm expecting at any point to hear the unmistakable voice of Phelim Kelly roaring on Jonas Stafford.
Got news for you, Jack. Phelim's in Spain.
I'm gutted.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, he's in Spain.
I was thinking it was much quieter than usual around
Spanish
here.
Championships. I'm sure Phelim's probably tuning in now. So,
Yeah.
Hello, Phelim, if you're watching.
Hello, Phelim. It's much quieter than usual here. Usually plants himself around the 200 metre mark and roars his athletes home. But indeed, he's not here.
One of the most passionate men in Irish athletics.
It has to be said, yeah. And he'll be, no doubt, watching Jonas. The UCD man, another club who've had a bit of a resurgence in recent years.
Yeah, Jonas, a man who only took up the sport of athletics during those COVID years. Good clearance there in the high jump. We'll get back to that in a second. But yeah, Jonas only took up the sport during COVID. I think during that whole fad, Jack, of run 5, nominate 5, donate 5.
I may have partaken that myself, but a little stumble there for Daly on the water jump. Just caught, I'd say, a trailing spike, I think, to be honest. It looks to be hanging slightly off there on his left foot. I might get a better look at that as he comes into the home straight, and all of a sudden Jonas Stafford has a 10 metre lead as he comes into the home straight. Takes 5 laps to go, and Daly looks to be moving okay, so maybe that spike is alright. I thought it had just fallen off.
Yeah, through there, just 3 minutes there, so through the first kilometre.
A little shot of adrenaline there for Finlay Daly, and now all of a sudden he has to find 10 metres of a difference back to Jonas Stafford, who maybe would potentially like to have a bit of company at the front of this race, but of course took the under-23 title in Tullamore.
Yeah, if you're Daly here, you can't really afford to panic. You've got to trust yourself that you'll be able to get yourself back up there.
No, it's not an event that you can simply kick and invest. You have to kind of slowly wind up the effort, and now the race plan that he would have potentially had has kind of gone out the window here.
Coached, of course, by former Athletics Ireland National Endurance Coordinator Matt Lockett. Matt went back to the teaching.
Gone back to the teaching, yeah.
And Mark Keneally has since succeeded him in that post.
He's worked at setting up a few training camps abroad and making the trip to Font-Romeu with plenty of Ireland's best endurance athletes. But Daly has done a really good job here over the course of that lap to just close up that gap, and all of us
didn't panic again. Now he's back into a nice position there, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that.
Stafford just veering out at each barrier and maybe giving himself a little bit of extra room, but all those extra metres are going to add up, as I see Conor Penny has taken off the tracksuit bottoms and he's going to enter the high jump competition as well. He's about to begin his jump, so we'll pan down here briefly away from the steeplechase to get a look at this youngster from Crowell. A couple of Crowell athletes in this. The Galway club. Long, rangy athlete and comfortably up and over 195. That's a brilliant opening jump for Conor Penny as Daly and Stafford clear the water jump once again. And Daly has retaken the lead at the front of affairs. So opening height 195, and that may well be a one and done for Conor Penny, as he's the only athlete over 195 at the moment.
They call themselves the Crogwell Rockets, Jack.
Crogwell Rockets, Ronnie Ward and Michael Penny, if memory serves me correctly, who is either, I think he could be a father of Conor.
Correct.
Yeah, a large group that boasts mainly Crowell athletes and a couple borrowed talents. Sean Doggett, Lauren Costello, off the top of my head. But it is Daly who's retaken the lead, but probably had to work a little bit harder than he would have liked. And Stafford can maybe settle in now and just keep an eye on his older compatriot, although I'd have to say Finlay Daly attacked that steeplechase like he was a 400 hurdler.
He's moving really fluidly now with just a kilometre to go, keeping those Ks pretty even so far at around the 3 minutes, and over this water jump effortless there for Finlay Daly. Just again gains maybe a metre on Jonas Stafford, so yeah, he's starting to make his move, Jack, I think.
Yeah, nothing like a shot of adrenaline of a fall just to keep him going and then boost performance. But yeah, he's really tidy over the barriers, and Stafford hasn't broken yet. He's stuck to his rhythm and they're flipping away nicely. They're going to come and take 800 or 700 and change or whatever it is in the steeplechase in 640. So clicking away the Ks, clicking away the metres, and this has been a devastating last lap there from Finlay Daly. He's opened up 25 metres of a lead there, back to Jonas Stafford. It's Pádraig Flaherty, the Galway man, who just has a slight edge back down the track to Dermot Maloney, who's sat in 4th place, but I think that race,
yeah, it'll be a serious battle for bronze, that's for sure. But
yeah,
barring disaster, you would say at this stage, it's Finlay Daly's to lose. He still has 2 water jumps to negotiate, so he'll take the water jump this time for the penultimate time. But that gap opened up so quickly and again smoothly over, so one more water jump, 500 metres to go.
Yeah, brilliant talent is Daly, the Sligo AC man. He will take the plaudits of the crowd for the penultimate time here, and he's just so metronomic. He's probably not the tallest, not the smallest either, but he just has a running style that's so suited to his frame. His head is rocking and rolling, 750 at the bell, but it'll be potentially one of the hardest earned titles he's ever had. But graduate of the University of Galway, where he would have, or I suppose NUIG when it was his days with that, hence where the link with Matt Lockett was made, and it's a partnership that has produced plenty of national titles. It'll be 2 actually. I thought I had him down for more, although that may be just track. But he's found another gear as Finlay Daly. He's going to come in to take the water jump. Just checks his stride. He probably had kicked a little bit.
Yeah, nearly overly cautious there, but I guess he has to be after what happened earlier. He definitely wouldn't have wanted to come down again there, but into the last 100 metres now.
Yeah.
So it will be another national title for the Sligo man. Got the great honour of wearing green again this summer, and he will take the applause of the crowd. Finlay Daly of Sligo is your 123.ie national senior champion in a 3,000 metre steeplechase. Punches the air in delight, breaks the 9-minute barrier, and that's job done, and another gold medal will soon be hanging around his neck.
Yeah, Finlay Daly, great performance. Picked himself literally up off the track and worked so hard that lap in the middle, where he had to put an injection of pace as we cast our eyes back down to the track, because another battle has unfolded, and Dermot Maloney, youngster, still a junior athlete, has kicked so well off of the barrier, and his coach Sean Finn will be delighted to see Maloney streak away.
A gazelle-like leap there over that last barrier, Jack.
Yeah, the Nina Olympic athlete, still a schoolboy. We saw a schoolboy take the title last year, and Billy Coogan from Kilkenny, but Dermot Maloney will be a medalist. And we're going to go down to Michael Bowler, who is
Okay, so we are down here at the Javelin. Andrew, great competition for you. Congratulations, silver medal. 60 metres.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, pretty happy. Would have liked to got 64 2 weeks ago at the AI Games. Would have liked to have built off that, but it's been a long season, so you can't complain. End of the day, it's about the medal.
Yeah, silver medal. And it's great to be a part of it, isn't it? A great crowd, great atmosphere. Connor's obviously thrown out of his skin, so it's a great day to be here.
Yeah, Connor's been in unreal form this season. Unreal to have someone ahead of you, but that much, it gives you that target to build off of. Especially when there's someone like Oisin as well. Shame he couldn't be here to compete
Well, here is Connor. This is his final round throw, and look, he's giving it everything. Look at that thing travelling through the air. Well, what a throw. And that is over the 70 metres mark. Connor, let's try and grab the national champion, Connor Cusack. What a performance. Well done, well done. Cheers. So just to let people know, this man's come back from a bad injury, really, like a back injury that lingered for a while, which is a kind of a common problem in javelin that people have to face sometimes. But you've obviously conquered that at the minute. And
peering over your shoulder now. Oh yeah, okay. I just saw waiting for the distance.
Another 74.90. Wow, that 74.49 to finish with, but over 75 metres at the national championships. Brilliant stuff.
No, I couldn't ask for any more. I said that when I started the season. I said I don't really care what I throw that much. I'll go to every competition to compete, but I don't really care. I just want to compete again. It was 2.5 years of being out. I even small stuff like knowing how to go through a cauldron. I was like, Jesus, this feels like alien behaviour. But I just couldn't ask any more this season. It was just kind of strength to strength, and stuff started to click a lot easier than I was expecting it to. But yeah, over the moon, delighted.
It's great to see the old familiar flow down that runway because you've got such a beautiful style. And it's funny, Rice just finished his career, and then you came and took over, and then young Oisin Joyce took over after you, and you were off. So all we need now is for the two e-boys out here competing together.
Exactly, yeah. God help him, with injury. I know exactly how he's feeling, but there's absolutely no question he's a workhorse. He'll do all his rehab and he'll be back again. I'm sure the two of us will be here next season. Please be to God.
Well, you're definitely an example that that can be done. And young Andrew there is also a big guy, looking good and throwing some good throws.
Yeah, I had actually never seen Andrew in person before. I was throwing in Carlow about 2 weeks ago, and I was like, Jesus Christ. But no, he's really one of the best up and comers anyway in the sport of javelin. And he's exemplifying that there today. It's just, I'd imagine a couple of bits that he has to change, and he'll be on to the next level, no problem at all, no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, talking about the next level, Lorraine over there, who was doing marking today, she said that it's very hard to see your javelin when the marker is put down there in the field. So if you are planning on doing any more levels, we'll have to come up with another plan so that we can mark your throw. 75 metres is a long way away.
Oh, well, look, there's not very much I can do about that now, but I'll take that as a compliment, I suppose.
Do. Well, congratulations, Connor. Well done.
All right, talk to you.
Well done, lads.
This high jump is starting to take off, Rory.
It is. Pardon the pun.
As the tracksuit bottoms have come off, Mohamed Ibrahim of Rahini. He has the crowd in the palm of his hand. He's at an attempt at 2 metres. Does knock it, unfortunately. That'll be him bowing out of the competition. Now, when he cleared 195, Rory, he popped a backflip out.
Sorry?
He popped a backflip out when he cleared 195 rather acrobatically.
He was absolutely delighted with that.
But that failure will crown Conor Penny your national senior champion. He's gone clear at 2 metres.
Not bad for a 16-year-old.
Not bad for a 16-year-old. And it'll be interesting to see what he does elect to set the bar to next.
2 metres and 5 centimetres from inside jump.
Conor Cusack. You heard there speaking to Michael Bowler about his exploits. His bowler expresses his love to see his flowing style down the runway again, and aren't we all in agreement as he poses for a photo there. He finishes up with a final throw of 74.49, no improvement. 75.42 to take the title from Andrew Scanlon of Leavell, 60 metres 81, and Michael Jordan of Nace Athletic Club, and not the Chicago Bulls, takes third with 57.40.
Important clarification there.
Important clarification.
Paddy now at 205. a man who's getting great international experience at European Under-18s last year and EYOF this year.
A talented hurdler as well. He's entered in the 110s tomorrow. But he had about 6 or 7 centimetres to spare at the minimum. Just a little bit of a timing issue there for Penny. So he'll have 2 more attempts on the back straight. Now Rory is the senior women's 1500.
Yes, we'll go through that lineup in just a second.
So we're going to have 2 heats, and it'll be just the first 6 across the line to qualify by right. It'll be 12 in this first, so first 6 across the line will qualify, as we said, by right. From inside out, Rachel Ayres of St Albans, Emily Goff, Ferrybank, Ellie Hartnett from UCD, Darren Hughes from Clonleaf Harriers, Niamh MacDonald, Ballyrone, Abbey Leaks and District, Sive Mohan of UCD, Nassani Hannafin of Ennis Track, Laura Nicholson of Bandon Athletic Club, Roisin O'Reilly, UCD-AC, Greta Stremakita of UCD-AC, Zoe Toland of Candor Track, and Amy Wallace, Mullingar Harriers. 4 yellow UCD bibs and the yellow bib of Bandon Athletic Club is going to make this a bit of a commentator's nightmare. So we'll do our best. We are perched in the back row of the stand here in Morton Stadium, so at times, as it goes down the back straight, it is a little bit hard to distinguish, but we'll do our best with the benefit of the screen. And it is Amy Wallace there on the outside, Mullingar Harrier, who will find her way to the front, and it's yellow from yellow from yellow, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving. There's Roisin O'Reilly, the UCD athlete, just gets reminded that you can't go there, you need to give me a bit of space. But Laura Nicholson in here at this, another athlete based stateside, probably has one of the better Instagram handles, Bubble Blowing Baby, or something along that line.
Something along those lines. Perhaps that's a job for Michael Bowler to find out what's behind that now at the weekend.
Yeah, not us, but she is in control of things at the front, and it is Zoe Toland of Candor Track Club, and Amy Wallace and Nassani Hannafin nestled in second, and third Greta Stremakita, the Paralympic athlete, tucked in on the inside rail there in the yellow of UCD. As they trundle through the first lap in 72.81. Another failure there, just out of shot for Penny, so he'll have one more attempt at 2:05. National title already in the bag as these athletes rumble and roll. 200 metres clicking off, and as of yet no real moves or shakes being made.
So the field starts to spread out now. We'll have 2 laps to go when they pass the finishing line.
So as you were the last time they rounded into the home straight, it's still Laura Nicholson hugging the inside rail, followed by Zoe Toland of Candor, and Amy Wallace a little bit boxed in there on the inside. Nassani Hannafin head rocking and rolling, and Ellie Hartnett, probably the most experienced athlete in the field there, just moves in. So there's 5 starting to move away, a little bit of a gap, and it is the UCD athlete Sive Mohan who just acts upon that. So we have a little bit of a breakaway now forming. 7 athletes, well probably 5 plus a little bit of a gap back to Mohan and Stremakita and Roisin O'Reilly now, and all of a sudden in the base of that 300 metre kind of split, it's strung out, so they're going to come to 600 to go now, and the wheels are starting to spin. Nicholson still in control though, still comfortable, the Bandon AC athlete.
So 500 metres going on this
coached by Andrea McDonough, and she's still in control. Wallace has gotten the jump on the athletes behind, and there is a bit of a gap, but Ellie Hartnett has covered that move well. Nassani may well find herself stuck in no man's land, and then it's a straight shootout for sixth at the moment between Greta Stremakita and Saiv Mohan, but it is 5 away. They have about 30 growing 40 metres back the way. It is first 6 across the line, no fastest losers. And with 300 to go, 3:32 on the clock. Nicholson looks well in control, as does Toland.
So Nicholson there just stretching it out, just over 200 metres to go. The talent of Canberra left up in second.
And this is a really comfortable and controlled performance by Laura Nicholson. She's just stretching the legs ever so slightly, and she's going to comfortably come through. Looks to be comfortable enough for these 5 ladies. They're going single file, one by one. They each have a bit of space to breathe now. They don't have to worry too much about kicking. Laura Nicholson will take her first of 2 semi-finals. Zoe Toland will come through also, as will Amy Wallace, Nassani Hanafe, and Ellie Hartnett looks over her shoulder, and I think Greta Stremakita is just going to run out of legs as her clubmate Saiv Mohan comes through to take that 6th spot. Connor Penny a clearance at 2:05, but great running. Nicholson takes that first in 4:21. Not that it's of massive consequence for the Bandon athlete. So handshakes all around for those athletes. And I look to my right, and Rory Cassidy is giggling away to himself as he concocts more content for Athletics Ireland socials. It's the looks to be a bit of conversation just out of shot between Penny and coaches as to what the next height will be. He looks like he's going to stay going again. Second heat of 2 for this women's 1500 will feature Aoife Carr from Dublin City Harriers and Niamh Carr of Dublin City Harriers. Holly Carroll, Blarney Enniscarra, UCC student. Aoife Dunn from Tullamore Harriers. Kirsty Foster of Willowfield Harriers. Ciara Hickey, the second of 2 Blarney Enniscarra athletes. Emma Hunt from Bohermeen. Angeline McShane of City of Derry Spartans. Kelly Neely of City of Lisburn. Kate Nurse from UCD. Shona O'Brien of Cork Track Club. Amy O'Donoghue from Dundrum, South Dublin. And Emily O'Shea, St Albans. Kelly Breen listed on our start list as well, the Northeast runner, although not allocated a number, so unsure if she's taking to the track or whether that is being marked as a withdrawal. But again, it'll be the first 6 across the line for those athletes.
The medals will be presented by Olive Loughnane, World Race Walk champion from Berlin.
And the men's javelin just being presented with their medals out of shot.
50 centimetres, 40 centimetres from the SAC, Michael Jordan.
As Michael Jordan is announced to the crowd, and a little murmur and a giggle and a ripple of applause. I'm sure he's dealt with that for much of his life. Andrew Scanlon has plied his trade very well all season, but there's no doubting our victor, Conor Cusack, takes the title from his clubmate Oisin Joyce, who unfortunately a shoulder injury and a hamstring injury had derailed his season. The youngster, World Under-20 medalist last year, but he will be back. The two of them admittedly live out of each other's pockets down in the University of Limerick, the two Lake District men, and oftentimes have to time their javelin sessions around the trainings of Munster Rugby, as they share the same field. But Cusack will be delighted to find himself back on top of the podium. Over to the back straight now, this second of 2 1500 metre heats. Rory. Appears to be 2:10 on the scoreboard for Conor Penny, his next attempt. He's pacing, will try and bring you that attempt. He's tying the laces and going through. He has the apron to himself, he has the crowd on the bowl and in the stand. He pretty much has all eyes on him as well. I don't know, he'll be a minute or two jumping, but we will try and get that. You'll just see him going through his final preparations. The youngster, 16-year-old, at high knee drive, so tall, and he's going to have his first attempt here at 2 meters 10. 2:08, his best.
So first attempt at 2 meters 10 for Conor Penny from Crockwell on men's high jump.
Oh, here we go, first attempt, and I'll tell you what, guys, we might see that bar clear today. Just again, a little bit of time, and 2:08 his best in the National Junior Championships earlier this year. That booked his ticket to the EYOF, or the EOFs as we were calling it slightly earlier. And he'll have 2 more attempts at that 2 meters 10, but we're away now in the second of 2 semi-finals in the women's 1500. First 6 across the line will qualify. It's the Cars, Aoife and Niamh of Dublin City Harriers, Harley Carroll of Blarney and Escara, Aoife Dunn from Tullamore Harriers, Kirsty Foster of Willowfield Harriers, Ciara Hickey of Blarney, Emma Hunt, Bohermeen, Angeline McShane, City of Derry, Kelly Neely, City of Lisburn, Kate Nurse, UCD, Shona O'Brien, Cork Track Club, Amy O'Donoghue, DSD, Emily O'Shea of St Albans, and Kelly Breen of North East Runners. And we're going to throw out the cliche. We can throw the duvet, we could throw the blanket, you could throw a tea towel over these. They have gone off significantly slower. There is no time qualifier, so there is no incentive. That is the Willowfield Harrier, Kirsty Foster, who has taken control from Amy O'Donoghue, the DSD athlete, Limerick native. And on the inside is Aoife Dunn of Tullamore Harriers, but this is a pedestrian opening lap. Yet again, 73, 74, just a shade under 74 going through. And a little bit of argy-bargy potentially in the middle as Holly Carroll, the Blarney and Escara athlete, just comes up and around and tucks herself in there, hidden away. One of the leading administrators in UCC Athletic Club is Holly. And took bronze in the under 23 1500 metres at the National Championships earlier this year. And it's still Foster at the front of this with O'Donoghue and Dunn and Shona O'Brien there in the Cork Track Club vest. Got a UCD athlete tucked in there as well, and then Bohermeen's Emma Hunt. There's very little to call here. Emily O'Shea as well, just the tall figure from St Albans just there, maybe 3 or 4 files back, running a long line around the outside. Rory?
Keeping it pretty even there, Jack, to 74 second laps in a row, so going through 800 there in 2:28, which will be no problem to very few of these girls. Conor Penny over at 2:10, and he looks delighted.
Just out of shot there, Conor Penny, 2 meters 10. I think Michael Bowler might have got a camera on that. We might be able to bring it to you later on, but
sorry, I got slightly sidetracked there, but yeah, fantastic jumping from Conor Penny.
To the 1500 ladies, 2 meters 10, a new personal best to go with his national title, Conor Penny. And as I look back up with 500 metres to go, it is still Kirsty Foster, who must be wondering, is there a load of them queuing up behind me?
Yeah,
and indeed there is. Here comes O'Brien of Cork Track Club. She just moves up onto the shoulder of one of the cars. Can't quite make that out. Apologies of DCH. And on tucked in on the inside rail, who's ran the shortest line most of the day, is Aoife Dunn of Tullamore. Amy O'Donoghue probably the best placed to cover any moves, but I count nearly 10 athletes certainly in there with only 6 to go through by right. It's 400 metres to go here, or 300 metres to go rather.
Yeah, 300 metres to go. As he said, Jack 11 still contention. Some starting to feel the stretch now, but still Foster, O'Brien, Amy O'Donoghue just trying to move up there as well.
Yeah, O'Donoghue has covered that move well. And it is one of the DCH athletes, Carr, our infield announcer, also struggling to distinguish. But struck for home. Has our, it's Aoife or Niamh. I think this second of them is also in with a shot at qualifying. Amy O'Donoghue looks to be the best of the rest. Aoife Dunn, it's going to be a messy one here. There's 7 athletes striking for the line. Foster led for most of the race. It is indeed Niamh Carr of DCH who's going to take that, and I think Foster the unlucky athlete to lose out there, Rory.
Yeah, just for an out of it, having led for so much of the way. Tough for her to take, I'm sure, but yeah, wide open, I suppose, I guess you could say, for this women's 1500 metre final tomorrow.
Yes, potentially. Look, some of the more established names are non-starters electing to go with 800s. Or indeed, we had Emer Marr up behind us electing to call her season slightly earlier. But yeah, apologies to Aoife, or Niamh rather. Got mixed up one last time. She takes that second one through in just a click under 4:30. And she leads home 5 other athletes. And Conor Penny has set the bar to 2 metres 18, Rory Cassidy.
Which would be serious jumping, wouldn't it?
Which would add 10 centimetres to what he has jumped previously and equal David Cussin's national lead. Indistinguishable red hair. You couldn't not figure out it's Conor Penny.
Three heats, the men's 1500 metres with the first 4 in each heat through the final tomorrow.
We have the men's 1500 metres coming up, so keep an eye on Conor Penny there as well. But stacked heats coming up.
Men's 1500. Always one of the highlights. It's produced some brilliant races the last couple of years. First 4 guys across the line in these 3 heats will qualify, and scheduled to go in this one will be Cathal Doyle. We're going to have cast our eyes to the high jump apron again. Just before that, Conor Penny has already added 2 centimetres to his lifetime best. That bar has been readjusted to 2 metres 13. I thought 2:18 would have been a little bit ambitious, but this will still add 5 centimetres to his personal best. I think he has the height, to be honest. A lot of it is the timing.
Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on this.
Whether Conor wanted it or not, he's got a clap going here in the crowd. Just a gust of wind, the men's 1500. Just off. We'll bring you that immediately afterwards. Here comes Penny.
Oh, that was a good attempt, Jack.
Oh, I tell you what, we're getting into this high jump, Rory.
We are getting very into this high jump, but back to the track.
Yeah, we'll get into this 1500 as Nicholas Griggs leads out this first of 3 semi-finals.
I'll run through the field here. We've got Lorcan Benchiker of Clonliffe Harriers, Jamie Byrne of Dundrum South Dublin, Finn Diver of Beachmount Harriers, Carl Doyle looking for 4 in a row at these national championships. Also of Clonliffe Harriers, David Gormley, Dundrum South Dublin, Nick Griggs, Candor Track Club, Fintan Kearns, Clonliffe Harriers, Sam Nee Robinson, Dundrum South Dublin, James Lynch, Carrick Acres, Louis Mallon UCD, Micheál Power, West Waterford, and Daniel Scully of Raheny Shamrocks. Competitive heat, Jack.
Yeah, these guys aren't hanging around. I got them at a click outside 61 seconds, which you very rarely see in a national senior heat. But with just first 4 across the line, these guys do not want to fall foul of that. And there's a group of 7 who have just pulled away, probably showing their class with, it looks to be James Gormley there. Or David
Gormley.
It is David Gormley tucked in, just chasing, leading out. You've got the white cap of another DSD athlete, who is Jamie Byrne, just in there as well. And Cathal Doyle has Micheál Power there for company in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, so it is the
apologies, it's Finn
duo
Diver,
who are coached by Kirky. Mark Kirk up in Belfast, Louis Mallon and Nick Griggs leading the way. Micheál Power sitting in there in third, the tall man from West Waterford AC. And Cathal Doyle, as I mentioned, Jack, going for 4 in a row with these champs. So it would be some achievement if he could pull it off, but my God, he won't have it his own way, the national leader.
Yeah, this pace hasn't let up. 2:02, 2:03 through the 800 metres. And you would imagine Byrne may start to feel, and that 4 may break away. Louis Mallon is in there as well. The UCD man competed at the European Under-23s, representing his place of study, and he has Cathal Doyle just moving up onto his shoulder, and this pace hasn't let off, Rory.
It hasn't, no, and they're going to come up with and hear the bell now at this stage, just as Cathal Doyle plays closer order, moving up onto the shoulder of Nick Griggs, and you just see the breakaway group of 4 starting to slightly get away. So Griggs just takes a little look to notice Cathal Doyle's presence. Power in third and Mallon in fourth. These 4 are going to try and get away now from the chasers.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap has formed back to Byrne and Benjicar, who have found themselves probably running a long times that would bring them along to personal best. There's just a little bit of a gap, and these 4 maybe can start to breathe a little bit lighter. They won't have to work just as hard as they think. Barring disaster, these 4 are going to cover this last 200 metres. Indeed, Louis Mallon nearly does a 180 to turn around and check what's the state of play behind and how hard do I need to work. They might even start telling each other, guys, we can settle down here now.
Yeah, someone would just look around now and they'll see Micheál Power just having a little glance behind. Indeed. And they'll know they're safe. So these 4 guys will be back for the final.
Yeah,
Doyle completely easing off. Nick Griggs easing off. You nearly wonder, do any of these boys want to win this heat now?
I don't know, do they? I think Griggs is nearly thinking about doing a moonwalk. He's turned around so much there, but still 3:47 to take the heat. And indeed, I think you'll find Larkin Benjicar and Jamie Byrne may have ran a lifetime best, or certainly season's bests, being strung out by that early pace. But handshakes all around for those athletes, those 4.
Yep, Griggs,
safely
Mallon,
through.
Doyle, Power, all back tomorrow evening for 7:20, I think that is. But it's one of our last track finals tomorrow evening.
Last of the track finals in the colloquially termed RTE window. But Doyle comes through comfortable. And apologies, it was
you'll be saying
Fintan Cairns, indeed, actually. Apologies. The Clonleaf Harrier, I had a case of mistaken identity. These.
We'll go back down to this high jump shot because Conor Penny is ready to jump again. He gave that a good go.
He did. A lot of it is timing, I'll be honest. Rory, I know, but Michael is probably the more experienced high jump pundit we have on our team, but he's certainly getting his hips up and over the height of that bar. A lot of it is just the timing of the flick of the legs. He'll be filled with confidence and filled with energy, and he's having a good look at this bar. Second of 3 attempts.
Andrew Costrin, Star to Sea. Sean Donnelly, Dublin City Harriers. Stanislav SB from Dublin City Harriers. Niall Hardy, St Albans. Keane Hodgins, Nina Olympic. Keane Kelly, St Albans. Dara McElhinney, Bantry AC.
So Penny flicks the hair out of his face. The high jumpers are so routine based. All have their own little mental cues and mental check boxes. And a characteristic high knee on that runway, and
again he just missed it.
Again, just sits down on the top of the bar there. potentially showing signs of fatigue, although he did come in very late into the competition. But, and again, helping the officials replace the bar. They're probably struggling to reach that 2 meters 13.
He's towering over Colette Quinn now. Quite a sight. But anyway, second tee to the men's 1500.
We'll cast our eyes, Rory.
Daniel Buckley, Leave AC. Two-time Olympian Andrew Coscoran started the CAC. Sean Donoghue, Dublin City Harriers. Vladislav Isev, Dublin City Harriers. Niall Harvey, St Albans. Cian Hodgins, Lino Olympic. Cian Kelly, St Albans. Darragh McElhenney, Bantry. Tony McCambridge, Candor Track Club. Thomas Moore, Dunshaughlin. Callum Morgan, Candor Track Club. And Ben Smith, Lee Vale. So it is Cian Smith of St Albans who leads them out into, I think Jack, having seen the first heat, not that times matter, but it looks like he's going to make it pretty honest.
Yeah, Cian Kelly, the St Albans man, and he's going to lead out Callum Morgan and Daniel Buckley tucked in behind, and a bleach blonde, slim shady-esque haircut for Darragh McElhenney this year. He sits inside in fourth, so again another solid clip, probably not as fast as the first, but a lot of these guys are feeling, if I'm going to show my form, I may as well run it in the heat to make sure I'm in the final. So it looks to be 61-62 through that first 400 metres, so pretty identical to the first.
Yeah, great to see Darragh McElhenney back in such good form this season. B standard in the 5,000 metres for Tokyo, so needs a couple of things on the rankings front to go his way. We're looking good at the moment to make that event in Tokyo. And a really, really impressive mile at the Morden Mile, which was just a magic occasion, Jack, here in Santry 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a Morton Mile for the ages. I watched it from the banking there on the bottom bend, and it was very hard to call as they came head on down the home straight. And it looks like Kelly is still in charge with Andrew Coscoran just moving up onto his shoulder, and Darragh McElhenney, they're nearly 3 abreast. It probably has slowed down a touch, and Coscoran, it might well hit the front just to keep things moving and keep things, as Tony McCambridge tucked in there at the back, the other Candor man in the field, just has to make a bit of space for himself.
Yeah, Coscoran being coached now by Helen Clitheroe, the New Balance Manchester group. McElhenney coached by Emma Dunleavy, who is quite the stable in Dublin.
Yeah, struggled a little bit with illness earlier in the season and last year, but great to see him back healthy and looking rather comfortable, it has to be said, there in second. A star of schoolboys athletics in his youth. Brother Owen also a pretty decent runner at national level.
Yeah, they'll take the bell here now. Coscoran, McElhenney, Donoghue, Callum Morgan, and then Thomas Moran hanging on in there, the Dunshaughlin man.
And Sean Donoghue, we haven't mentioned him yet, the DSD or DCH athlete rather, he's tucked himself into third, so 3 blue vests at the front of this as they go through the 1200 metre mark in 3:05. So
yeah, down to 5. Moran making a real move now here, Jack.
Yeah, and I don't think many of these guys will have expected to have to work as hard, because 5 of these, someone of them is not going to. Oh, I think there was a bit of pushing and shoving. Apologies, I didn't know what I was seeing there.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden there's been an injection, and Moran may well have taken the cash out of the bank slightly too early, and we've 4 men away rounding into the home straight, and now they can relax.
Yeah, these 4 away. So Coscoran from Morgan, Donoghue, and then McElhenney.
Thomas Moran, the Dunshaughlin man.
This is shaping into some final, but we're going to go back to Michael. This is going to be a
brilliant final. Thomas Moran just injected a bit of life into that race with 2:50 to go, and no one expected it, and they all had the wheels. Unfortunately, Moran won't be rewarded with a final place. We're back down to the high jump apron. 2 meters 13 the bar sits at.
Alrighty, final attempt for Conor Penny down at the high jump area. He has got the stage to himself. It's his last attempt at 2 meters 13 centimeters. He is our national champion for 2025 already. Let's see if he can put on a bit of a show. Oh, very close. Great effort from Conor. What a character, great guy, and I'm delighted for him. And that was his 10th jump of the competition. He's getting a good big hug from Colette there, and congratulations from his fellow competitors. Brilliant stuff. He's a gentle giant, this man. Well done, Connor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're delighted with that, I'd say.
I am, yeah.
So 2:10, which is probably close to your personal best, isn't it?
A centimetre PB.
Centimetre PB.
Yeah, it was a long time coming.
And a few good attempts as well at 2:13 there.
2:13, yeah.
So that would have been a good PB.
Yeah, that would have been a great PB.
And you were close to it, really, weren't you?
I was. My first attempt, I think,
Let's
was...
move over this way, sorry. We're just going to try and get you in all your glory on the camera there.
Yeah, I think my first attempt was the closest. Yeah, those are so exciting. That's really fun.
Because 10 jumps is quite a lot in high jump, I suppose. So there was a few fellas. You got your 2:10 on your second attempt. But it was a pretty good scorecard overall. You know, it's a pity not to have Dave Cusson here as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's always great competition, and I love having great competition because it brings out the best in me. But
if you're there year in, year out, you know, your year will come, and today was your day, so congratulations. Is there anyone that you want to give a quick shout out to there?
Shout out to, well, my dad, definitely my coach Mike, who isn't here unfortunately at the moment, but I think he was watching from an area. That's a crop. My coach Ronnie Ward, my physio Ronnie Ward, everyone who came to support. Everybody basically. Everyone here.
Yeah, well done. Look, you're representing them all really, really well, and your club, and congratulations again. Another great championship.
Thank you.
Good man.
Thank you.
We are back here for the final heat of the men's 1500 metres, and this one we've got Shane Bracken of Swinford AC, Fintan Campbell of Candor Track, working for Dunn, who was at the European Youth Olympic Festival there at the ACC, James Gormley of Carmen Runners, Conor Cassan, Killarney Valley, Philip Marrow, Dublin City Harriers, Ronan McMahon, Stags, Dublin City Harriers, Andrew Milligan, North Belfast Harriers, Jack Mescala, Crogwell AC, Shane Moran, Swinford AC, and John Travers will round out the field for Dunor Harriers AC.
Yeah, we were off camera, off mic, just commenting between ourselves how excited we were going to be for this final, and that was before all of the heats had been just ran. Little bit harder to call this one, but still plenty of talent. Will be interested to see will it be ran as fast. Both of these, the first two heats, clicking through in 61 seconds and not being 2 million miles away from 2:02, 2:03, 3:800. So plenty of the back markers still being dragged through to lifetime bests here.
A little slower here, Jack.
Yeah, a little bit more controlled. And maybe more stereotypically of middle distance runners, it appears these guys have all decided I have a faster kick than you. But it is still the Candor man, Fintan Campbell, who is leading them out. And a little slower, about 65 through the bell. Interested to see John Travers tucked in here as well. The veteran athlete took a very popular...
Of course, remember his performance in the 3000 indoors earlier this year.
Yeah, took a very popular title and has been a mainstay of the domestic and international season for the last couple of years. As did the Dunor Harrier, 3:37 at his best. And Ronan McMahon Stags has the race in control at the front. James Gormley and Milligan, the Harrier, just moving around, and Larkin for Dunn, the Ace Athletic Club athlete, just tucked in on the inside rail there as well.
Gormley had a really, really good indoor season, making the world indoors in both and European indoors in the 3000. Maybe hasn't clicked for him outdoors just yet, but we'll be looking to make this final, and McMahon Stags just kind of injects the pace a little bit there down the back straight.
Yeah, McMahon Stags has been posting some fast times all throughout the season. Finds himself 9th on the year list with 3:38. Who'd have thought that in 2025 3:38 would only have you 9th? But such is the quality of the event.
Soaring standards of middle distance running in Ireland, but also around the world.
13 men sub 3:40 this year. That's not even enough. There's not enough spots in the national final for that, but these men have only one lap to go, the first 4 across the line. Shane Bracken has been very quiet so far in this heat. Probably a good sign of good tactical running, but he still finds himself in 5th place. There's only 4 across the line to qualify by right.
Yeah, it was just slightly boxed in there, but he's moved his way out. Lorcan Ford Dunn there, fresh from the European Youth Olympic Festival. He's giving it a go, but he's just starting to feel the burn down the back straight. McMahon, Staggs, Milligan, Gormley and Bracken and Marin, they're your 5 at the moment. Travers desperately trying to fight back.
Yeah, Bracken's had to check his stride, perhaps to get off the rail and have to make a move around the outside. This still isn't a done deal. John Travers is still within striking distance if he can find a bit of that youthful kick. It's McMahon Staggs at control. Bracken moves around the outside. Gormley looks like he's out of it at the minute, and here comes John Travers, a late burst for the line. He might well get there. He does get there.
Wow.
John Travers rolls back the years to outkick James Gormley and Milligan.
He hasn't gone away.
John Marcus Lawler hasn't gone away, and nor has John Travers. Well, there's a little bit of excitement.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to John.
Fantastic.
Just getting up there.
Yeah, it's 1:20 to go. He looked like he could do it, and then with 60 to go, he had it in his sights. Bracken and Marin didn't know what was going on. They're comfortably through in 3:48. Look at this, that's 50 to go. He's still out of it. Gormley faltering. Milligan just got caught tactically, and McMahon, Staggs and didn't really know either what was going on, but John Travers rolls back the years.
34 years young now.
Yeah, we're probably exaggerating that a small bit, but every year I hear allegations of his retirement from track, and every year he comes back and does things like that.
Yeah, 10 years since he finished 7th in the 1500 metre final at the European Indoor Championships. He now makes the national final again.
What a national final that would be, I think.
I think it could be one of the races of the day, to be honest, Jack. It's probably the one I'm most looking forward to at the moment, but yeah, very exciting. And we'll now have our high jump presentation. Medals will be presented to Clonliffe Harrier stalwart John Shields, and along with President of Athletics Ireland Breed Golden.
1 metre 90 centimetres. It's Derek Kelly of Crockwell Athletic Club.
Oh, Derek Kelly of Crockwell Athletic Club. Great to see that club in Galway getting 2 on the podium. As we said earlier, great work being done with those youngsters, the Crockwell Rockets, and a popular silver medal for the Raheny man, who backflipped his way to 195. But Conor Penny, mark that name for the future, Rory Cassidy. He takes the title.
Still nicely on schedule. 5 minutes to go until our 400 metre women's heats.
Yeah, we'll have 3 heats of the women's 400 metres. That'll be first 2 across the line to qualify by right, and the next 2 fastest time qualifiers across them. Some interesting additions to that 400 metre start list, as a few athletes potentially have their eyes on relay berths. Of course, we saw Maudsley take the 200 metre title a little earlier on, out dipping Sarah Lavin in what has been one of the races of the day so far. And women's javelin throwers going through their final warm-ups. But that's the only action. 400 metre ladies waiting for their introductions as well. But a couple. But great to see Rachel McCann down there. She'll go in this first heat. As well, Michelle Duggan, one of the breakout stars of the domestic season. The Galway lady representing her place of study, UCD, as cries of "Up Galway" go out over the stand as the two Galway medalists in the high jump are presented to the crowd. But yeah, look like they're almost good to go here for this first of 3 heats in the women's 400. Charlotte Burke from Dundrum, South Dublin, will go in lane number 2. And then it's the youngster from Newport Athletic Club, Sophie Walker. Took the 19 juvenile title earlier this year in torrential rain in Tullamore. And then on her outside is Rachel McCann of North Down, has worked a bit on her 200 speed. This year. On her outside then, as I said, Michelle Duggan, an athlete who's made huge progress under Adam McMullen, has gone from running in the 58 second region 2 years ago down into 53.90 this year. The athlete from UCD. She'll have the Schliekulen athlete Cara McGrath outside her. And then probably the most interesting addition to the start list of them all, Kate Doherty from Dundrum, South Dublin. 100 metre hurdler turned 400 metre runner, it appears.
We can't find a recorded 400 metres for Kate Doherty, so what a way to make your individual debut in the event. I know she ran as part of the relay with GSD last week, so that will be very interesting. Based in the States, trains with Olympic champ Gabby Thomas, Tanya Buford-Bailey,
Tanya
coach.
TBB Track Club. Yeah, Doherty, it'll be an interesting maiden voyage for the athlete from Dundrum, South Dublin. She'll go in lane number 7, and then rounding out the field is Amy Jo Kearns of Oriel Athletic Club, a 57 second runner at her best. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. First two across the line, you would imagine on precedence McCann and Duggan should be comfortable here, and Doherty, an athlete of her calibre and class, should certainly be capable of going under the 55 second mark. It's just how far in, and especially in the testing conditions of Santry Stadium, we'll have to just wait and see. Of course, part of that World Relays quartet that finished in a silver position, it must be a good number of years ago now.
4x2.
4x200 metres. Scheduled to go in the 100 metre hurdles tomorrow as well, but for now, the one lap. So it's Burke, Walker, McCann, Duggan, McGrath, Doherty and Kearns. First two across the line, automatically through to tomorrow's final. So I said McCann has worked a bit over the 200 metre distance, but has intentionally got out one of the slower. Doherty has stormed out past Amy Jo Kearns down the back straight, and Michelle Duggan has gone equally as hard, and all of a sudden Rachel McCann has sprung into life. So these three athletes are away and gone. Michelle Duggan looks to have the lead at the 200 metres. McCann has had a great back straight to recover from a slow start, and now Doherty has kicked into life again. So these three athletes are away from the rest. McCann has eased her way into the lead on the home straight, and now it's going to be a straight shootout between Doherty and Duggan. She may start to feel the headwind now as Michelle Duggan just pulls away. It's going to be neck and neck here, arms and flying, but Rachel McCann is comfortable at the front of this. Michelle Duggan is showing her form, and it is going to be third place for Kate Doherty, 53.72. Walker gets up for fourth there, maybe just out dips Charlotte Burke, the DSD athlete, but Rachel McCann a measured opening 100 metres, a brilliant back straight, and then really took control of the race around the top end, Rory.
Yeah, 53, 2 PB, so 53.7 should be happy enough with that to qualify through to tomorrow's final, and will definitely be one to watch in that. It was of course part of the women's relay in Guangzhou in China.
Yeah, has gone from PhD researcher in Queen's University Belfast as McCann, coached by Ian Neely.
So next medal presentation for the senior men's straight
has
height
been
competition.
clobbered by Greg Allen for an interview just there. Probably still catching your breath. The senior men's weight for height.
Our national throws coach. In third place, the best throw at 4 metres. It's Sean Maher of Bahrain Rangers.
Yep, weight for height presentation here. Presentation will be made by Dave Sweeney, National Field Event Coordinator.
Yeah, Brow Rangers, Sean Maher, 4 metres, his best attempt of the day. Michael Healy, it'll be a busy weekend for him. The Leave LAC man gets scheduled to go on the weight for distance, and the discus tomorrow as well. His title, he's had to surrender to his clubmate David Tierney. 4 metres 20 for Healy. David Tierney takes the title with 4 metres 40. So well done to them. The senior men weight for height.
Our next field event final is the women's javelin throw.
And indeed, Breed Golden on hand for all medal presenting along with Dave Sweeney.
And first one's in this occasion, Alba Gordon. From Drumside, Dublin, David Conroy.
So handshakes all around by the strong men. Many of them you would expect to see in the weight for distance again tomorrow. But back around to the 400 metre start line. Orla Lear will be scheduled to go on the inside lane representing Monaghan Phoenix. Erin Han from Lockview Athletic Club is in 3. Jenna Breen, fastest under 23 in the country this year, represents City of Lisburn, the Loughborough student. She goes in 4. And it's Sophie Becker of Raheny Shamrocks who goes in lane number 5. Her training partner represents Lucan Harriers, Kate O'Connell. She'll be on the lane outside her in 6. Sinead Tracy, the Crowell athlete, has a great knack for finding her way into the national senior final. She'll have seen her club members Penny take the senior men's high jump title just a few moments ago. And rounding out, another Galway lady representing the Galway City Harriers, Nicole Walsh.
Yeah, Sophie last raced in Madrid a couple of weeks ago. 52-1. She's had a really injury-ravaged season, so now as we approach Tokyo, knows that there's no time like the present to step up and deliver a performance, and she gets a great roar as her name is called out to the crowd.
Great roar for Sophie, of course, spending her first teams as a bona fide full-time athlete, taking the plunge earlier in the season. Remember chatting to her earlier in the year out in Belgium at the IFAM meet, said she's enjoying the free time and has perfected the art of doing nothing, which any pro runner who you may come across, that's often one of the most challenging things of actually being disciplined enough to allow the body to recover. And we'll see how she goes here from the inside out. Orla Lear, Erin Han, Jenna Breen, Sophie Becker, Kate O'Connell, Sinead Tracy and Nicole Walsh.
Heat 2 of the women's 400 metres, first 2 and 2 fastest advancing here.
Back we go.
Recall gun. Interesting, Jack.
Back we go. You don't see that too often in the 400 metres, and hopefully just a faulty start. You wouldn't like to see any DQs. We'll wait and see as they huddle around.
See a replay on screen here. I would say nothing obvious, Jack.
No, nothing obvious. And a green card does appear to be ready. Jackie Mulhall coordinating the starts team down to our left. seems satisfied as well that nothing untoward has occurred, and a green card shown to the athletes. So we'll try that one again, Rory.
Yes, take 2. Heat 2. First 2 go through.
Followed by 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
Alliteration, they call it.
I don't think so.
Orderly are Erin Hahn, Jana Breen, Sophie Becker, Kate O'Connell, Sinead Tracy and Nicole Walsh. And they are away. Green card we had there. Kate O'Connell's got off to a very, very good start to Lucan Harrier, but Sophie Becker chasing down her training partner. I'm sure they're well used to that at Dublin Sprint. Jenna Breen also going well. The City of Lisburn athlete, but Becker leading the way through 200. Opening out her stride, the Wexford woman, New Ross native, now running for Rahinia Shamrock. She's got a clear lead coming around here into the last 120 or thereabouts. Jenna Breen and Kate O'Connell going to battle it out for second. Jenna Breen looks to have that second spot at the moment, but no doubt about your winner. Sophie Becker will advance to tomorrow's final in 53-26 from Jenna Breen and Kate O'Connell. So Sophie box ticked.
Yeah, really cool, calm and collected for Becker. Good to see her outrun, and looked, I thought, again, a little bit cautious, exploding from the blocks, then kind of assessed the situation, checks with her training partner to see how she fared. Breen did really well down the home straight to keep the head. Probably had the benefit of being able to keep an eye on her national under-23 compatriot O'Connell as they rounded into the home straight. I think O'Connell with a time under 55 seconds should be okay.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good.
Looks good for her.
For now.
All subject to the usual proceedings like running the rest of the heats. But one more to go for O'Connell. And yeah, Rory reckons alliteration was the right word to use there. If any English
100% was the right word to use.
If any English teachers are out there, I think there's another term for that. But one thing's for sure, Becker and Breen are true, and that's alliteration.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Becker and Breen were the best. And as we cast our eyes down, I can see Phil Healy of Bandon setting her blocks.
Yeah, first individual 400 for the season for Phil. Didn't quite click for her in Guangzhou World Relays, which she's very sparingly since, so it will be interesting to see how she goes today.
Was second at the indoors on the 400 distance, but hasn't ran an outdoor 4 this season. Made just one outdoor appearance so far at Cork City Sports, and truth be told, hasn't ran an outdoor 400 in quite some time.
No time like the present.
No time like the present. No time like the present. You have to go back to the National Championships in 2023 for her last outdoor 4.
Over 2 years ago, wow, individually.
But still a consummate member of the national 4x4 squads. The full lineup for this third will feature Rebecca Ward on the inside rail from Metro St. Bridget's. Niamh Murray of Bray Runners will be in 3. Cliona Manning, the Kilkenny City Harrier, has had a brilliant season, the Kilkenny woman. Phil Healy will be on her outside from Bandon Athletic Club. Caoimhe Cronin goes to the blocks once again after her run in the 200 metre final earlier today. So this is race number 3 of the day for the Lacala athlete, and Emma Hutchinson of Ballymena and Antrim goes on the outside. So expect to see Manning and Healy to the 4 here. Cliona Manning perhaps found herself in the unlucky position of being the sub on many occasions for the 4x4 squads, dating back all the way to Tokyo. I think the European Indoors, her first run on a 4x4 squad.
She got one in Istanbul 2 years before. She was part of that strike 4.
still has always been there, but has impressed anytime I've seen her race this season.
Yeah, she's looking good. Ran on the mix as well at European Team Champs.
Big cheer goes up for the Bandon Bullet. And again, the non-automatic spots currently sit, or I suppose belong to Kate O'Connell with a 54.38, and Kate Doherty finds herself still in the hot seat with a 55.15. So again, anything.
What are the hot seats in Santry, right up on the hill there, Jack?
I think we're in the hot seats at the minute. It's roasting up here in the stand. But heat number 3, Ward, Murray, Manning, Healy, Cronin and Hutchinson. 6 ladies, 2 to go through. Big start there by Manning, and she is keeping pace with Phil Healy, who will look to use all that 200 metre space as he often does on most of the relay legs, and Manning has matching her step for step. Niamh Murray looks to have gone out a little bit more control than we're come to see from the Bray athlete. Again, another part of the Dublin Sprint stable, and she'll have the benefit of keeping an eye on her senior compatriots as they round into the home bend, and she will be doing striking distance. Manning starting to now reel in, the stagger starting to do its job, and Healy and Manning will come shoulder to shoulder. Indeed, Manning just may well have the edge, and Niamh Murray is going to keep these two girls honest as they round into the home straight. Manning punches into the headwinds. Phil Healy just matching her step for step. These two look to have cemented their place in the final. Niamh Murray will have to keep going to the line. And a 54.72 for Manning. A little bit slower than the previous two, but qualification nonetheless for Cliona Manning and Phil Healy. 55.24 for Phil, which will mean that Kate Doherty and Kate O'Connell will take those non-automatic spots into tomorrow's final, Rory.
Yep, that clears that up fairly quickly, Jack. You're on the ball. Will be definitely an exciting final tomorrow. Of course, Manning, Becker and McCann will get the favoured lanes, I suppose.
Yeah, presumably so. 5, 6 and 7, expect to see them populated.
Okay, we're going down to Michael, who has Emer Marr, European Under-23 medalist.
Okay, that's a great race there from Cliona Manning. We'll try and grab her in just a second if we can. She's just in the mix zone there chatting to Greg. But we've got Emer Marr here with us, European bronze medalist.
Oh my God, feels weird hearing the words.
Congratulations, it's been an amazing time for you, hasn't it?
It's been insane. Like, the last few weeks have just been so hard to describe because it all happened so fast. I feel like from Morton and then Europeans next week. It's a hard one to process.
So you struck a really good vein of form in Morton, and that was perfect run into that championship, so wasn't it?
Yeah, like we always thought I was kind of in sub 4:10 shape coming into this, but I just didn't get the chance to race, and then Morton was the perfect race. And to be honest, all it gave me was the confidence that I'm not an imposter on the start line with these girls anymore. So it just really helped in that sense that, like, no, we can race each other here. Like,
it's amazing to hear you say that, because obviously all the youngsters will think that you're the most confident person in the world, but of course everybody feels that, don't they? Those nerves and
you do, like
imposter syndrome and whatever,
You do feel a big imposter syndrome. You're like, oh, just little old Ireland. Like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
But no, it was like really nerve-wracking at the start. But then you just kind of had to remind yourself, no, we all got here. And my coach was very good at reminding me, like, no, we all worked for this. We all are in the same boat.
Yeah, well, it takes a good team and a good coach to be able to keep your confidence on spot. And we've got a team of supporters here, and we're going to play this video. Let's press play there, because this was the chaos that ensued during the end of your race. And look at people shouting and screaming for you.
They're so aggressive.
That's a great video. And then in just a minute, when you cross the line, everybody takes off legging it back down across the stadium to try and meet you. Look at that.
My dad's running her like this all the way down the line. Yeah, that was amazing.
Great to have that footage. Who took that video?
Katie Kirk did.
Really?
So she was there getting like all the raw moments of it, which was so lovely.
Well done, Katie Curran. She's out there doing more raw moments at the minute.
I
for
know,
RT.
she never stops.
We need to nab her now from those RT crowd, you know. But sure, no, look, Emer, congratulations. It's been amazing. And obviously, you're not competing this weekend. You've had a long season, started it running in April, and you know when you reach such a crescendo and there's so much emotion with that European bronze medal, it's very hard to pick yourself up and go again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I'm just a bit run down and kind of tired this week from it. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to go out on my high, enjoy the moments that happened, and come back next year.
Yeah,
so
well,
that's the goal for it all now.
Well, enjoy it because it's great memories. You know, it's great to have that, and congratulations, you represented us really, really well.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. Great to hear from Emer Maher after her medal exploits in Bergen. With some performance, Jack.
Yeah, it was. She's had a brilliant year. Her first major track qualification was Bergen. She'd ran at Eurocrosses, and then all of a sudden, it just, as she said, it happened very quickly, and all of a sudden she was on a European podium. But straight to the men's 400 metres heat number 1 here, Rory.
2, Conor Adair, North Downs. 3, Kieran D, Lee Vale. 4, Jamie Mitchell, Emeralds. 5, last year's champion, Jack Raftery, Dunor Harriers. 6, Paul White, Nina Olympic. 7, Adam Courtney, Ballymena and Antrim. And in lane 8, it's Luke Russell of Dromore. Just the 8 fastest through to the final here, Jack.
Really tough qualification.
So they are away. And Raftery, having become that's the second Irishman to break 45 seconds, will be confident that he'll be amongst those 8 fastest times. He's got off to a nice start. Jamie Mitchell has got off well there as well, the Emeralds man, as has Adam Courtney all the way in lane 7, Ballymena and Antrim. With Raftery getting into his running now, loosening out that stride, that long stride from the tall 6'6" man. Castleknock, based in County Dublin, trained by Gerard O'Donnell and Aileen Sinnott, and he leads the way as they round the bend. From Nino Olympics, Paul White and Adam Courtney battling hard there in third, but Raftery coming through. You do watch the clock as times are all important here. Jack coming across there in 47.15. Should be a case of job done, Jack.
Some of those back markers, painful way to run 47 highs. I think I got a lot of that field going through in 22 seconds low. Paul White was really aggressive over that opening lap. 47.15 though for Raftery, the defending champion, has cemented his place, I suppose, in Irish 400 metre history with that 44.9 run at the European Team Champs. Courtney come through there for second, another man who goes about his business quite quietly, and Paul White there 48.59. Jamie Mitchell just a shade behind, but yeah, we said it, we alluded to it just before the start. This is a very tough qualification, like to have just the 8 fastest through. It means there's no real let up. The gas has to be applied the whole way around.
It does indeed. Cutthroat.
Gordon of Grace Under District under 1 minute. She's our third place athlete.
What's it like inside the Raftery camp, Jack?
Nice. We watched Grown Ups last night. The Adam Sandler film, slightly inspired by Happy Gilmore 2 this week. He's confident. Yeah, it's been mentioned once or twice on these streams that I would have the benefit of being quite good friends. We raced each other since the age of 14 or 15. But he's happy. I see his family down a couple of rows in front of us. But yeah, no, he'd be confident, but he won't have it all his own way. There's a lot of talent lining up to take the title. A couple of them maybe in this heat. Andrew Egan has had a brilliant year as well. We'll go to full line up here. Conor Anderson of Armagh Athletic Club in lane 2. James English, Drogheda and District in 3. Conor McDonough from South Sligo is in 4. Andrew Egan, the aforementioned Galway City Harriers in 5. His training partner Cathal Crosby, representing the Ennis Track Club, makes a return to the National Championships in lane number 6. Oliver Clark from My Carkey Cool Crew, the Brit based athlete, training partner Lee Thompson, who will have been a prominent English 400 metre runner in the past, and Billy Ryan, he had a big breakthrough at the AI Games, breaking 49 seconds for the first time, so a quality domestic race here. But Egan, 45 second runner now after his run in Belgium earlier in the summer, qualified in the 200 and the 400 for the European under-23s, as well as forming a part of the under-23 4x4 squad that broke the national record He went in the 200, probably got a bit unlucky with his heat draw, and the weather brewed up a bit of a storm for his race and his race alone, but hasn't raced much over the 400 metre distance, truth be told. Bit of a dark horse, but so strong over that first 200 metres, Rory.
Yeah, indeed he is. Yeah, as you were saying, you can't really afford to let up when it's just the 8 fastest through, so we'll see what Egan can do here.
Yeah, it'll be full gas, no guts, no glory for the 400 metre men today. McDonough, the South Sligo man in the black and amber vest there, just on Egan's inside, also a 48 man as well, so the event is moving on. It is a good bit of strength and depth now, albeit maybe still the select few dipping under the 46s, but it's always been a very tough final to make. But here we go, heat 2. Anderson, English, McDonough, Egan, Crosby, Clark and Ryan. No automatic qualifiers, just times. It's a straight time trial. So Conor McDonough and Egan get away well, and Cathal Crosby will feel his training partner just move up alongside him. Egan has had a lightning fast first 100 metres, and he's taken the race into his own hands now as he storms past the men on his outside. Cathal Crosby will have to respond. Another man relatively under-tested this season as he returns to the sport after a brief hiatus, but it is Andrew Egan with 150 to go here in this second of 5 semi-finals. He has the lead as they round into the home straight and into the considerable headwind that is blowing, but he looks strong. He's going to have to keep the foot to the floor here now. Raftery won the first in 47-1. Billy Ryan looks to be the best of the rest. Oliver Clark closing well. Crosby looks in control for second, but 47-2-6 for Andrew Egan to take the second of those 400 metre heats. Rory,
he looked good there, Jack. He really did look good.
Yeah, it takes took all the guesswork out of the race really in that first 100 metres. Took the race. The first thing you have to do if you want to qualify, you got to win your heat, whatever about the time. It doesn't guarantee you a place, but it does certainly give you a good chance. 48-24 for Crosby. It's very hard to make a call really on what's going to make it, Rory, but good run by the Ennis trackman.
Women's javelin ongoing at the moment. We'll give you an update in just a second. Grace Casey leads the way at the moment with 44.88. Clonmel Harriers athlete represented Ireland at the recent European Team Championships. 41.81 by Alba Gordon, sitting in second at the moment. Greystones District. Sorry, I tell a lie. Leanne Healy of Marion AC second at the moment with 43.99, and in third at the moment Alba Gordon of Greystones and District. Just seeing Lara O'Byrne throwing there now, multi-eventer, 30.41, thrown in the first round. It's her third round throw. She gets the white flag.
Yeah, looks to be a good competition in the javelin between Healy and Casey. Casey based back west now, I think, where she works as a physical therapist. Along those lines, Healy in second, the Marion AC athlete, just finished her second year of studies in UL as a PE and something teacher. I think it's maths, I can't remember.
Sure you won't get in too much trouble for making that mistake.
No, she's going to end up demoing a lot of javelin for me in the athletics labs in the second semester, I'll tell you that much, Rory. But this third heat will feature Dylan Byrne from Orange Grove AC in lane number 2. Kyle Faherty from Mullingar Harriers is in 3. Stephen Mannion from South Galway Athletic Club is in lane number 4. Kieran Carty, the man to watch in this, the Dundrum South Dublin athlete, where he is the club captain. Sean Harding from Shercock Athletic Club in lane number 6. Owen Kenny is in lane number 7, the Waterford Athletic Club man. And Praise Wanagime, training partner of the aforementioned Kenny, on the outside in lane number 9. Riverstick Kinsale
Yeah, Carty the man to watch. Great season so far, Jack.
Yeah, had a bit of a breakthrough again, I suppose, dipping into the 46 seconds. I think he could nearly file for Belgian citizenship. He's been over on the plane so often this summer racing there.
Probably back there next weekend.
He's probably back there next weekend again. But yeah, Carty, great natural speed. He's always struck me as a guy who just, you could throw him into any of the sprints and he'd be competitive. But I think 400 metres is where he probably belongs, and I'd expect to see him, similar to Egan, take this race pretty early, and he does. He moves up onto the shoulder of Sean Herring on the outside. Owen Kenny, the Waterford AC man, finalist last year, he will have to run pretty close to his season's best to make that final. Stephen Mannion as well, moving pretty well, and Sean Harding, expect to see him come back into things as they round into the home straight. It is Carty, he hasn't quite taken control of the race like Egan in the previous one, and Owen Kenny is fighting hard around the bend, but it is Carty who's going to take control of this race into the home straight, and it is 3 abreast as they go. Owen Kenny moves into second now. Carty has it all his own way at the minute. It is the clock though that will decide things. Kieran Carty comes through, taken in 47 seconds dead from Owen Kenny. It's going to have to be a bit of a waiting game.
Owen Kenny being behind would have definitely given him a chance. I think that's 47.88, is it, Chuck?
98 or 88, not quite sure. Which will put him faster than, he's the fastest second placer at the minute, and Michael Bowler has attained the services of Andrew Egan down there at the bowler box, who is leaning up against the fence, hurler on the ditch style.
Okay, so we're down here with Andrew Egan, and looking back at the 400, Andrew safely through, looking really convincing.
Yeah, I knew the way I run it is I go out hard, so especially for the heat, it's tough, but it's just 8 fastest.
Oh, hold on one sec, Andrew, sorry, you take that.
And it would be tough with 8 fastest, you can't really hold too much back. I tried to, but the way I run it is I go out hard, kick in at 200, but I knew at that point I'd be kind of past most of the field, so it's hard to judge, but I came home alright and just happy to get through.
Yeah, apologies for the mic there, and also apologies for Andrew barely being able to speak. We literally peeled him off the track there. But look, you're looking fantastic, Andrew, and you've had some season, I mean, running 45, 85, and a massive breakthrough season for you, so it's really exciting stuff.
Thank you very much, yeah.
You were so blue looking coming over there, you know, but he's got big shoulders, this guy. You see the size of those shoulders, so he has to do a bit of recovering, you know. But fair play to you, man. What's the secret, I suppose? What's been the
just get faster over 2, so I ran big PB over 200, 20.8, so then it's just go second off that through 200 and then come home and you'll be alright.
Yeah, because it looks like you've got a lot of speed reserved there. I mean, that's a fast pace, but it's very comfortable to you, isn't it?
That felt much more comfortable than Bergen. I was dying a bit more in Bergen, but
yeah,
it's alright.
wait till we see if we can get Jack over here. Jack. Alright, we're going to get Jack Rafferty as well. Thank you very much, Andrew. Well done, and good luck tomorrow, okay? Alrighty, Jack, come here to me. So, you've had another amazing season this year.
Thank you,
So, congratulations, man, first of all. I think your heat was before this, so we won't even bother trying to scroll back through it, but you're in flying form. You're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a bit of always an excitement around Nationals. We kind of had that all week. It's mostly trying to recover from 3 rounds last week at World Unis. Happy with it. Can't get much better from lane 1, but there's always a buzz around the place here, and it's just being able to run in front of in Morton is great. So there's a bit of buzz about the place. Yeah.
Especially being a local man, you know.
Look, I'm 20 minutes down the road. This is perfect for me.
It's great.
Yeah.
And so you've had a solid block of training obviously coming into it.
Yeah, it was kind of like I started off in UCD in 45.7 and
take that once. Oh, sorry, my one's off. Sorry, guys.
We're still going.
A little bit of technical difficulty with the mic. It keeps turning itself off. They can hear you perfectly.
That's perfect. I kicked off at 45.7 UCD, and that was a bit of like, all right, we're rolling here. The 44 team champs was that was the perfect race, and then World Unis was like, I think that backed it up, going from lane 1, especially at my height, getting round. It's nice to know I'm in good shape.
And you're chipping a few people off the all-time list now as well.
Yeah, there's one to go, isn't there?
One to go.
Give me a good day. That is like after one of the 44. It's like there is one big time left there. And I was like, it's really like, it's weird to have that. So yeah.
Well done, man. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Just in the nick of time there, Michael with Jack Raftery, Heat 4 in lane 2, Ethan Clark, John Boyne in 3, Matthew Knight, Willowfield Harriers in 4, Patrick Layden, Mullingar Harriers in lane 5, Hugo McGee Fastwich in lane 6, Ben Ida at West Coast in lane 7, David Ryan, Moycarkey Fuel Crew, and in lane 8, James Nixon, Enniskillen Running Club. And they are away first time. Expect Hugo McGee to go well here, but Ben Ida of West Coast has got off to a lightning start from the Galway club. David Ryan also going well there from Moycarkey Crew in Tipperary, but McGee now starting to make up the stagger down the back straight. Fast twitch man coached by Adam McMullen, flowing nicely there around the bend. Ryan trying to keep in contention. Ida just back a few metres maybe, but it's going to be between Ryan and McGee. McGee will kick off the bend, and Ryan is going to try and put it up to him. Very, very little between these two, Ryan and McGee. Ryan just getting up now, and David Ryan is going to take this heat in 47.09 from Hugo McGee. Yeah, David Ryan.
Yeah, David Ryan, season's best for him. 47.09. I think the sleeping giant of the season, yet to kind of really take flight, the man coached by Alan Mahoney down in Cork. But yeah, Ben Ede comes through for third, 48.63. So time to start getting the calculators out, those of you at home. It's starting to get a little bit difficult to call. Owen Kenny, 47.98. Will probably be the most nervous man in the stadium, barring maybe his mother who sat behind us here in the commentary with Rory. But another heat that's laden with talent here. One more to go. As I said, Ryan, probably the sleeping giant of the season, yet to dip into the kind of the sub 47 territory that starts to make you a contender at national level at the minute in Ireland. But I think a guy who probably his time in his season the best. Another sleeping giant of the season who we haven't really seen catch light is Christopher O'Donnell. Rory.
Yeah, again raced very sparingly. Couple of little issues post World Relays. Hopefully now getting back into some sort of form. A lot will tell on this weekend, to be honest, Jack.
It's we're shooting into the dark a little bit here, unfortunately, with Chris. I've seen him race at Morton Games, where he probably looked a bit race rusty.
He did, yeah, but he had said that the goal is
his own admission.
Yeah, his own admission is that the goal is August and to pick up and deliver good results in August, which will hopefully propel him to Tokyo. But yeah, interesting to see how he gets on. He's won so many national titles here down the years. He'll have a fair chance to win another one tomorrow, but he'll give it a good lash.
Yeah, absolutely. The full lineup: Matthew Gilday from Armagh will go in lane 2. Gregor McCullough-Travers from UCD is in 3. James Armstrong of Orange Grove, 200 metre man, turned 400 metres this season to great effect in the 48 second range. Joe Doody, another man who's probably a little struggling for form after a lot of back injuries hampered his winter. Stephen Gaffney, the former national 100 metre champion, has decided one lap looks okay, I'm going to give that a go, and he's a 48 second man this year as well. Chris O'Donnell will go in lane number 7. A lot of the action will be on his inside, you would imagine, if he takes control of the race. And Killian McCabe, who you often see over the barriers as well, the Rathfarnham athlete, will go in lane number 8. So yeah, Duty, athlete that's supported by the Jerry Kiernan Fund. Always like to think of Jerry on weekends like this, or oftentimes he'd be sat up in the RTE pundit zone,
or if not that, Jack out on the track calling out splits at
but that Jerry Kiernan Fund supporting many athletes who are on the cusp of making big international breakthroughs. Supported athletes the last couple of years, and Duty one of the benefactors this season, but they're called to their marks now as the basket carriers make their way off the track. It'll be Gilday, Armagh in 2, McCullough-Travers of UCD in 3, Armstrong of Orange Grove in 4, Duty of UCD in 5, Stephen Gaffney, Rathfarnham in 6, Chris O'Donnell in 7, and Killian McCabe, Rathfarnham in lane number 8. So 2 Rathfarnham athletes in this one. 2 UCD athletes. Duty slow to rise into his set there, but he is away and gone, and Gaffney has attacked this one from the gun. Went into 200 metres earlier where he didn't quite make the final, and now Chris O'Donnell kicks into life down the back straight, and Gaffney tracking his every step. Duty starting to get into his running as well, the smaller figure. Now he's closed the gap into Stephen Gaffney, so it is Chris O'Donnell who has control of the race, as he will feel the young pretender, not Joe Duty, just move up alongside him onto his shoulder. But it is Chris O'Donnell who had control of the race, but all of a sudden Joe Duty has struck into life, and I think Duty may pull off a bit of a scalp in this 15. It's going to go right down to the line.
No.
Chris O'Donnell dips 46.79. He's the fastest man into the final, but Joe Duty has probably made him work a little bit harder than he would have liked, Rory.
Yeah, he really was made work for that, but that's what we want to see again, Jack. Competitive heats, and that was very competitive.
46.90 for Joe Duty, and Gaffney 47.89 has. And now the mental maths comes through. I think Gaffney's effort there may well have just rewarded himself with an inner berth in the final. Looks like it's going to be somewhere around the 47.8, 47.9 mark is going to be the cut line. But we'll confirm that one as soon as we have it. Rory is frantically flicking through.
Yes, I think Stephen Gaffney is in. I'm not saying it 100% confidently yet, but I think he's in 8 of 8.
I think he is in 8 of 8. But yeah, O'Donnell, I was waiting for one of these heats to throw up a bit of a race where they get dragged along to a fast time, and sure enough there he was. So he is the fastest man through, not to say he was probably one of the harder worked athletes as well. But a season's best for O'Donnell.
Yeah, that's confirmed. Stephen Gaffney makes the final 47.89, so 8th fastest.
8th fastest for him.
So 3 going through from the final heat there to the final.
The joys of the men's 400 at seniors. I know we've flipped to and from between first across the line and fastest losers to time trials in the past, and I think it still produces finals of excellent calibre. And now we're on to the final events of the day, which will be the 4x100 metre relays finals. 2 straight finals by the looks of it, and it'll be the women to go first, as we'll keep an eye as well on the javelin competition still unfolding on the infield. So Grace Casey has extended her lead out to 44.88 in that women's javelin from Leanne Healy of Marion, 43.99, and it is Elva Gordon from Greystones and District, 41.81. So good competition.
In lane 4 we've Metrosend Bridges, and in lane 5 we've defending champions UCD and Attic Up. So just do a zone check there so the judges can hold up their flags.
But final preparations underway now for the relay athletes. UCD are the defending champions in this event, Rory.
Yeah, just on the 400s there, Jack. Charlene Maudsley opted out after winning the 200. Just so someone asking in the YouTube comments there. So Charlene Maudsley opted out, and then unfortunately Killian Green, Galway City Harriers, withdrew from the men's 400 metres.
Yeah, a couple other athletes as well have had to forego these championships. You may have seen as well of, I suppose, come to fruition. Kelly McGrory and Arlene Crossan, who've been members of the 4x4 squads in World Championships and Olympics editions, and the last couple of months they've had to withdraw from the championships due to injury, but still a good final. Both 2 400 finals still going to be pretty strong, but just the 3 teams in this women's 4x100 metre final. It was Dundrum, South Dublin, Metro St Bridget and University College Dublin on the outside, an all Dublin final. So strong quartets for DSD and UCD here. DSD were pretty well drilled last weekend at the National League, where they would have got a great run out. They have Eve Ford, Jennifer Henry and Charlotte Burke and Aisling Cunningham listed. UCD due to be led off by Ella Dwan, Molly Horan, Anna Lawler and Rihanna McCarthy, but it's clean start first time, and it is Ella Dwan who looks to have the best of the running on the outside lane, the UCD team, and she'll hand over to Molly Horan, who we didn't see in any individual sprints today. That
not
looked a
good changeover. Not a good changeover. It's
got the white flag, and Molly Horan powers down the home, or back straight rather, and she'll hand off to the next athlete there, and it's a little bit better, but it's not the cleanest handovers in the world, to be perfectly honest. DSD now, white flag still, and it is DSD will hope the stagger unwinds and does them any favours, but it's going to be a pretty close 4x100 metres as it hands over to, it is Rihanna McCarthy and Charlotte Burke, who probably is feeling the 400 heat that she ran less than an hour ago. It is UCD who are going to come through. It's going to be a dip for the line for silver, 48-40 for the goal. UCD retained their title, Rory.
Yeah, excellent running for the handover enthusiasts. I'd say they were covering their eyes there, because it wasn't wonderful, but they got the job done and they retained their national title.
Yeah, it wasn't a brilliant display of handovers, but it is a national title for the UCD crew, who are building a bit of a relay dynasty, a bit of a sprint dynasty at the university level, and it does come to fruition, it has to be said.
Just to come back to the women's javelin, this is Grace Casey, Cardiff Harriers, on course to defend her national title. That's gone just over the 40 metre mark there, so good throw there for Grace.
Her mark, which is over 44 metres. As we're on to the last track event of the day, which is the senior men's 4x100 metres relay, where, Rory, I can't remember the last time we had 8 teams line up for a 4x1 at seniors.
Yeah, it's great to see so many teams towing the line here,
and a 4x1 which will be hotly contested. So the full lineup, it's great. I must say it's great. I probably have rather cynically passed comment in times that I wonder, do clubs wonder that they get national medals for the relays, but it is great to see the relays supported. Dundrum South Dublin will be in the inner lane, in lane number 1. Tullamore Harriers will be in lane number 2. Tala AC have been a mainstay of the 4x100. They will go in lane number 3. Sligo AC, a young quartet for them, they go in 4. Nino Olympic, another young quartet for the Orange Order from North Tipperary. Crusaders are in lane number 6. Many of those athletes coached by Stephen Calvert. Emerald AC, their coach and general motivator Noel Morrissey is situated just down to her left with Sarah Lavin. They are sipping on hot chocolates, about to watch what is about to happen. And Titans Athletic Club, who I think are a dark horse for this one, Rory, on the outside, they are they've come to the fore a few times on our streams this season, headed up by Israel Ibanu, Emmanuel Akinroli, their star athlete, making the 200 final earlier, but they'll be on the outside. They won't have the benefit of seeing what's going on inside them.
They won't. Yeah, great to see so many teams, as I mentioned.
I look around the track, I know there was a certain Israel Olatunde entered on the Tala Athletic Quartet. I don't see him out there on the track, but that would have been a nice ringer to bring in.
Yeah, I'd say he's nicely resting himself until tomorrow, where he'll be going for 5 in a row, Jack.
Yeah, that's another one not to be missed. As I can see Jackie Mulhall taking a photo of her proud Metro St Bridget's athletes. She'll be delighted, and she goes back to her role as starts coordinator. But as I said, it is a glowing jewel to be able to see 8 relay teams take to the start line. We had 10 total entries, and I can't imagine we're going to have a heat of 2. I think Clonliff will be a non-starter, as will Fingallions.
Looks to be, yeah.
Yeah, so good to see. You can see young Josh Devlin in lane number 7. He is going to be the lead-off leg for Emerald. His father Garrett is a up-and-coming jumps coach based in UL, and Josh himself a pretty talented rugby man. He's playing his trade with the Munster under-18s this summer. He's been drafted in alongside Larkin O'Connor, Gavin Dillon and Jamie Mitchell, who's probably still trying to flush out the lactic out of his legs after the 400 metre heats about 20 minutes ago. But here we go, starters orders: DSD, Tullamore Harriers, Tala, Sligo, Nina.
Yeah, the final race of
Crusaders, Emerald and Titans.
Of these 153rd 23.e National Senior Track and Field Championships here in Morden Stadium.
Long hold here as a few of the athletes are instructed to adjust their hand placement.
And we are away, so this will be very interesting. Good start from Tala, also going well there. Emerald look to be going well. Crusaders have got off well, but the changeover there, definitely not perfect. Nino Olympic going well down the back straight as well. And Titans have flown off, but Tala, you see just, a really messy changeover there from Tala, which could cost them their Jack. As they go around into the home straight, the final changeover. Tala leading the way, but again a far from ideal changeover, and that might have to be looked at. As Sligo come back strongly, and Titans getting up for third. So Tala from Sligo from Titans, but I don't know, I'm sure that might be looked at.
Yeah, I'm looking at scanning the track. I think
there is a red flag down up at the final zone.
Yeah, there is a red flag at the final zone, and they appear to be standing in the lane of Tala. I had to say, I also thought it looked, I nearly jumped and grabbed it at one stage. I did appear to be, I'm just trying to scan the track. Cody Ogbeni was running the back straight there for Titans. I think he actually popped his hamstring on the way in to the runway. We'll try and bring you some bit of confirmation of that. Leanne Healy is just there on the Javelin. She's going through her final round. And we're just Michael Bowler has grabbed someone for a chat there as well. We'll try and round off that relay result, but we'll head down to Michael here shortly.
So we now have the medal presentation for women's 4x100 metres. And now it's being presented by Andrew, former chair of the competition, former board member. So final throw Grace Casey in women's javelin. So in third place we have Metro St. Bridget's AC, 49.13. And Lauren Atkinson. In second is Dundrum South Dublin in 49.08. We have 4 Javelin, Charlie Kirk, and Kathleen Knight. The champions in time 48.40 are UCDAC, Javelin, and Aurora and
at the Javelin area with Grace Casey, and the place is just about to clear out, but you're going to take the last gold medal of the day. So another one in the bag, and congratulations. Looked like a great series. I mean, you're throwing up, what, 44 metres there?
Yeah, I got a 44.88, so I'm happy with that because I had a sickness at the start of the week, so I was kind of worried about how this was going to go. But no, happy with that.
Yeah, well done. And I was chatting to your dad there earlier. He's in good fine fettle now, and he's wandering around the place there. I was hoping I'd be able to rope him into this, but he'll be delighted with that one. But yeah, you're still in fantastic form anyway, and it's also great to see some of the other throwers. 2 or 3 very close to 40 metres, if not over 40 metres.
Yeah. It's a pity now Kate wasn't here today. Like, she would have given us a good run for our money, 250 metres. But no, there's good competition here today. I think just 3 or 4 of us over 40.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant going, because you know the weather is not ideal for it. You'd probably prefer to have a wind coming towards you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, kind of no wind at all for me. Like, just a calm day would be helpful, but no, can't complain. Everyone has the same conditions.
Yeah, well, congratulations anyway, Grace. I think we're going to sign off with this one, everybody. So thanks for watching today, and look forward to lots more action to come tomorrow.